Morning and welcome to East Anglia and Snetterton for another weekend of motorsport action on BARC TV. We've got minis today and the supercars. They're phenomenal, by the way. But headlining is the Caterham. That's why Sam's here, our Caterham expert. Sam, what have we got to look forward to today?
Oh, lots of extremely close racing, lots of battles. And if you see somebody in the lead, don't expect them to finish the race in the lead, because the positions change so quickly.
It's the slipstreaming in Caterhams is fairly famous, isn't it? You almost don't want to be leading the race going into the last lap, do you?
No, that's what they will all try and not do that. That is the key. They have a plan, obviously, of that, but it doesn't always work. So it'd be great racing as always today from the Caterhams, and we've got all 5 of our championships here today.
Amazing. First race out, you can hear the engine starting up. They're going to be going out in just a few seconds' time. It's the Caterham Academy Greens going out first. Who's the ones to watch?
I'd watch out for Callum. He's qualified in 5th. But he's leading the championship.
Okay.
So definitely one to watch for. Barry Thompson on pole. He's good. He's quick. I think he's 3rd in the championship at the moment. So again, it's very close at the top. There's literally only a couple of points separating them.
And we have 5 championships this weekend. For those that are new to Caterhams, if you're just watching Caterhams, they all kind of look the same, but there's a big difference between the engines and things, aren't there?
Yes, well, these are the academy, so this is the basic. This is for people that have never raced. They come into the academy. Then the idea is with this car, you move up all the different levels. So you can take this car with just different upgrades, tyres, different setup changes, windscreen removed, headlights removed, making it more or less road legal as they are at the moment in academy. All the way to the 310R Championship, and then for the CSC UK cars, which is the 420s, that is an ultimate race car, so that's a completely separate car.
So, of the championships this weekend, which is effectively like the F1, the Elite Championship?
That would be the Caterham 7 Championship UK cars.
And who are we looking at there?
Well, Lewis Thompson's leading the championship. He's definitely the one to beat. We've got Aaron Head back in the championship this weekend, just a guest drive. He's definitely going to mix it up at the top because he won the championship last year. So I'd definitely watch out for Aaron.
Fantastic. And you'll be speaking to our drivers throughout the entire weekend for the Caterhams. I'll be looking after the minis today and the supercarts too. Tomorrow we've got the Uncle Luke Snetterton Saloons as well. So an action-packed 22 races this weekend, 8 today. Coming up first, of course, it is the Caterhams. We're going to throw it to our commentary team. It is Cheesy and Dave Goddard.
Well, thanks very much to Ewan and Sam. Good afternoon, race fans, and welcome once again to the Snetterton Circuit here in the east of England for the first of 2 days of action here on BARC TV, presented by the British Automobile Racing Club. We have got Caterhams galore here this weekend with all the official Caterham Motorsport championships, plus support as well. We've got the Mini Challenge Club Sports Trophy. We've also got the crazy drivers of the British Superkart Racing Club. If you've not seen them before, you've got a treat coming up, and also the Snetterton Saloons coming up tomorrow. First race is ready for its green flag lap. Then it's the Adrian Flux Caterham Academy Green Group. The corporate colours of Caterham, of course, are green and white. So we have a green group and a white group, all for novice racers. This Caterham Academy, as the name suggests, the training ground for the Caterham stars are tomorrow. They have a 20-minute race for the green group first of all. That's followed by, after the lunch break, the Caterham 7 UK Championship, sponsored by Avon Tyres, as the cars move off for their green flag lap. Dave Goddard here taking you through the action in the commentary box, and alongside me is Caterham expert Chris Hutchinson. We'll introduce him in a moment, but first of all we'll give you the grid for this first race of the day. It's number 79 Barry Thompson who has taken pole alongside Paul Goldstein, number 12. Second row, Jonathan Emery and Nick Heighton, 43 and 78. Row 3, number 61, the championship leader, Callum McIntyre, and number 9, Megan Bruce. Row 4, the marvellously named Django Jones, and number 5, Henry Morris. It's the Hanif family on row 5. Arif, number 74, Barry in number 11, completing the top 10 on the grid. Row 6 of the grid will be number 48, Franco Hoffman, alongside 21, Orlando Morris. Row 7, 23, Sheraz Ramzan, and 13, Jack English. Row 8 is 18, Ollie Brown, and Andy Miles in number 16. Row 9, Tim Payne and Neil Bell, completing the top 20, Anthony Nichols, Brian Joyce. On the 11th row, Andrew Porter and Ruben Hunter. The penultimate row is Kevin Pinto and Shahid Siddiqui, and Anne Hall starts from the back of the grid. So Chris Hutchinson alongside me. Tell us a little bit about the drivers and the cars in this series, the Caterham Academy for novice racers.
Yeah, 5 steps of the Caterham ladder here, and the Academy is the starting point. All for novice drivers, like you said. They can't have raced before they joined us at the start of this season. They buy their car from Caterham and they include in full season's racing with that package. And so popular it is that we have 2 whole grids of cars. We're starting today with the green group, but they're completely independent. So they score their own points. They have their own score and championship. We get 2 Academy champions by the end of the year. But it's still, whilst it's the first step of the ladder, and we're going to see some quite considerably faster Caterhams later, these are still very capable race machinery and a great starting point for anyone looking to get into the motorsport ladder. It's a fantastic opportunity. Like I say, we sell out each year. About 50 odd drivers each year come and join the Academy, and as we've been through already sort of 4 or 5 rounds this year, and coming into this race. So for the green group, it's Callum McIntyre that comes in atop the championship standings, but he is not too far ahead of Jonathan Emery, Barry Thompson, and Nick Hyton and Paul Goldstein, all kind of been there or thereabouts, and they're right at the front of the grid as we see our cars flowing through the back part of this Snetterton, the full 3-mile 300 circuit. So it's 5 kilometres around here. So one of the largest tracks we visit, and it's a great track, a real sort of technical track for a Caterham car as well. So we're going to see some fantastic racing, I can predict, today.
Yes, the twistier part of the circuit in the first part of the lap, and then they go down the Bentley Straight into this more open second part of the lap using the older circuit here at the Snetterton circuit, just coming through the bomb hole and Coram towards the end of this green flag lap. Now the marshals will have their yellow flags out on the grid, and so far we've had 4 races plus a sprint in the Caterham Academy, sponsored by Adrian Flux Insurance. So far this year the 4 races have seen 4 different winners, and they're our top 4 in the championship. Callum McIntyre won at Cadwell Park, Jonathan Emery at Croft, Barry Thompson is on pole today at Thruxton, and Nick Hyton at Alton Park. So those are your race winners so far in the Caterham Academy green group today. Onto the grid then, Barry Thompson. We'll see his son Lewis out in the Caterham 7 UK Championship later on pole position, the black and white camo liveried car with the red roll cage. The gold car is Paul Goldstein alongside him. The rest of the grid making their way into line. The purple car, number 43, Jonathan Emery, already a winner this season. Alongside him, Nick Hyton in the blue and green car, a bit like the old Benetton colours that he's got on there. Then we've got Callum McIntyre, the championship leader, is the turquoise car on row 3. With Megan Bruce in red and white alongside almost the Marlborough look-alike livery. This will be a 20-minute race. First of 2 races for the Caterham Academy here on this one of the longest circuits in the UK club racing scene, the Snetterton 300 circuit, as Chris has already mentioned. Just waiting for the back of the grid to get into line. Then the red lights will come on and the pack will be unleashed down towards the right-hander at Rich's corner for the first time.
Yep, 5-second board has been shown, so we've had the green flag off the corner of our shot, so we should be looking for the lights very shortly.
Here we go then, the revs are up, ready for our first race of the day. They get underway, a slightly hesitant start by Paul Goldstein from the outside of the front row as they charge down towards the right-hander at Rich's corner for the first time. Barry Thompson trying to defend from pole position. Jonathan Emery has a look up the inside. Callum McIntyre tucked in behind. It's Thompson who will lead the way into Rich's for the first time. Emery going for the inside on Goldstein. Tucked in behind him is Callum McIntyre, and Emery bounced off the curb there on the inside. They go up towards the Wilson's hairpin, the very tight right-hander as they head out of shot into the hairpin. It's Thompson who's got the lead. 1 or 2 lockups further back in the pack. It looks like they have all made it round so far. Everybody round the hairpin for the first time. There's the number 63 car, which is Anne Hall at the back of the field. Now to the left-hander at Palmer's, up towards the slightly longer left at Agostini, and everybody round okay so far.
Yeah, we'll see James Hall out a little bit later, and son, so there's an all-family affair. Here's Goldstein's going down the inside to see whether he can make it into the lead. It's a great qualifying. Does he outbreak himself? No, he manages to haul that all up into Agostini, gets it back to the apex, and off they go up towards Hamilton. And yeah, it's a little bit of a, like I say, a hesitant start from Goldstein, but it hasn't hold him back. He's in the second phase of the start. He seems to have recovered those positions nicely.
Through the left-hand flick at Hamilton, then it's up towards Oggies and Williams, taking the cars onto the Bentley Straight on the back of the circuit, side by side. That's Arif Hanif, who was on the outside in the number 74 car. Paul Goldstein, that was a great move down the inside on the brakes for Agostini, and it is the gold car who leads the way. You can see 1 or 2 puddles on the outside on the curve there. There has been a bit of rain overnight here at the Snetterton circuit, but breezy but dry conditions here throughout this morning. Down the Bentley straight, you can see them weaving about, trying to break the toe, slipstreaming, all important in Caterham racing. Up towards the left at Brundle, then the right at Nelson. No change among the top three. Goldstein looking for his first win. He's fifth in the championship coming into this round. Second place is Barry Thompson, the number 79 in behind. Then it's Emery in third place. Fourth, we have got Nick Heighton, then it's McIntyre, the championship leader. Sixth position, the number 5 of Henry Morris, who started from the outside of row 4 with Meg Bruce in just behind. You can see all these cars have got the novice cross on the back. They can't have held a race licence before. It's all designed to be as level a playing field as possible. Out of Coram into the final corner at Murray's, up towards the completion of lap number 1, with Paul Goldstein in the lead. Arif Hanif getting shuffled back again there in the number 74. He's had a slightly wayward first lap. As we take a look towards the timing screen, our thanks to TSL Timing as always for our timing graphics. Just under half a second in it for the lead then between Goldstein and Thompson. It's Emery, Heighton, McIntyre, Morris up to 6, then Bruce, Hoffman and the Hanifs rounding out the top 10.
McIntyre, our champion leader, stuck in that 5th place where he started off the line. He can theoretically be champion-elect by the end of this weekend. They're running 2 20-minute races, so that's good. They've got a one driver. Zach Megan in the red and white card running out wide there. Recovers back to the tarmac though, and I think it's
that's Hoffman.
Hoffman, actually. So, yes, another red car out there. And so, yes, they've got 2 races this weekend, so they've got that all to manage as well. They've got to finish high in this race to start high in the second race. That's a new thing for them this weekend. And, potentially McIntyre can take it. If he takes 2 wins and 2 fastest laps, he will become champion-elect. But it's Goldstein that currently leads the group, and he's led that pretty much the whole lap since we last saw them here down at Agostini. And that's no mean feat. We've seen them down the Bentley Straight, and we talked about the toe in the introduction to this show, and it's going to be so important today. They've got a tailwind down the Bentley Straight, but they've got a headwind up the main straight, and that will mean that if you're coming out that last corner in first place, does not necessarily mean you're going to cross the line in first place.
Here they come then up towards the right-hander at Williams and into the Bentley Straights, named after Frank Williams, of course, the founder of the Williams Grand Prix team. There is the 61 of Callum McIntyre. Already seen in our comments on the YouTube live stream. We've got a few supporters of Callum McIntyre as he tries to gun for the title in his first season of motor racing. Emery in the number 43 goes for the outside on Paul Goldstein. I don't think he's going to get round the outside at Brundle, or is he? Slingshots ahead. He's got him. Great stuff on the brakes by Jonathan Emery. Takes the lead of the race, and Goldstein very sideways, got a wheel onto the curb there, but he holds it all together in that second place as they go towards the bomb hole through the compression, then up towards the longer right-hander at Coram. Great move for the lead there by Jonathan Emery, third to first in the space of a lap.
Yep, you can get that momentum down the back straight and hang it all the way around the outside of the Brundle Nelson complex, and yeah, he's showing how that is done. We will see that more times this weekend, I'm sure, but nevertheless, he got a brave one. The track looks green to me out there. It's really slidey. These cars are slipping aside, and we saw Goldstein lose the rear of his car just as he was heading out through that complex, and I think that's because of the heavy rain overnight. It has just washed away any of the grip that we've generated over the last couple of days of testing. Goldstein, though, going to the outside, see whether he can go around the outside of Emery into turn 1. Riches, he can make it this time again. It is possible, but he's now having to protect himself from Thompson in 3rd place, and in 4th place is Heighton. McIntyre's dropped a little gap there away. He's going to be looking to see whether he can recover some of that time back, but it is Emery that leads into the Wilson chicane, hairpin this time through.
Barry Thompson was up on the outside there of Goldstein, trying to get the correct line for the left-hander at Palmer's. Side by side, there's Franco Hoffman, who went off there a lap ago. Somebody else has gone off just ahead of him there. Couldn't quite make out the number on that blue car that was just ahead. It may have been the number 13 of Jack English that ran wide there. Unlucky 13 in that case, as Emery leads the way from Goldstein. Here comes Barry Thompson going for the inside. Angel Agostini, he squeezes up the inside. That was tight. He's got the move done. Superb. And now going for it is Heighton as well. And Megan Bruce is in there as well. She's going well.
Yeah, absolutely. Megan Bruce has made some really good progress this season and was been fighting for these lead group, and she'll just see whether she can hold on round the outside of Hamilton. There's a brave move there just behind, off the edge of our screen. It looks like she's got that done, although she may have had to use some of the curb. But track limits we'll hear about this weekend as well. Lots of cameras and automatic triggers of track limit sensors. Drivers are allowed to use any of that grey bit of the tarmac. They can also use the red and white curbing, but they can't use anything. You see that greenery beyond the edge of the curb. If they put a wheel onto there, that is a track limit. They've got a few of those before they start getting penalties. A little bit
Somebody's off.
Wetness in the background, isn't there? Is that Jack English again in that turquoise bluey car? Maybe not. Anyway, rotating down the back straight, he looks like he's safely away from the barriers as the lead group then head through Ronald and Nelson again.
Well, we'll confirm who that was when they go over the timing line. It was a blue car with an orange roll cage, I can tell you that. We couldn't quite see the number at the distance as Callum McIntyre moves to the inside on Nick Heighton, trying to make the move into the bomb hole. You can see how the circuit drops away into that compression there. The bomb hole, so named by motorcycle racers a few years ago, as Heighton fights back on the inside. Looks like McIntyre has got the move done for 4th place.
Yeah, great move there. He was had to work for it though, didn't he? You see the cars sort of jinking around a little bit as they just try to avoid each other and as they head on through, but it does mean a little bit of work to do to catch up now with Thompson just in front as they head up and over the start-finish straight. Let's keep an eye out for who's going to cross the line first and whether they can get that slipstream. Still not quite over there. 2:18 is a good time for the Academy car around here, so they are starting to get within those realms of good lap times, but Goldstein has dropped back slightly there, hasn't he, to 3rd place, so he had a difficult end to that lap, and it is currently Emery and Thompson who are 1st and 2nd.
It's Emery from Thompson, Goldstone, Bruce, Heighton, then McIntyre down to 6th, Henry Morris in 7th, then the Hanips, and Hoffman's gained a couple of places back up into the top 10. It was Jack English who had that spin coming out of Williams last time through. He's dropped down the timing screen to 22nd place. There's a green flag waving in the background there as well at Palmer, so there might be an incident up at the hairpin.
Yeah, I saw a car on the inside of that hairpin, so he'd clearly been able to, we could see a recovery vehicle going to see whether they could go and fetch them, so someone else would be dropping down the order, so we'd like to see 2 people dropping down the order that time through.
The car that didn't come through, it might well be the number 14 car, which is Shahid Siddiqui. He didn't come through on the last lap, so I think he stopped up at the hairpin. As here come the leaders into Hamilton. It's Emery clear of Barry Thompson in that 2nd place. Another Caterham racing family. We'll see Lewis out in the next race, the Caterham 7 UK Championship. He's the current championship leader there. It's Barry trying to challenge for the lead here as they come up towards the right-hander at Williams. 3rd place is still Goldstein. Megan Bruce in the red and white Marlborough look-alike red and white livery going with them, and a gap back to Heighton and somebody else running wide there. I think that was Nick Heighton who went wide. Very easy to do there, get a wheel onto the dirt or into the puddles.
I think they're just clipping onto that curb, it's sort of drifting them wide, and as soon as they get onto the AstroTurf there is no grip there, and I think that's what caused the spin last time through. Still see Emery leading Thompson as they go through, and Goldstein sort of settled into that 3rd place right now with Bruce just behind, and then we've got Heighton and McIntyre, so McIntyre's still not able to make it higher than that. In fact, he's dropped 1 place, hasn't he, down into 6th place from his 5th place starting, and that's not how he wants to start this race weekend, so he's going to have to work out in the last these next 11 minutes how can he sort that out and move forward.
Move through towards Coram. We're coming up towards half distance already. Not too many laps in a race here on the Snetterton 300 circuit because it is such a long circuit at 3 miles. The quickest lap so far by Jonathan Emery, 2:18.534. There's Henry Morris, number 5, moving up onto the tail of McIntyre. He's had a slightly subdued run by his usual standards so far. Over the line go the leaders. The lead gap is now 0.171 of a second, and Barry Thompson going around the outside as they go into Riches. Superb by Barry Thompson. You don't very often see moves around the outside into turn 1 here on the Snetterton circuit, but Jonathan Emery ready to fight back. They come into Wilson's hairpin. Goldstein is closing up as well. Look at the speed through there, even from these little cars, and these are some of the slightly slower Caterhams, with no disrespect meant to them, that we're going to see this weekend, and they're still putting up a great pace around Snetterton as Barry Thompson retakes the lead.
So very capable cars these, even at this lower level of our Caterham Motorsport ladder, but they still have 125 horsepower. They weigh half a tonne, so they've still got incredible amounts of power under their right foot as Emery's looking back down to the inside. Great move if he can get that stopped. He didn't lock up, it's all hauled up, and as the rest of the field flow on through, great move for the lead there. Looks like Emery has got that back in front of Thompson again, who's there. So let's say capable cars. We're running on Avon Academy tyres, dedicated tyres for this championship. They also don't have a rear anti-roll bar, so you will see these Academy cars leaning quite a lot through the corners. One of the ways you can be a Caterham geek and understand or see what car it is from a distance is the fact that they've got windscreens and lights, and therefore they're definitely the Academy or Roadsport, and then the leaning angle of these cars sort of indicates that they are the Academy. So one of the things they do is upgrade their cars at the end of the year. But as we watch this battle then coming down, it is Thompson back in front of Emery, but now doing down the Bentley Straights. We've got lots of overtaking and slipstreaming opportunities, and it looks like Bruce might be up to 3rd place as they head down here.
Here they come then down the Bentley Straight, and the indicator going on Barry Thompson's car to the left there. I think that's intentional. They're absolutely side by side as they come into Nelson, and Emery retakes the lead on the inside. Side by side almost for third place. Megan Bruce on the outside, she's got third place away from Paul Goldstein as they head up towards Coram. Goldstein in that fourth position. They head up towards the end of lap number 5 it will be this time. There's the battle between McIntyre and Morris a little bit further back. Then the pairing behind them are the Hanips, and Hoffman rounds out the top 10.
Yeah, McIntyre's lost, the left rear arches were flapping away, so a little bit of contact maybe. It's hanging on in there at the moment, but is flapping away. Emery has a win this year, Thompson has a win this year, Goldstein does not, nor does Bruce, so those two will be looking to see whether they can get on that winner's board. Goldstein has got a second place to his name this far, as they jinking and jiving and all over the place as they come into riches. This is still Megan Bruce in third place, Goldstein fourth, and out front it is still Thompson versus Emery, and it's Thompson on the outside, so Emery's going to make that move stick down the inside. And yeah,
looks like we've got a safety car coming out. The yellow flag has appeared, I can see out of the commentary box window, and the safety car board has appeared. Yes, I'm not too sure of the reason why at the moment, but we'll confirm that. We know that Shahid Siddiqui is stranded out on circuit, but he's been stranded there for a couple of laps, so I don't think that's the reason.
No, normally, especially on the inside there, it's not a particularly... Oh, there we've got there's the incident there,
so
we've got a couple of cars spun. That is that...
that's the Bentley Straight.
Yeah, looks like they've come together. Maybe again, you can see that puddle out on the exit of that curb, and we've seen a couple of people collect that, and maybe that's what's happened. So I can see the drivers there moving around, but they are stuck on circuit. That's the reason for the safety car then, so we'll just check, and the marshals will get to those drivers and check they're all okay. And just a couple of the drivers didn't spot the safety car boards, and there's a close moment going out of the hairpin, but nevertheless they are all under safety car conditions. The safety car will pick them up next time through.
That is the number 73 of Brian Joyce is one of the cars there. The other is the number 23, which is Sheraz Ramzan, that have tangled coming out of Williams and have gone into the barriers. So we hope that the drivers are okay. We hope that the marshals can get these cars cleared up as quickly as possible, and that we will be able to go back to green flag racing. A chance to say a big thank you to all our volunteer marshals. We could not go racing without them and our other officials here this weekend, out there in all weathers, the Orange family as we call them, and I'll have that cleared up in double quick time, I'm sure. The safety car is out on circuits, and it's waving a couple of cars through there so it can pick up the race leader.
It looked like that was the race leaders in front, so I'm not sure. Maybe it wasn't, so we'll keep an eye on that. But as they come, we can see the recovery vehicle just going towards that car. 6 minutes is not necessarily a long time to tidy up round here, especially with the length of the lap. They'll be looking to see whether they can get that back under control and under green flag conditions, but obviously the safety of the circuit and all the marshals, as you say, is sort of paramount. Again, I would like to add, on behalf of all the drivers here this weekend, our thanks to all the Orange Army who allow us to go racing. I've been racing for about 10 years and always grateful to their efforts. We can't do what we love to do without them, so we always love to say thank you, and we hope that we put on a good show for them over the course of this race weekend to pay them back for all their efforts. As we see, it's Emery in front of this train, isn't it, with Thompson there, so they still, I think, waiting to pick up that safety car at the end of this lap.
So we've got just over 5 minutes of the race to go then. North Emery in the purple car leads them up over the line. He's not been picked up by the safety car as yet. Barry Thompson second. Megan Bruce going great guns up there in third position. Then it's Goldstein fourth, Heighton fifth. McIntyre, the championship leader, in sixth place. So we'll pick up after race 2 what the championship situation is. It's going to be very close, I think, with looking at the point situation coming into this weekend. Callum McIntyre led by just a point ahead of Jonathan Emery, and Barry Thompson was a further 3 points back in third, with Heighton and Goldstein 12 points further back. So that's how the points stood coming into this weekend.
Yeah, this group, they've been sharing out the wins, haven't they? Callum's taken a couple, but Jonathan Emery, like I said, has had a win, and as has Barry Thompson. Nick Heighton has also. So yeah, they're all they're all sharing those wins out, which is why it's so close coming in here. McIntyre's been the most consistent, which is why potentially if he wins both these races and gets fastest lap, he can become champion-elect this race weekend, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. So this championship looks like it's going to go down to the final round at Donington in a few weekends' time. But yeah, so it's great to see this, and Caterham Racing always generates close action. All the cars are absolutely identical, and they are, we have regulations and scrutineering which ensures that each of these cars is identical. There is no benefit or improvement you can make into your car, and so therefore the racing is close. It's all down to the driver, and in this Academy Championship it's great to see them and how they develop through the race season. If you compare this race to their first one way back when, it's awesome to see their development.
Yes, it's the first weekend in September that the Caterham Championships go to Donington Park for their finale. Do the Academy still have their autumn trophy, which is everyone in together?
Yeah, in fact, I'm just saying we've seen a red flag being
Yes, red
shown.
flag has come out.
Yes, so that will be, I think, the conclusion. With only 3 minutes of this race left, I doubt they're going to be restarting. We're on a tight schedule today, so I think that will be called. And from the point the red flag has been deployed, they will go back to the first, the last lap that was fully completed by the whole field. But because they've been under safety car for a couple of laps, that will be the order that we see on screen. So McIntyre is certainly not going to be able to be champion-elect because he is down in that 6th place currently.
So provisionally, Jonathan Emery will pick up his second win of the season, the first driver to do so in the Adrian Flux Caterham Academy Green Group this year. He won at Croft earlier in the season. Barry Thompson provisionally second, and Megan Bruce on the podium in third. But we'll wait for confirmation of that when we get it from the timekeeper's TSL timing through the day as the recovery vehicle comes into attendance. You can see a couple of damaged cars there. Brian Joyce, number 73, is one of them, and the 23 car, Sheraz Ramzan, is the other. It looks like both drivers are okay. They're out of the cars there on the right of your picture.
Chatting away, yeah, describing it, just what's gone, well, how did that happen? There we comparing stories for sure. Great to see Megan Bruce, if it is confirmed that she's in that 3rd place. Best result so far this season has been 8th. She's shown a great deal of pace, as I said, and has been improving throughout the whole season. But yeah, to sort of solidify that and be solidly running in that 3rd place for the quite a few laps, that was great showing, and that'll give her confidence going into tomorrow, but also into Donington, I think.
Of course, the day after Donington, Caterham have an open track day as well for all models of Caterham.
Yeah, indeed, and there's still space on that track day. Last few spaces available. So yeah, if you've got a Caterham 7, then go for it. Yeah.
Right, we've got the provisional results then. The results taken from the end of lap 5. Jonathan Emery takes the win ahead of Barry Thompson. Megan Bruce, her first ever podium in 3rd place. Congratulations to her. Paul Goldstein in 4th ahead of Nick Hyton. He got the fastest lap, 2:17.96. 6th was Callum McIntyre, the erstwhile championship leader, ahead of Henry Morris, the Hanips, and Franco Hoffman. Orlando Morris in 11th, and Django Jones, Tim Payne, and Anthony Nichols. Finishing behind them was Neil Bell in 15th place, Andrew Miles 16th, 17th place in number 17 was Andrew Porter. Then Jack English recovered from a spin to take 18th. 19th place went to Ollie Brown. Completing the top 20 was Ruben Hunter. The other finishers, Anne Hall and Kevin Pinto. So that concludes our first race of the weekend then here at Snetterton. A very busy one it is. We're back on air, incidentally. It's just before 9 a.m. tomorrow. Our first Superkart race kicks off at 9 for tomorrow for the British Superkart Racing Club. A busy weekend for them. Their first race of the weekend comes up later on this afternoon. We've got 22 races in total here this weekend on BARC TV at Snetterton. The Caterhams are heading back into Parc Ferme, and I'm sure Sam will be down there to have a chat to some of them very shortly. Our next race is coming up after the lunch break, which comes up at around 2:05 this afternoon. So we're going to take a break of about 45 minutes before the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK. The fastest Caterhams of all will be out there. First race after lunch, followed by the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship, and then our other Academy group, which is the Whites Group. Then it's the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship, and then the British Superkart Racing Club, the latest round of their Super Series. I think we can shortly hand down to Sam in Parc Ferme to hear from some of our drivers in Race 1.
So we've got confirmation of the top 3. They've just arrived at their positions. They were a bit unsure when they first came in, so when they were told, they were very, very happy. So we'll go in for a quick interview, but obviously not the race they would have wanted with the safety car, but to hope those 2 drivers are okay. But yeah, we'll move into Jono, he'll be very, very pleased with this. Jono, congratulations!
You all right?
I'm good, thank you. And yeah, how are you after that?
Loving it. Again, cut short, but I love the battle. So much fun. Had the pace. I didn't have any pace in qualifying or testing, so that was a little bit of a surprise because Barry was absolutely rocket ship all weekend. So love it, and well pleased for Megan. She's got third, so she's a crowd favourite, that one. So well chuffed for her.
So you just extended your championship lead. Well, probably got to the lead possibly because Callum finished a bit further down.
Yeah. Pleased with that. I don't know where Callum finished, but we've been having some great battles so far. So I'm just looking forward to it. Just need to build on that for tomorrow and see what happens.
That's it. The beauty of this weekend, you got 2 races, so we can't wait to watch you race again.
Yeah, do you know what? It's the first for us, so it gives us guys a taste of Roadsport next year, which is 2 races in a weekend. So
Excellent.
Looking forward to it. Prep the car, good night's sleep, and see what happens.
Excellent. Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much. Cheers,
right, I'm going to move round to Barry. Where's Barry gone?
Well, apologies for losing our Parc Ferme camera there. Just a quick technical hitch as we see the number 73 car, Brian Joyce from Kent, being stretchered away by the flatbed lorry there. Quite a lot of damage, but they're pretty tough, these cars.
Yeah, they're built strong. They've that underlying chassis is dead strong. And we do see accidents every now and again, as you do in racing, and thankfully, everyone in good form. And just go back over that 4th of September. We have that track day, Caterham Cars exclusive track day, happens after the Donington race weekend. So why not come and watch us all weekend over the beginning of September, on the 2nd and 3rd of September, and then take your Caterham out on track on the 4th. And if you don't have a Caterham, well, you can also go on their drift day. So there's places left on that drift experience day that they're running here at Donington as well. So be good to see you there if on the banks, but if not, why not get your car out on track with us?
Are there passenger rides available, Chris?
There are indeed some passenger rides going. Yours truly will be giving some passenger rides throughout the day. So again, another exciting part of the day in the Caterham Cup car. It's going to be awesome to do that for everybody.
Sign me up.
Absolutely, you're more than welcome, as is everybody else. We can see the Academy in their Parc Ferme all sort of getting themselves sorted. But yeah, first action done of the day, but plenty more Caterham action to throw your way all throughout the course of this weekend.
Are we going back down to Parc Ferme, Elliot?
As we, so we've spoken already. This is the Academy that we've seen already. We will see another Academy race a little bit later on today. But at all 5 steps on the motorsport ladder here from Caterham. So starting with the Academy, as we've just seen, we're going to go to the 7 Championship UK races next. And they are the fastest cars that we've got here, and they're something like 20 seconds a lap fast around here, so you can see the development of that Caterham ladder, and it's exciting. So we can't wait to bring you that, but we have got the lunch break for about 40 minutes now before we come back and bring you more Caterham action.
Okay, we'll see you after the lunch break then. Gives our marshals and also our camera teams a quick chance to get a break, a snack and a drink. So we'll see you in about 45 minutes here on BARC TV here at Snetterton.
anyway, and he's going to stand on the highest step of the podium. Goes down to his fellow competitors, heads up onto the top step of the podium with his Avon hat on as well. And then we all up towards John. You hold the trophies aloft for the official photograph. Poor old Megan is about half the size of John O'Reilly. He's just on that top step of the podium. Big smiles all around. The champagne, and that concludes the podium presentation for round 6 of 2023. Adrian Brooks Insurance, Caterham Academy Green Group. It also, poor old Megan is an absolute soaking. Bless her. They all go on it. Her podium, and she's a very soft girl at the moment. That concludes the podium presentation for round round 6 of the Adrian Brooks Insurance Caterham Academy Green Group. It also needs lunch break. Around about 2:05 this afternoon.
And welcome to a behind-the-scenes edition of BARC TV here. Today, we are speaking to Vicky McClinton, Senior Clerk of the Course here at Snetterton. And we're going to find out, we want to speak to people, Vicky, that you don't... So what do you do day to day?
Day to day. So prior to the meeting, you would set up and talk to BARC. Marshals out there. Just bring it all together, talk to the team, because I'm only one small part of the team at a race meeting. There's other clerks out there, there's the phone, radio operators, there's lots of people out there that make the whole meeting work.
And we understand, as we've been waiting, like you're one of the parts of your job is to speak to the drivers who might be a little upset or be a little bit naughty. Is that an interesting part of your job?
Interesting, yes. It can go two ways. You've got drivers that just want to sit down and talk to you because they want to understand why you've made a decision or what's going on. And then you've got the drivers that aren't too happy. And it goes to another level sometimes. So you've got to try and balance it out.
So what are they discussing and what are you deciding?
And out there, you're trying to look at the incident just to see if anybody was at fault, because obviously we are in a non-contact and there are contacts that happen. So we're just trying to work out if the contact happened maybe because something happened out on track, somebody took it wide, come back on and some contact happens, or if there's deliberate contact.
And during the races, are you watching and anticipating the discussions that might be had afterwards, or are you just sort of like sitting back and relaxing?
My races, I'm in race control, so I'm watching my races. If any things are reported, you're ready to look at them after. But no, I make no decisions until I've actually done the interviews.
And how does somebody become a clerk of the course, senior clerk of the course?
A lot of hard work. So there's a training process to go through to become a clerk of the course. And then there's lots of things you have to do before you get to the level of become senior.
Okay. And why? What brought you to it?
What brought me? Family.
Oh, okay.
So when I was 13, I attended my first race meeting, come as a radio operator, and it's gone from there. I've done phone operator, done my training, and got to this level.
And do you stick to Snetterton or do you move around?
No, I'm everywhere. For 10 years, I've been the permanent clerk for Junior Saloon Car Championship.
Oh, I love that car.
Yep. So very proud of that, very passionate about that. Now I work in motorsport with Junior Saloon Cars.
Okay.
So this year I've taken on Caterham's as a permanent. Changes year on.
Involved in either being aspiring to clerk of the course or marshalling. What do they need to do?
Get in touch with somebody at BARC or any of the other clubs out there. But if you're interested in giving it a go, just give it a go, because if you give it a go and you don't like it, it's not held against you. You can try something else.
Now, we know you've got a very, very busy day. What have you got coming up this afternoon? What's going to be the most important thing you do this afternoon?
Most important. Make sure my team's okay, look after my team, and then I'm sure we'll be talking to some drivers as the afternoon goes on.
I couldn't help but notice there's a danger sign on your door, and in the cafeteria bit there's a sign that says... emotional.
It can be. It can be emotional both way. We're all who... It's a bit heated, it can affect you, but also it's happy emotions. Like we've just seen a Caterham presentation out there with a young lady that's first time she's made it on there. Amazing. And to hear that whole paddock like that congratulate, that's the happy emotion side.
I can tell you absolutely love this job, don't you?
I do, yes I do.
Vicky, I know you're busy, thank you so much. Get back to work, all right.
Thank you very much.
There we go. Let's see who else we can find around the paddock and Park Fermé before we go racing again. For the time being, back to Dave. Thank you, Vicky. Thank you so much.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gents. Welcome back to BARC TV at Snetterton, the home of motorsport in the east of England. It is the Caterham race weekend here at Snetterton on the 300 circuit, and our second race of the day making its way on to the grid. Dave Goddard and Chris Hutchinson here taking you through the action at trackside. And next up on track it is the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 Championship UK. These are the fastest Caterhams that we will see here at Snetterton this weekend. Chris will give us a bit more background info in a few moments' time. This is their first race of this weekend, the first of 3 this weekend for the fastest Caterham racers of all. The grid was set by qualifying earlier on. The top 6 was set by a super pole, a one-shot showdown session not long before racing got underway a little earlier this afternoon. And in pole position for this 20-minute race is the championship leader, number 79, Lewis Thompson, who's only been beaten a couple of times in 2023. He starts alongside number 1, the reigning champion Aaron Head. Only a partial programme for him this year, but he's still very potent indeed, and there will be a threat for race victories here. Second row of the grid will be the man who's second in the championship, 43 Stephen Lyle, alongside 44 of Tim Dickens. Row 3, 93 Mike Evans, alongside number 14 of Ben Simmons, who was the last man into the Super Pole 6 earlier on. Had his Super Pole lap deleted, unfortunately, for exceeding track limits. Fourth row, 77 Gordon Sawyer alongside 61 Angus McLean, and completing the top 10. Paul Donkin, number 24, starts alongside 8 Chris Fraser. Row 6 is 99 Tom Eden alongside the 11 of Carl Jones, not to be confused with the ex-BTCC racer of the same name. Behind them on row 7, 5 Finlay Cooper and 4 of Ollie Smith. Row 8 is 64 Dale Head, brother of Aaron, and 66 Jake Swan, and 22 Gary Curtis rounds out the grid. So just one lap in Super Pole was under the 2-minute mark. It was the last to go in that one-shot Super Pole session. Lewis Thompson, who's won twice at Alton Park this year. He had a hat-trick at Croft. He had 3 wins at Zandvoort. One of them, the postponed race after the meeting, had to be halted at Alton Park. That was over in the Netherlands. Had a win at Portimao in Portugal when these cars supported the British GT Championship as well. The only other winners this year have been 2 wins for Aaron Head at Portimao and 1 win for Stephen Lyle at Zandvoort as well. So they're the 3 to watch from the sharp end of the grid there. They'll set off very shortly for their green flag lap. And Chris Hutchinson, it's fair to say that these cars are considerably quicker than we saw in the first race for the Academy.
Yep, so 2-minute lap time round here at Snetterton. And yeah, that's 18 seconds faster than the Academy, which we were previously looking at in our first race of today. This is the top flight of the Caterham Motorsport ladder in the UK. This is the British Caterham Championship. So they are vying for the title of British Caterham Champion at the end of this season. So quite a prestigious title there. This is a absolutely dedicated race machinery. It's got the 2-litre Ford Duratec engine in this one, and yeah, plenty of horsepower. So plenty more horsepower. They also run on the Avon dedicated slick tyre in this championship, which gives them increased performance. We've got Bilstein suspension all round, limited slip dip and slip diff, and a 6-speed sequential gearbox. So you just pull back and push forward for changing gears, and it's a seamless shift, which is absolutely incredible. So you'll hear the engine note is different, and you'll see this is the top flight. So this is the 5th step of our ladder, and lots of these drivers are past Caterham champions. They're trying to get their cars lined up correctly. They've actually put it as an alternate grid rather than a 2x2 grid, so the marshals are just getting them into their correct 2x2 formation, which they should be running. And yeah, you can see Thompson there on the left hand side, absolutely the most winningest driver of this year, if I can verb that one, but he's on that green car on the left hand side. Aaron Head, like you said earlier, not doing the full championship this year, but he is our reigning champion, British Caterham champion, and he will be they're firmly involved in this championship. A couple of people new in, so Simmons, who we saw in that Super Pole, brand new into the championship this weekend. Tim Dickens making a return, and he's in that 4th place. So a couple of drivers who've been away for a little while and come in here and perform very well, as has Chris Fraser, who we've been seeing all the rest of the season in the 310R championship. Well, his Dutch Barn Vodka 420R is all ready, and he's inserted himself into 10th place on our grid. So great for him to see see him go up there. Another change just for people who've been following along. Tom Eden's no longer in his yellow car. He's in a brand new blue car out there on the track as well. But yeah, these drivers, plenty of championships to their name. Thompson on the left there, 2021, I think, 310R champion. Aaron Head, multiple Caterham champion, even at this top flight. Stephen Lyle's come in as we see them all pulling away. Tim Dickens was our track sport champion for a while back, so yeah, he's also all this sort of championship with us. Gordon Sawyer's a champion as well. So, like I say, the breadth and competence of these drivers takes that step up as we head through.
So the car's heading around on their green flag lap then ahead of this 20-minute race, a chance for us to have a look at a lap of the Snetterton 300 circuit, one of the longest laps in British motorsports. They go through the right-hander at Riches first of all. There's number 64, that's Dale Head, the second of the Head brothers. Aaron up at the sharp end on the front row. It's up towards the Wilson's hairpin, sadly the most famous landmark of Snetterton, the scary tree, no longer there above the hairpin. That sadly came down a few years ago. Then it's up to the left-hander at Palmer's, named after Dr. Jonathan Palmer, the owner of Motorsport Vision, who operates this circuit, former Formula 1 driver a few years ago, of course. Then it's up to Agostini, named after the motorcycle legend Giacomo Agostini. This is a long looping left-hander. Look out for manoeuvres on the braking on the inside. We saw a few changes of lead in the Caterham Academy race before the lunch break. There's the red car there, that is Paul Donkey, and had a couple of wins recently in the CaterhamRacer.com sim racing series online as well. Christian Saruta is currently the points leader in there. 22 at the back of the field is Gary Curtis, the Monaco resident. I wonder if he's ever done a few quick laps of the Grand Prix circuit while he's over there. Then it's up through the left flick of Hamilton, the right-hander at Oggies, and then through to Williams, the right-hander. And then they head into this long back straight, the Bentley Straight, used to be known as the Revett Straights, until the circuit was rebuilt and remodelled under Motorsport Vision. Down the straight, under the bridge, and then into the left at Brundle. Of course, the Brundle family, most notably Martin, are residents of Norfolk. They originally from near King's Lynn. And then into the right-hander at Nelson. Norfolk, of course, is Lord Nelson's county. There is the right-hander at Nelson. Be careful not to get up on the curb on the inside there, can flick you up onto two wheels. Then down into the bomb hole. Now the circuit drops away into a compression. And then the long right-hander at Corham before the left of Murray's and the end of them.
Yeah, plenty of technical corners around here. The Snetterton, it's a long track. There's lots of long straights, so toe is still really important in a Caterham. But there's also, really technical parts of this circuit, including Corham, which are going around there. It's an endless right-hander, and in these with these slick-shod cars going over 100 miles an hour. In fact, I think it's 107 miles an hour they're going through the middle of that corner. It's an awful lot of pressure on the tyres. The drivers, they're all going to be hanging on for all they can as they head into this final corner, which is going to be crucial today. They have got a headwind as they head up this final straight, so the chances are you can make that pass as you head up to the line for the final time. So the driver coming out in first place may not necessarily be the person who crosses that line first. Toe's a little bit less than the 420Rs, but it's still an important part of Caterham racing.
Onto position on the grid then. Lewis Thompson in pole position, the British Racing green car with the yellow graphics. Alongside him is Aaron Head, the black car with the Dayglow red roll cage. In Dayglow red, white and black is Stephen Lyle. Alongside him in the grey car is Tim Dickens. Ben Simmons, great to see him up there on his debut, making it into the Super Pole session. His first race in this category, the white car on row 3, alongside Mike Evans in the black and red. Gordon Sawyer in his familiar yellow and black car has come through the Caterham ladder over the years. So who's going to be our first winner of the weekend in the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 UK Championship then? The revs are up and away we go. Aaron Head gets away well from the outside of the front row. Somebody charging up the outside from further back in the field. We'll see who that is in a moment. It's Gordon Sawyer moving towards the inside in the yellow car, but it's going to be Aaron Head who leads into Riches for the first time. Around the outside of Lewis Thompson, Stephen Lyle into third position. Ben Simmons committed around the outside in the white car as well, almost side by side as they head into the Wilson's hairpin. Stephen Lyle having a look up the inside for second place on Lewis Thompson, but it is Aaron Head who has got the lead. Had a couple of wins in Portugal just a few weeks ago. We go down the straight towards Palmer. It is Head who leads from Thompson. Lyle in third position. Tim Dickens is in fourth place, and the number 93 of Mike Evans looks like he rounds out the top 5 as they head down towards Agostini, side by side still for the lead. Head hanging on. Stephen Lyle almost up there into second place around the outside of Thompson.
Yeah, Mike Evans making a big lock up there, so that's not going to be too good for his slick tyre in these early stages. They have to use the same tyre for the whole race weekend, so you don't want to flat spot that. But it is Aaron Head out front then. In fact, it's overhead of Lyle there, who's come up into second place. Thompson losing out a little bit in the early part, so you can see the attitude of these cars. The drivers all eager to make as best they can early on, and you can see them all sort of jinking and jiving. We saw that wet puddle out the back end here. Some of the drivers getting quite close to that. You can see the dust being kicked up. I think everyone's still on the circuit, but it's Lyle coming down towards us now. Aaron Head to the outside, and it's Thompson looking to see whether he can make it 3 wide. Lyle covering it off as they head into Brundle Nelson then for this time through. Aaron Head going round the outside and going to hold Thompson back into that 3rd place. So that time through, Lyle was able to protect from the lead of that race, so that's going to be interesting. That was with the tailwind as they went down there that time through.
Ben Simmons making up a place on the number 11 of Carl Jones. It was him who got the fast start coming down the outside off the grid. The black car with the green roll cage. And they head through Coram for the first time up towards the left-hander at Murray's. Used to be much tighter through here. It was almost a tight chicane when it was known as the Russell's corner until the circuit was remodeled. But they come up to complete the opening lap then. And it is Stephen Lyle who will have the lead across the line ahead of Head in second place. Thompson is down to 3rd from pole position there. 3 wide on the running. Thompson's there on the inside, absolutely together. Lewis Thompson goes through, makes up 2 places. And who's that coming through? Where did he come from? Tim Dickens has gone from 4th into 2nd, and I think Lyle's gone from 1st to 4th.
He nearly made it to the lead there as well. He absolutely they all tripped up each other going into Richards that time through, and he had that absolute head of steam, managed all the way from, I think it was 5th to 2nd. So great move there by Tim Dickens, back in this championship for the first time in a little while. He's out the outside of Palmer that time through, but does make it and maintains that 2nd place. Thompson, though, again, he's good at getting into the front, isn't he? And he's made it through back into the lead, having been in 3rd place. Lock up behind, lots of cars just about getting up. Mike Evans, remember we saw him locking up last time. I wonder whether now that's even worse. Every time you lock up your tyre, it's very liable to lock up in the same place going forward.
Gordon Sawyer getting past Paul Donkin in the red car with the white wheels there as well. He's raced everything over the years from Citroen C1s to Ariel Atoms. Paul Donkin, he's in there in the midfield at the moment as they head through towards Oggies and up towards Williams. Here they come. Lewis Thompson it is who leads the way. His dad couldn't quite make it a family success in the first race earlier on, so Lewis upholding family honour here. They're trying to break the toe. You can see them weaving across the Bentley straight. Now coming through on the inside, Tim Dickens is trying to take the lead away, the Londoner in the number 44, and he goes through. Aaron Head into 3rd place. Further back there's Ben Simmons holding off Carl Jones. They're having a good little scrap. That's for 5th position behind Stephen Lyle, the earlier leader who went from 1st to 4th in a single corner. Gordon Sawyer, there's Paul Donkey behind him, the new car of Tom Eden, number 99. They head out of the bomb hole up towards Coram. This is developing into a classic Caterham slipstreamer here on the Snetterton 300 circuit. Tim Dickens now has the lead in the number 44, just 2 laps down already. We've had 4 different leaders.
I don't think Carl Jones would mind me saying that after that great start, he's inserted himself in that 6th place as he went across the line last time through, and maintains it this time over the line as well. So yeah, great result for him, ahead of a lot of people that he might not expect himself to be ahead of as they're going 3 wide once more. Tim Dickens on the outside does manage to sweep around, maintains that position in the lead then. Head in 2nd, Thompson in 3rd. Lyle dropped down to that 4th place, but still very much involved in that battle. Simmons in his first ever outing is absolutely saying, I am ready for this battle. He's there nose to tail, and Carl Jones is still looking to see what he can do. Let's see if Mike Evans can get this stopped into Agostini this time without locking up.
Well, we mentioned that Carl Jones had got a flying start. It was a bit too good, unfortunately. He's got a 10-second penalty for a false start, so he must have moved off a bit too early there. Carl Jones charging down the outside off the grid. So he's going to pick up a penalty. 10 seconds, a big penalty in Caterham, especially as the field is currently covered by 7.8 seconds. So that's going to drop him down to last as things stand at the moment on corrected time. As some of the tail enders head through, there's the 64 car of Dale Head, I should say, holding off Ollie Smith in the number 4. Here come your leaders. Dickens from Aaron Head in 2nd place, Thompson 3rd, Lyle is in 4th place. There's that Dutch Barn Vodka sponsored car a little bit further back, a beautiful aquamarine livery. They head onto the back straight. There is Carl Jones in that 6th place, losing a bit of ground to Ben Simmons now. Then a gap back to Mike Evans, who seems to be having 1 or 2 braking issues. I've seen him lock up a couple of times. What's going to happen down the Bentley straight this time? Then Aaron Head moves to the inside. He's got Lewis Thompson in his wheel tracks. They're going to go 1st and 2nd. Tim Dickens goes down to 3rd. Into Nelson, onto the brakes, some of the slower parts of the circuit. 4th place Stephen Lyle, 6 of them still together for the lead. Another bomb hole there. You see the circuit drop away and then bounce back up again like a roller coaster. It's this long right-hander through Caterham towards the end of the lap. Lewis Thompson just tracking Aaron Head's every move here after they relegated Tim Dickens down to third.
Caterham into Murray's is such a complicated piece of track for the driver. They're trying to carry as much speed through the right-hander as they can, but then they've got to get that speed scrubbed off for the left-hander at Murray's. It's an important corner as well, as they just go absolutely nose to tail over the line. Then before they fan out as the toe kicks in, we have got 4 wide here. Tim Dickens on the outside, Lyle down the inside, and it's the inside that works for the early part of the corner. Tim Dickens had to bail out of that one and just let that experience happen with well over 10 minutes to go. There's no reason to push that one too fast, but Lyle there made the move down the inside and it sticks, so it is still going to be Head on the inside of the hairpin. That means he's going to be on the outside as they go through Palmer, so I think he's going to lose that place to Lyle, who's going to go around the outside of Palmer's. You don't see that too often, and there's Thompson still in the second place.
Incredible. This is more like motorcycle racing than Caterham racing. 4 wide into Riches saw Lyle go from 4 to first. Tim Dickens in the space of half a lap has gone from first to 5th. Into Agostini they go. Who's this going to get the inside? That's Thompson on Aaron Head. Ben Simmons is going well in there as well. He tries to get up alongside Tim Dickens. What's going to happen as they come through the left flick at Hamilton? A little tighter than it looks on our cameras through that left-hander. Then it's up towards the right-hander at Oggy. Stephen Lyle, looking for his second win of the season, still has the lead. Now the second group is towing up onto the back of the leaders as well. It could be at least a dozen of them together for the lead in about half a lap's time. Stephen Lyle, the number 43 it is who leads the way, comes from Berkshire, second in the points at the moment, but some 23 off Lewis Thompson, who's mired in this battle for second place at the moment. Side by side with Aaron Head, then Simmons side by side with Dickens. Gordon Sawyer in the yellow car is up into P6 as they come through towards Nelson. Once again, Stephen Lyle just doesn't want to run wide over the curves. He doesn't. There's Carl Jones running a bit wide in 7th position. He's heading the second group effectively at the moment, the 66 moving through. That's Jake Swan. He's got ahead of Paul Donkin. He's dropped back a little. And the number 8 of Chris Fraser, the Dutch Barn Vodka car, at the back of that group.
Yeah, Donkin, though, is ahead of his main championship. There's an amateur class within this main championship, and he's ahead of his main rival there, so he'll be happy with his position, even though he's dropped a few positions. As we see Gordon Sawyer then going to the outside of Simmons. Gordon Sawyer's made up quite a few places on that last time, 2 places, and he's now looking like he might well get Simmons as well. He does, in fact, drop into just in front as Thompson goes back to the lead. Head comes to the third. Tim Dickens got a head of speed again up to the rear end of Lyle's car as they head into the hairpin this time through. A little bit late on the brakes there, but everyone's managed to get it stopped up, and it is still Thompson then that comes out ahead of Head, with Lyle in that third place and Tim Dickens still completing that top 4.
Yes, they went either side of Stephen Lyle there into Riches that time. He got rather pincered by Thompson and Head. They're up into first and second places. Gordon Sawyer there, he is the yellow and black car running well. Paul Donkin's back up into 8th position now. It's going to be 3 wide into Agostini. Aaron Head up the inside is going to take the lead. Lyle's never going to go around the outside there. That's not going to work. Lewis Thompson's still there on the inside. Lyle keeps his foot in. It has worked. He's got second place. I've never seen that before. Around the outside is Agostini. Outside overtakes seem to be the theme of this first race of the weekend for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 UK Championship. Aaron Head, despite only competing in a part season, he's only 15th in the points coming into this round, is about to lose his lead because up the inside into William Stephen Lyle is driving the wheels off that Caterham as he takes up the lead now into the Bentley straight, but everybody else is starting to close up behind him. There's 7 of them for the lead now as they come down the Bentley straight under the bridge. What a fine sight this makes. Gordon Sawyer trying to move up on the inside. On the outside is Thompson. Head in the middle. They've all gone round the outside of Stephen Lyle. Very, very close indeed. Thompson takes the lead. They all just about get it stopped for Nelson. Now Aaron Head's going for the lead as well. Thompson from Head, Lyle, Dickens, Simmons, Sawyer and Jones is the order, but by the time I finish saying this sentence it'll probably have changed again.
Absolutely. They're a multi-wheel Caterham, aren't they? Absolutely nose to tail as they went down the Bentley straight that time through. Spreads out a little bit as they head through Caterham up into Murray's, but it'll all come back together as they come and hit the headwind heading up here towards the start-finish straight. I think this wind is really sort of starting to shift around. It's a bit gusty as well, so we are seeing people overtaking in places which we don't normally see them overtake as they come over the line that time though. Thompson does lead Head, Lyle, Dickens, Simmons. They're 3 seconds off of their pole position lap times, and that's because they're all battling each other every single corner and everyone's shoving their cars down the inside, and they all wanted to be on the same piece of tarmac as they went through Brundle and Nelson. Somehow made it work.
Oh, Jake Swan is charging through as well. He's onto the tail of this group in the number 66, qualified a little way down the order. There he is, the white car with the blue blue cage. Sorry, coming into the picture, the number 66. Aaron Head has got the lead back again from Lewis Thompson as they came into the first part of the lap, with Lyle still holding that third place. Aaron Head positioning himself to the inside there to defend from Lewis Thompson as they go into this long left-hander. Third place is still Lyle. And it's back up towards Hamilton once again. The first four, if anything, breaking away by a length or two. Tim Dickens there in fourth place ahead of the number 14 of Ben Simmons. It's Gordon Sawyer in sixth position. Jones seventh, but we know he's got that penalty which will drop him down the order at the end of the race. Then Swan, Donkin, and Chris Fraser rounds out the top 10, which is covered by just over 3 seconds.
And McLean's coming to join the party as well in his blue machinery there. That's the other competitor that's fighting with Donkin. And then we've got Chris Fraser just not too far off the back. So it is all starting to come back together. We've got one of those drivers. What is the grass in the background there? I said there was a puddle on the outside there. As soon as you get onto the AstroTurf, you get drawn wider. I'm not sure who that was, but it is Thompson that leads then this time through, ahead of Aaron, who looked like he was steady out front, but one emblazoned on his car, but he's having to settle for second as they head through the bomb hole this time through. And they're going to go Cora Thompson out wide on the grass on the slick tyres. He did well with that damp drive to just get that back under control. Great car control, quick reactions to get himself and only lose one position. That's pretty spectacular stuff.
That was a scary moment there for Lewis Thompson, coming through full speed into the bomb hole there. Very nearly lost the back end of the 79. He stayed second behind Aaron Head. Over the line they go almost as one. What's going to happen as they go into Riches, these three? This time, here comes Stephen Lyle. He's going to try and go down the inside of both of them. We've seen this before. Lewis Thompson turns in. And he's just about held it there around the outside. 7.5 minutes of this to go. I want this race to go on all day. This is incredible racing as they come up into the hairpin once again. Lewis Thompson, Stephen Lyle just about avoids the back of him there. Lunging up the inside. That was Tim Dickens. And they go on a tangle. Carl Jones and Chris Fraser have tangled up, and they're going to be out of the race.
Yeah, Chris Fraser, you can see the broken suspension immediately there as it just hooked onto that. Carl Jones looks like he's going to be able to rejoin, but he's got that 10-second penalty. But at the end of Chris Fraser, and they'll have to do some work to put that car back together again. They've got another 2 races tomorrow. You say you want this race to go on forever? Well, they've got another 2 opportunities tomorrow. So 20 minutes they do 3 times throughout the course of a race weekend. But meanwhile, out front, Thompson, be careful about drifting wide out of the Agostini there. There is a sensor which will pick up a little bit of a replay here. You can see him coming to your left of your screen, and it looked like it was just Fraser just outbraked himself and then just clipped the rear with his front tyre, and that broke the suspension immediately. So they'll have a bit of work to get that ball back together again. But Carl Jones looks like he will be joining that one. And so they might have to do a bit of recovery. It's on the outside of the track there, maybe not in a place that they'll be happy with, so they'll keep an eye on whether they have to throw a safety car for that. It is rather in the firing line at the moment, but we see them coming down then. Lyle then alongside Thompson, a little bit further back, Simmons having to defend from Tim Dickens. Gordon Sawyer joined that group but hasn't been able to sort of inject himself and move forward as he's done it. We saw Swan sort of coming up to the rear as well.
Safety car is being deployed. You called it correctly, Chris, because of Chris Fraser's car stranded at the hairpin. Chris walking away in disgust there. He just was too quick up the inside into the hairpin, hit the side of Carl Jones, and a very broken aquamarine machine there on the hairpin. Chris is okay, that's the main thing, but that's his race over, and quite a big repair job for the man making his debut in this category this weekend. Was up into P9 at the time of the incident. There's the safety car, the Hendy Ford Focus estate, waiting to pick up our leaders, which it will do, coming down the Senna straight. It was, of course, here at Snetterton that Ayrton Senna scored some of his first Formula Ford victories in UK motorsports. There is Fraser looking on from the hairpin. He was going so well up there on the fringes of the top 8 in that number 8 machine. His first run in a 420R in the Caterham 7 UK Championship, although could be worse. At least he didn't end up in the cornfield, as we've seen drivers in the past over at that part of the circuit.
No barrier to stop you going to that cornfield, and like you say, we've had people lost in there before now. But yes, it's a shame with 5 minutes left. It's they've got to figure out whether they can get this car to a position of safety where they're happy that then they can continue. So it's going to. We saw it earlier in the Academy race, and actually I think they sort of decided they couldn't put the cars into a position of safety to get this race underway. So we'll keep an eye out whether that will happen. And yeah, I'm sure the mechanics will be hard at work to get that car put back together again, get that front right suspension all hooked up. And we didn't see the start of the incident to see whether there was any sort of mitigating circumstances, but certainly when they came into the screen, it was Fraser's car that was sort of in the side of Carl Jones and sort of looked like it was locked up and like outbraked himself very slightly. not difficult to do. The braking in these slick-shod Avon tyres on this 7 Championship UK car, the braking is incredibly late and incredibly hard. There's short distances, so sometimes mistakes can happen. But like I say, we didn't see the beginning of it to be able to call it. But it's Lyle that crossed that line ahead of Thompson. So is that going to be benefited if they cross the line again and the whole field goes through? That will be the if a red flag is thrown, it will be that lap that we've just completed, and that we feel for Lyle would take that win. Head back in that 3rd place. So we've seen him leading quite a lot of this race, haven't we? But he's in that 3rd place, and Dickens in that 4th place. But today, a reintroduction of him to this 420 category, and doing very well with Simmons, an incredible debut up there in 5th. Gordon Sawyers, see the flatbed ready to pick up again. Once again, thank you to our marshals who, they will be working as quick as they can to try and get that car out of the way and see whether we can get this race. Maybe have a single lap dash to the line. That's what I'm sure Lyle won't be wishing for that, but certainly some of the drivers behind will be looking at. We've seen Dickens move from 4th to 2nd in a single move, didn't we? So maybe there'll be some of the drivers further back will be looking for that, but certainly Lyle will be hoping that this is the end result.
So the recovery in operation down there on the Wilson's hairpin. We're mentioning that cornfield. I remember a certain Mark Webber in his Formula 3 days ending up in there after his front wing broke going into Whitridge's once, and tractors were required to get his car out. He went in quite a long way up there. The only other place in the UK that can happen is going through Tower Bend at Croft. You can end up in a farmer's field on that occasion as well. But thankfully that did not happen in this case, as Chris Fraser's car about to be lifted. The man from North Yorkshire will be placed on the flatbed, and then work will be undertaken in the pits ahead of tomorrow's 2 races. Plenty of time for the crews to work on it. So Stephen Lyle is your leader, the number 43, ahead of Lewis Thompson, Aaron Head and Tim Dickens. Then we've got Ben Simmons in 4th position, Gordon Sawyer up to 6th and running well. Jake Swan's gained another place. The 66 car is up into 7th. And we've got Paul Donkin, Angus McLean and Ollie Smith rounding out the top 10 at the moment. Dale Head is 11th. Then we've got Finlay Cooper, the number 5, in 12th. Jones is down to 13th, having rejoined after that incident, but his penalty will most likely drop him down to the back of the field. Then it's 93 of Mike Evans. There's something amiss with that car, I would think, because we saw him locking up early on and he's dropped all the way down to P14.
It can be flat spots, they are slick tyres if you lock up, and we saw him substantially lock up the second time he came into Agostini, and it can be that your tyre gives you a big vibration, which then means it's hard. They're giving them either a last lap board, I think it is the last lap board, yes. So it looks like we are going to finish this race, unfortunately, behind the safety car. Not how the drivers would want to finish it, but that does look like that is going to be the case. And you called it that Jake Swan's coming through. He was uncharacteristically far back in qualifying, wasn't he? In 16th place, but he's proven his race prowess, and it's often we see him doing that, and he's moved his way all the way up to 7th place. I think he was even placed higher than that at one point during this race, but it is going to finish under safety car. Couple of safety cars today already, haven't we, to finish our races in similar fashion, but it is going to be Lyle that will take that win then. So great result for Lyle, especially in this championship. He's trying to defend it. We're trying to get that a few wins back from Lewis Thompson, who seems to, the early part of this week, the year, he seemed to win everything, didn't he?
Yes, indeed. Lewis Thompson, he scored a double at Alton Park. The 3rd race was postponed to Zandvoort, where Lewis Thompson also scored a hat-trick. He scored a hat-trick at Croft. 1 win at Portimao. He was beaten twice by Aaron Head. And 3 wins out of 4 for Lewis Thompson, in fact, at Zandvoort, because the postponed Alton Park race was run there. Stephen Lyle did take a win in the Netherlands, as we see the damaged car stretchered back to the paddock, but there's only 30 seconds left on the clock, so we are going to finish under the safety car. No red flag this time, fortunately, but the safety car will bring them across the line, and they will be greeted by the checkered flag this time. They're just round at Agostini at the moment, so just over half a lap for them to be brought around. We didn't get the 1 lap shootout that we were hoping for, sadly.
It was close, wasn't it? They nearly got everything out of the way, but just didn't happen before the safety car would have had to. They have to put the safety car lights out down the back of the Bentley Straight to give the drivers enough time and warning that the race is going to restart. No pit to car radio to communicate with these drivers, not allowed at club motorsport level, so there's no, you have to do it via signals, and that's one of them, the safety car down the back straight. Like I say, Lyle will take this as a win. Remember, they've got a couple of more races coming up tomorrow, so make sure you tune back in for that, and and the finishing order for this race will be the starting order for the next one. So Chris Fraser's going to have to do a bit of work, and Carl Jones from the back of the grid there, but Lyle will be starting on that pole position tomorrow, and exactly where he wants to start, isn't it, as they head into this latter part of the season for them. They've still got this event, the Donington event in September, and then Silverstone with their touring cars a little bit later in the year, that's on the 23rd, 24th September, so they've still got plenty of action and racing to go in this 7 Championship UK class.
It is certainly a measure of the stature of this championship that it is going to appear later this year on the British Touring Car Support Bill. Seen a number of guest series in there this year, seen the Legends cars and the likes of the Mini 7 Racing Club as well. See the more modern minis, the BMW minis out later on, the Mini Challenge Club Sports category. That's our last race of the day today. They've got a couple more races coming up tomorrow as well. So it's not just Caterhams we've got here at Silverstone this week on, British Supercar Racing Club as well, and the Snetterton Saloons, a bit of a run what you brung 45-minute race taking place tomorrow as well. But the clock has counted down to 0, so the checkered flag is ready by the start line marshals.
Yeah, I could see Snappy John, the series photographer, out there just ready to take a photo. Hopefully he will make sure he doesn't take a photo of the safety car out the front of them and give them at least the impression that they want it at full speed.
So the checkered flag waves then, and it is a win for Stephen Lyle. Officially, there he is across the line. Second place will go to Lewis Thompson, and Aaron Head will complete the podium. Tim Dickens, a lively race for him in fourth. Ben Simmons, an excellent debut in the 420R level of the championship, in fifth place ahead of Gordon Sawyer, Jake Swan, Paul Donkin, then Angus McLean, Ollie Smith completing the top 10. Dale Head is 11th, Finlay Cooper 12th. It's the 93 of Mike Evans in 13th, Tom Eden 14th, 15th goes to Gary Curtis, and Carl Jones' penalty does indeed drop him down into P16. There is the results confirmed then. Stephen Lyle takes his second win of the season, following up his victory in race 3 at Zandvoort. Still under a second clear of Lewis Thompson. Of course, the gap's pretty artificial with the safety car being out. Aaron Head completes the podium, adding to his 2 wins in Portugal earlier this year. Paul Donkin third in the championship, down in 8th place. Mike Evans only 13th, a few handling issues by the look of things for him. Gordon Sawyer is 5th in the championship, he took P6. 2 more races to go this weekend then for the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 UK Championship. Next up, we've got a couple of rungs down the ladder, the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship, intended as the first rung on the ladder out of the Academy. They had their qualifying session earlier on, and we'll see them on track fairly shortly then. But hopefully we can hand down to Sam in Parc Ferme in a moment to hear from some of our drivers in the Avon Tyres Caterham 7 UK Championship.
Well, that was an eventful race, wasn't it? I'm sure Stephen Lyle will be delighted that that finished on a safety car for him. But yes, we're just waiting for them to come in now. So we have got the positions finalised, even though it finished on a safety car. But I was just seeing Chris Fraser's car just coming back. But yes, that's, you know, a lot of locking up on the today's race. I noticed good battle with Paul Donkin and Gordon Sawyer. And yeah, I think Stephen Lyle would have been delighted with this win, because hopefully that closes the gap in the championship, because he's second at the moment, Lewis Thompson's first. So let's see what the points will be after today's race. But then there's still 2 more races for these guys tomorrow, so we'll be looking out for that. But yes, it's still boiling hot down here. It's lovely. The wind is still very strong, but it's, yeah, the cars are not coming in just yet, so they're just still behind the safety car. I think their safety car is bringing them in, I believe, so just running a bit slower to what they would normally be. But yeah, the wind is still quite strong, so it's going to make a big effect on the tow today. So I'm not sure where the cars are. We'll have to just yeah, the safety car's just taking a while to bring it in, so bear with us while we wait for these guys. I'm sure they'll want to get out of the car. Oh, I can see them now, just coming around the last few corners in the distance, so it won't be long. But if you look at our flags down the pit lane, you'll be able to see the wind blowing quite strong. You probably hear it as well. But Yeah, we've got some more exciting races this afternoon. We've got we have whilst I've just noticed Simon Lambert, I just want to see if he's got his Vertex watch.
I have got my Vertex.
Your Vertex watch, looking very smart.
The best thing about that is I can read it without my normal glasses on.
Even better. So our Roadsport sponsor, and it's a very smart watch.
It's a very smart watch. Yeah, it's really fantastic actually. I'm very proud to wear it. It's very nice of them to lend it to me for this season.
Excellent. Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much to our sponsors from Vertex, and all of our sponsors: Motul, Adrian Flux, and Avon Tyres. So the cars will be coming in very shortly. So here they come. Big round of applause. It seems very, very quiet compared to a normal end to a 420 race, because they normally come in a lot quicker and there's a lot more noise. But here we go, the top three. We've got Aaron Head back in the championship this year. He was out at Portimao as well, but he's just doing some guest drives this year. Aaron's already out of the car. Just wait for Stephen with his very nicely designed lid. So we'll just wait for him to get out the car and get ready. I think they'll all be needing a drink of water after that one. How safe there, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to win, but however they come, but no, I never want to win like that.
No.
I'm one of them, I love the battle. If we have a massive battle and I come third, I still get out with a smile, but yeah, I love the fight, but hey, we take them as they come.
Yeah, exactly, it's a podium, but it's a win. And the great battle, though, between you, the top three guys, I mean, it was great to watch.
Oh, honestly, they're a class act, they really are. Aaron and Lewis, they never really put a foot wrong. If there's any one of the three that's going to make a mistake, it's always me. I'm always the one trying not to ruin it for everyone, but no, they're brilliant. But we didn't have a lot of choice but to win. The team said before I went out, I've got to buy the whole team dinner if I didn't. So, and I'm skint. So, we had no choice.
No, exactly. Well, congratulations, Stephen. Lewis, let's come round and speak to Lewis. Congratulations on the second place. It might not be quite how you wanted the race to end, but still, good points.
Yeah, it's good points. It was definitely shaping up to be a pretty hot and fierce last lap, but things happen, don't they? I've had some good luck. Steve's not got his good luck, so should be all good now. But yeah, big thanks to the team and everyone, and my mum and dad and sponsors that have all come down today. Yeah, it means a lot. So thank you very much.
Well, we look forward to 2 more races from you tomorrow. Thank you, Lewis. And I'm going to move. Where's Aaron gone? He's over here talking to the Caterham guys. Aaron, please, may I have a word with you?
Yeah.
Hello, Aaron. Good to see you.
Yeah, you too.
You had a good race out at Portimao, and now here you are, back on the podium.
Yeah. Unfortunately, not in the spot we wanted, but Portimao was a great race. First one back after Alton at the beginning of the season. We managed to have some really good pace there. We carried it through. We struggled a little bit in testing. We got a really quick car. Unfortunately, we just couldn't get that top step of the podium stage just because of that safety car, but we were certainly sat there comfortably. So, but hopefully better tomorrow.
2 more chances tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. Fingers crossed we're up there then.
Congratulations. Well done, Aaron. Right, that's it from our top 3. We have got the Vertex Roadsport race coming up right now. They're already on their green flag lap, so I'll hand back to the commentary guys to run through the order.
Yes, thanks very much, Sam. It's the Vertex Watches Caterham Roadsport Championship. They're currently out on their green flag lap already, so we'll run you through the grid for our next 20-minute race. It is the championship leader, number 8, Ben Timmons, who is on pole position alongside the marvellously named Lionel Tolmash in car number 22 alongside him. Toby Ballard, number 72, and 33, Zach Lower on row 2. Third row, Harvey Lawrence in the 77 and number 70 of Simon Sabin. Nick Bryant and Rob Kennelly are on row 4. Then it's Solomon Rogers and Tom McEwing, one of many Academy graduates on this grid on the 5th row. 6th row of the grid, 99 Dan Hope and 21 Richard Harris. He's another of the Dutch Barn Vodka sponsored cars. Row 7, 88 Ryan Wilby and 87, which is Henry Littlejohn. 8th row, Guy Crossman and Craig Boyle. And we've got Alistair Davidson, the number 10. 68 is Darren Butler. Row 10 of the grid, 31 Andrew Bailey and 44 Robert Lowe. Then the 11th row is 15 Lyndon Arnold alongside 66 Oliver Kibblewhite. 12th row Gary Cross, number 23, and 40 is Rob Gregor. Penultimate row Graham Finlayson, 49, and number 18 Ian Bettis. Stephen Trinder, number 75, rounds out this big grid of what should be 27 Caterham Roadsports Championship cars on this grid. Well, it's been a fairly dominant season for Ben Timmons so far, as there is such thing as a dominant season in Caterhams. We know how close these cars can run. Ben Timmons had 2 wins at Zandvoort, 2 at Croft, 1 at Silverstone and 1 at Alton Park. Toby Ballard is currently some 40 points behind him in the points chart. He's yet to win this year. Third in the points, Lionel Tolmarsh. He took a win at Alton Park in the opening race of the year with in a photo finish with Ben Timmons, and had a win at Thruxton as well. The other Thruxton winner was Craig Boyle, number 93. That's the Hampshire venue, and Edward Cozzy was the other race winner this year. That was at Silverstone earlier this year. It's Ed Cozzy not out this weekend, I don't think.
No, not with us this weekend. But yeah, like I say, Timmons had a very dominant season in Caterham terms, and he can leave Snetterton this weekend as the champion-elect. It's not confirmed until after the final round of the season, but he only has to accumulate 43 points throughout the course of this weekend, and with 30 on offer for a win, and he's starting from pole position, you can see that he's within grasp of that. Ben Timmons had a fantastic season. Like you say, Lionel Tolmarsh, though, alongside him, actually putting you know, he's been a winning racer this year and been involved in that front battle all the way through. You can see the final cars in this large grid, the second step of our Caterham Motorsport ladder, and these are the last year's academy graduates all been combined into one big grid, and this is how the Caterham Motorsport ladder works. But let's see how the first of their 2 20-minute races for them this weekend, how it goes for the Vertex Caterham Roadsport grid.
Revs already beginning to rise. Ben Timmons, the purple and yellow car on the inside of the front row, alongside Lionel Tolmarsh in black and gold. They're underway down towards Rich's corner for the first time. Both the front row men get away well. Up there on the outside is Zach Lower in the yellow and black car. Trying to move for the inside is Toby Ballard in grey and orange, but it is Ben Timmons who takes up his almost customary position at the front of the field. Lionel Tolmarsh slots in behind him. Looks like they're all getting round. Rich is okay. Up towards the hairpin is Ben Timmons, looking for win number 7 in 2023, who leads. A bit of a lock-up there in the middle. That was a lot of lock-ups, in fact, further back. Let's hope everybody's got round the hairpin in one piece back there. We concentrate on the leaders because Lionel Tolmarsh is under fire from Toby Ballard for that second place. They start to sort themselves out. 4th and 5th running wide onto the grass. Zach Lower was one of them. As the battle starts to develop, Tom McEwing, the bright green car, is up there as well, and Craig Boyle in the sort of lime green number 93 on the inside there as well.
More locking up into Agostini. Did see some speedy dry out round the Wilson hairpin earlier. I wonder whether they've just been caught out by that from an earlier qualification session, but it's Timmons who's unaffected by any sort of cement dust or speedy dry out on track as he floats his car around Hamilton that time through. Zach Lowe, great qualifying performance, put himself in 4th. I think his best qualifying performance this year, just ahead of Harvey Lawrence, and I think they're still battling out there on track, but it's Timmons in that position ahead of Tolmarsh and then Ballard as well. So as the Roadsport field all flow through out here in the most important corner on the track, I'd say, out onto the back Bentley straight, and Boyle there just following on through as we see an absolute clump of cars, but it is headed by Timmons.
So here they come then. Who's going to come out of this with the lead? Timmons, I think, has gotten clear of Ballard and Tolmarsh. Everybody else is trying to be 4th a little bit further back. We'll try and work out who it is in 4th place in a moment. It's a bit tricky to tell these cars apart at a distance. The top 3 go through. When Zach Lower's in there in 5th place, the bright yellow car, he's easy to pick out at speed. Number 44 there is Rob Lowe from Hampshire in his black and green machine, the corporate colours of Caterham, but it's purple and yellow out in front in the shape of number 8, Ben Timmons, the man from Chelmsford in Essex, who leads the way, chased by Toby Ballard. There's Tolmarsh in 3rd. Those 3 starting to pull away slightly from the rest of the field as they come towards the timing line for the first time. Lower who comes through next, and it's the 28 of Nick Bryant rounding out the top 5 just behind him. So battle is joined there. Tom McEwing behind them, and Harvey Lawrence number 77 has been relegated down to P7. McEwing, the big winner on that first lap, he's gained 4 places.
He's Academy champion from last year, so got the absolute speed, but he wasn't with us last time out, unfortunately couldn't be with us, so he is out of the championship running given that he's had to drop too many scores. Harvey Lawrence out wide, just about gathering. I think that was actually Sol Rogers, sorry, I misidentified, I think that was Sol Rogers, absolutely hanging on to a tail slide of all tail slides, wasn't he? But yes, it's Tom McEwing back in the field, and he's an absolutely rapid car, but he didn't qualify so well, did he? He's all found his way back in 10th place, so he's got a lot of work to do, but he's starting to do that in his green car. There is Harvey Lawrence having to defend down the inside there. Is that Ramsey in the number 14 car? I think that was him fighting as they head up then towards Hamilton. A little bit wide again. Remember, there's a sensor out there doing track limits, and that will form a part of this race if they continue to use those extra bits of track which they're not supposed to.
Yes, that might well have been Simon Sabin that ran wide there. Rob Kennelly was involved there as well, the number 14 car, as they make their way out towards the back of the circuits for the second time. Ben Timmons it is who leads the way. There's Tolmash on his own in 3rd place. He's dropped away just a little bit from the 2 leaders now. And they come down the Bentley straights. Next group headed up by Lower and Bryant. Down towards Brundle and Nelson. 4 wide further back in the pack. McEwing trying to go around the outside. Kennelly's there on the inside. Lower and a tangle. That's Kennelly that's gone around in the 14. Harvey Lawrence takes the grass and avoidance. So do 1 or 2 others. Thankfully, they've all missed him. So it's number 14, Rob Kennelly, the man from Nantwich in Cheshire, just got tagged there on the way into Brundle, and he's left facing the wrong way.
I think it might have been Hope also having to take to that escape grass there to get through without tangling. So well done everyone for avoiding that. That's not an easy thing to do. Your car is absolutely on the edge of adhesion as you head on through there. There's Tom McEwing though heading lower as they head up through. Simon Sabin behind, followed by Harvey Lawrence still sort of having a rock and roll. He just had to sewer and take into the grass to avoid that incident, but he's managed to do so as the rest of the field nose to tail as they head up then into Riches again for the 3rd time.
No change among the top 3. Ben Simmons has the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 15.389. The 3 leaders are well clear here, nearly 2 seconds clear of McEwing, who's now in 4th place. Then it's Lower, Sabin. Bryant is down into 7th place. It's through the hairpin they come. There's Lower, McEwing, Sabin. Bryant in the blue car, then Harvey Lawrence, Dan Hope, and Wilby rounding out the top 10. Look at this for 10th place. Wilby only just in there. In the number 88, Ryan will be holding that 10th place because Craig Boyle, who had a disappointing start to this race, a race winner earlier this year at Thruxton, is now making his way into the top 10.
So it's an interesting track, this Snetterton track. It's technical as well as having the draft and the towing. So yeah, different drivers will have different strengths, and some people love Snetterton, other people don't. We see this battle pack with Ryan Wilby just ahead of Boyle, and another one of those blue cars down the inside there, 3 wide as they head into Agostini that time through. But you can see the battles are deep. It's not just the battles out front. I can see Butler involved in that group of, and Richard Harris, who had a bit of an incident yesterday in testing, had what we'd call a Code Brown moment, but he survived and he's back in the race without any damage, so he'll be looking to see whether he can move forward. He's just chasing Butler as they head round.
Absolutely frantic from these multicolour, very evenly matched Caterham Roadsport 1600cc cars in the Vertex Watches Caterham Roadsport Championship 2023. There are the leaders, and Toby Ballard is sticking with Ben Timmons. They've dropped Lionel Tolmash. It's Low in 4th place. The rest of the lead group heads through. Ryan will be still holding at 10th place. Craig Boyle tries to go around the outside, and he does so on the run into Brundle. 21 Richard Harris in that very distinctive aquamarine livery. Number 21 is in the middle of this group as well, just ahead of, I think that's the 44 car of Rob Lowe in that group. There's the 55, which is Guy Crossman. He's well involved in this scrap as well. They're fighting over 10th place down to about 16th. There's the number 99 of Dan Hope. He's just ahead of that group in P9, the orange car. Ben Timmons still leads, though. The lead is just crossing the timing line. The lead gap is 0.332 of a second. It's come down because Toby Ballard's just done the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 15.386. He's not hanging about here. He's going after our race leader Ben Timmins.
Extra point for fastest lap as well, so it does count. The lap record is 2:13, so they're still a way off that, but Timmins does lead Ballard, but it's Timmins was setting the fastest lap in clean air, but you could see how much Ballard closed up that time through. Remember, this car is the Academy car, just upgraded once to Roadsport spec. We've got the Avon ZZS tyre on this, gives them about 2 or 3 seconds a lap. In fact, it's more than that at this track. It's just about 3 seconds faster per lap just by putting that Avon ZZS tyre on this Roadsport car. Tollmarsh very much stuck in that middle ground. You can see behind, McEwing's making his way back through from that 10th place start on the grid. He's side by side with Zach Lower, and it looks like Sabin just behind them. McEwing going to try around the outside of Zach Lower. Zach Lower might squeeze him and show him the edge of the track, but no, it's all very amenable at the moment, and they're still side by side as they head into Hamilton. That'll mean Zach Lower comes out in front. You can't go side by side through Hamilton. They tried it anyway. As the Roadsport, they don't know any better, do they? But McEwing does eventually win that war as he heads out through Oggies then in the lead of this chase pack.
Behind them, number 70 of Sabin has got Nick Bryant in the 28 buzzing around all over his tail. Harvey Lawrence up behind him has had a lively race in the number 77 car. Terrific battle for P4 down to P8. Let's see, first 3 are clear along the Bentley straight. And has Toby Ballard taken the lead there from Ben Timmins? No, he hasn't. Just coming into our view there as they go down towards Brundle. Here's the fight for fourth. Simon Sabin now going for the inside. On the outside is Zach Lower. They're going to be 3 wide into the corner. Sabin's the big winner on the inside at Brundle. Now on the inside at Nelson, Zach Lower comes through, but he runs wide on the exit, and fighting back is Tom McEwing, the Academy champion of 2022 in the number 89. He gets back ahead now at the bomb hole. Up towards Coram they go. The driver's absolutely loving this as much as all of us are watching on through Coram. Tom McEwing under fire once again, but Simon Sabin now up into 4th position and starting to go after Lionel Tollmash.
He certainly won that midfield battle, didn't he, that time through, gaining 2 places on the course of that Bentley straight, as we see McEwing still leading Zach Lower. He's not quite in the toe of Sabin just in front of him, so he's going to be losing out as we see these lead 2. Timmins still leads Ballard. There comes the 3rd place sort of middle ground Tollmash, and here comes that battle. We're watching Zach Lower looking down the inside, Tom McEwing around the outside, sweeps across his nose. Simon Sabin's got nowhere to use his extra speed, and so he's going to have to sit in that 3rd place, and that's allowing Bryant and Lawrence to catch back up with them, and Hope. We saw them taking that grassy moment earlier, so they're coming back into this battle, but Tom McEwing has fought his way up from 10th and now finds himself into that 4th place as they head out to Palmer this time through.
Up towards Palmer they go then. Tom McEwing back ahead of the group in the green machine, ahead of Zach Lower. All this is for 4th place there. They're losing ground to the leaders. The harder they battle, the further behind Lionel Tollmash in that 3rd place they will fall. There is the 3rd place man, the black and gold number 22. Still Timmins from Ballard out in front, separated by just half a second. He can't find a space to get close, Toby Ballard. Not the easiest of circuit to overtake on the Snetterton 300 circuit, one of the trickier circuits on the Caterham calendar. McEwing still leads it. Well, tell this lot it's hard to overtake because they've been scrapping all race long. Who's this coming up the inside? That's Nick Bryant, the number 28. Harvey Lawrence in the 77 behind him. They're tackling Simon Sabin. That's allowed these 2 to get away a little. Out of Lower and McEwing up the inside. Nick Bryant's going to come through at Williams. Simon Sabin keeps his footing, gets a wheel onto the dust there. Dan Hope trying to get a piece of this as well. Side by side between the leaders on the run into Brundle is still Ben Timmins, who has hung on in the lead. Just over 9 minutes of this 20-minute race to go with the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship here at Snetterton.
Ben Timmins
Toby Ballard chasing on.
Ben Timmins was 1.3 seconds a lap faster in qualifying than his nearest rival. His car has clearly got some speed, but Ballard is using that extra speed and presence to be able to drag himself along. He's happy to cling on to Ben Timmins here. I think he's getting drawn clear. He can see whether on the last lap he can do anything, and especially with Tollmash falling back for everyone at the front there. They're pretty happy to see this situation. They're guaranteed that podium at the moment. I know, but Tollmash will be looking to see whether he can get ahead of Timmins. But Timmins, remember, he only needs 43 points this weekend to solidify his championship, be a champion-elect as we would call it, and it looks like he's well on that way currently with still 8 minutes of this race to go, but he's getting maybe 30 points of that done all in one go.
I was about to say doing new fastest lap, but that's just been usurped by Craig Boyle. Further back has done a 2:15.036 as round the outside goes Zach Lower, doing this titanic fight for 4th place with Tom McEwing. Goes through on the outside. 6th behind him is Simon Sabin. Leaders heading through the infield loop. Timmins, Ballard and Tollmash still the order. Tollmash now 4.5 seconds behind Toby Ballard, so it's just between the top 2, I would say, for the race win. Still 8 minutes to go. Things could still change as Zach Lower gets once again ahead of Tom McEwing. I've lost count of the number of times these two have swapped places now. Save it under 5 from Harvey Lawrence. There's some contact in there somewhere because Harvey Lawrence has got a wing hanging loose.
Certainly saw that around Murray's, as we see a little behind there. Boyle again looking with Bryant as well. But here we go. It's great to see Zach Lower making his way up, brother of Charlie Lower, who we'll see in the 270R race coming up shortly. And great to see him moving up through the field and finding himself well involved in the battle with a previous champion. So he started this year in the Roadsport, so he hasn't done Academy. He's one of our only drivers who's sort of come in new to this Roadsport season. So great to see him making that progress, as Nick Bryant now does head Hope and Boyle there with Wilby and that battle pack that we've been watching and with intent. And there's Richard Harris in the number 21. You saw the sister car have a problem in the 420R race a little bit earlier, and there is that in the Roadsport race.
Two leaders sweep their way towards Brundle. Tolmarsh all on his own, then everybody else trying to be fourth. Zach Lower has it at the moment. Here comes McEwing again. They swap places every couple of corners most of the race, these two. Tom McEwing, P10 in qualifying, up to P4 in the race. He's just about got the move done there through the right-hander. 6 behind them, Simon Sabin. Then it's Harvey Lawrence, Bryant Hope and Craig Boyle rounding out the top 10. Craig Boyle, who's struggled so far this weekend. In the qualifying session he was down in P16, so a good recovery through the field for him. The leaders head up over the line. Just under 6.5 minutes of this Vertex Caterham Roadsport race to go. The lead gap is still half a second. Another new fastest lap for Ben Timmons, 2:14.96, so below the 2:15s now.
Yep, still away off the actual lap record, which is in the 13.7, so they've still got over a second to find. I think we've got a green track, which isn't going to let them do the fastest laps, but Tom McEwing and Lower, sorry, I shouldn't call him Charlie Lower, should I? Zach Lower, that absolutely continue their battle, as Hope and Boyle and Bryant all again still battling as we head up here. Remember, they've got a headwind as they go up into turn 1, which is why the tow for this Roadsport still have their windscreen on and all their lights, so it's a fully road legal car. This is their 4 wide going into the hairpin, this time Wilson hairpin. They all made it out pointing the right direction, out the other way. That's not an easy task, but yeah, this Roadsport car with its windscreen, they're having to push a lot of air away, and it's same as Sabin's coming to join the battle with McEwing and Lower again. Remember, he sort of lost out a little bit in that midfield battle, and now he's back involved.
Ryan Wilby we saw in there as well. He's in this train of cars, so that Craig Boyle, I think that is attacking him. Simon Sabin back up onto the tail of Zach Lower, who's once again lost out to Tom McEwing. They're swapping places for fun, those two. Half a second split for the lead between Timmons and Ballard. They're over 5 seconds clear of Tolmarsh now in that third place. There's Tolmarsh, just we caught a glimpse of him in the foreground. It's this battle a little bit further back behind Harvey Lawrence. Nick Bryant, we've got there Dan Hope. Ryan Wilby ahead of Craig Boyle. Richard Harris at the back of that group down in P16, trying to attack lead number 44 of Robert Lowe. The leaders head down the Bentley Straights once again. Now, can they catch Lionel Tolmarsh, this next group, and challenge for the podium? It's looking unlikely at the moment, I would say. It's McEwing and Lower continue to fight with each other. Ryan will be going for the inside on Hope, Boyle and Bryant all in one move. That's not going to work. He had to lock up there to slow the car down, Ryan Wilby. That could have been catastrophic. They just about managed to hold it together.
They did, and Bryant took to that sausage curve that we talked about a little bit earlier on the inside of Nelson as they come out there, and it pinged his car up onto 2 wheels briefly as they went there, but Ryan Wilby having to use a bit more brake pressure than his tyre was willing to give, wasn't it? So locked up on the inside, luckily didn't drift any wide, so he still had it under control, so they managed to make it all through. But it's Hope out front and Bryant just following on from him, and now it will be sort of following on, so he's lost a couple of places in the course of that lap, and I think we'll see him maybe trying to recover those places back as they go through. McEwing finds himself ahead of Zach Lower this time through.
That was the battle for P8 as they head over the line. Still McEwing and Lower swapping places on every corner. Here's the fight for 8th place. Craig Boyle having a go on the inside. Nick Bryant on the outside, trying to go for the outside of Richards. We saw that move doesn't always work. Oh, it did for the 420R. Spec cars and 3 wide into the hairpin. Ooh, Simon Sabin. That was a brave move indeed. Somehow he got the car slowed down in time and has taken 4th place on the inside and said, well, if McEwing and Lower, well, if you're going to fight each other, I'm going to get past both of you and clear off into 4th place.
That's what he did before, didn't he? But he wasn't able to hold it. He's certainly got the ambition, hasn't he? We'd definitely call that one a shoving it down the inside moment, but he was well under control, no lockups, just kept to his line. McEwing does find his way back through, though, as they head into Agostini. So a lot of these corners are actually kind of irrelevant for overtaking at in many cases, because you've got these big long straights where you can overtake 1 or 2 cars on your way down through, and we've seen that a couple of times. Do you want to be in the McEwing position coming onto the back straight here, because you're going to have to be, you'll be pushing that hole in the air that everyone else is going to be filtering on through. But it's Hope now ahead of Boyle, Bryant, Wilby. It's all changed again, and who's that joining in the battle? That's Little John, isn't it, joining that battle just in that red maroon car.
Almost side by side now for the lead. Toby Ballard having a go, and he's on the outside going into Brundle. He's not close enough as they head up into the right-hander, and the leader is just a little bit wide through Nelson. Toby Ballard is seeing these small opportunities here. He just can't quite get close enough to take advantage of them as Ben Timmins continues his march out in front, looking for a 7th win of the 2023 season. Toby Ballard is looking for his first. It's been consistency rather than speed that has got him 2nd place in the championship, albeit 40 points off Ben Timmins at the moment.
Yep, you get an extra point for winning a race as well as fastest lap, and that's how, for every other position in the Caterham race, there's only a 1 point difference. So the actual getting those wins is important, and really important in the course of a race distance. So that gap is down at, what is it down to now? So 2.2 of a second. So they are now ramping it up as they come on to the last lap, I believe, of this race, given that they're a 2-minute 15-odd second lap. So this will be their last lap, and it's the first time that Ballard is going to show his nose to the front of this race.
Here he goes to the inside on Wilson's hairpin. Can he get the inside line away? They're absolutely side by side on the exit. He's seen that last lap board. That's his signal. Well, Ballard had already done the fastest lap of the race last time through, 2:14.737. And Ben Timmins, no, he's held him off going through Palmer, then up towards Agostini. Can Ballard get him on the brakes here? He's seen already, oh, he got a wheel onto the grass there. That'll have lost him just a little bit of momentum. He's going to try and go for the inside. Is he going to be close enough this time? No, he's not. Just between these two for the victory now. The top 2 in the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship. Ben Timmins still hanging on ahead of Toby Ballard. They come towards the right-hander at Oggies. It's closer again there. Lionel Tolmash on his own in 3rd place. He's dropped over 8 seconds back now. He's 5 seconds clear of Lower in turn, who's now back up into 4th. I can tell you, still that battle for 4th is raging on, but we concentrate on our lead battle just in case Toby Ballard's got anything in reserve and can take the lead with a desperate move late on.
Timmins got some serious speed in this car, has allowed him to lead for this whole race, but Ballard has been incredibly patient. This is the moment he's been waiting for. Down the back straight then, he pulls to the outside. Can he sweep around the outside? Looks like Timmins got the run on him though, so he's going to protect through this sort of main complex. That's one of the last overtaking opportunities. There is still one though, up to the line. As they head around this sort of bomb hole then through Coram, there'll be one more opportunity to see whether Ballard can make anything and put his car ahead of the purple machine that's been ahead for so long. He's looking down the inside of Coram, can't make it stick, so it is going to be a run to the line.
Here we go then between the 2 leaders. Timmins ahead of Ballard. Will he stay there? His only opportunity now, Toby Ballard, to try and get in the slipstream and get ahead before they cross that start-finish line. He got a little bit, very slightly sideways there coming out of there on the curve. That may have cost him his chance. They're coming up towards the line in race 1 of the weekend, but the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship is won by Ben Timmins. Win number 7 of the season. Defeats Toby Ballard by 0.158 of a second. Lionel Tolmash will be 3rd. Now who's going to be 4th? Is it going to be McEwing or is it going to be Lower? They've been swapping places more times than I can count in this race. It's McEwing in the green machine, I think, just takes it. Let's have a look on the timing screen. By 12 thousandths of a second. That would have been fitting if they dead heated, I think. Sabin 6th, then Harvey Lawrence, Craig Boyle, Dan Hope and Ryan Wilby round out the top 10. Everybody else charged across the line. Nick Bryant lost out there late on. He's down to P11. And still battles raging on all the way down the order, as they always do in the Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship. It looks as though we are going to get all 27 cars home, which is excellent. The last finisher will be number 18, Ian Bettis, the local man from Bury St Edmunds, towards the tail of the field. Just waiting for him and the number 75 of Stephen Trinder, who started from the back of the grid, to come home. Hopefully they'll make it home. But yes, you can see a couple of other cars coming through. So we will get 27 finishers, which is brilliant. No retirements from our first Vertex Caterham Roadsport Championship race of the weekend. Ben Timmins makes it 7 wins for the season, by 0.158 of a second over Toby Ballard, who pressured him all the way, just couldn't quite find a way up alongside. Lionel Tolmash, a rather lonely race for 3rd, and then everybody else trying to be 4th. McEwing and Zach Lower separated by 12 thousandths of a second. Craig Boyle, full credit to him, he got the fastest lap, 2:14.683, having come through to P8 after starting a lowly 16th. Provisional results then: Ben Timmins the winner by 0.15 of a second over Toby Ballard. Tolmash in third place ahead of Tom McEwing and Zach Lower, who almost dead heated across the line. Simon Sabin in sixth in the end. Harvey Lawrence seventh ahead of Craig Boyle, who got the fastest lap of the race. Then Dan Hope and Nick Bryant round out the top 10. Ryan Wilby to 11th. Now, 1,000th of a second apart, those two. Wilby was originally adjudged to have crossed the line in 10th, but Bryant's given the place on corrected time. Henry Littlejohn in 12th ahead of Alistair Davidson, Richard Harris, and then further back we've got the 68 of Darren Butler completing the top 15. Despite that spin, Rob Kennedy fought back to take P16 ahead of Rob Lowe in the 44. Sol Rogers was 18th ahead of Lyndon Arnold. Completing the top 20 was Ollie Kibblewhite. And Guy Crossman dropped back into 21st. Gary Cross was 22nd. 23rd was number 31 of Andrew Bailey. And then behind them, the number 40 of Rob Gregor. Graham Finlayson was in 25th place. Then Stephen Trinder and Ian Bettis rounded out the 27 finishers.
Not sure what happened to Nick Bryant. You say that he lost places late on, didn't he? He was right in that battle, unfortunately. Yeah, didn't sort of faded towards the end, and I think Sol Rogers would be disappointed to have found himself all the way back there. We saw him having that tail slide moment, didn't we, as he was heading down there. So he lost out a little bit late on, but Ben Timmins a long way towards turning himself into the champion-elect, and so with 30 of his 43 points he needs this weekend, I can see that the cars are getting towards their Parc Fermé. And yeah, I can see them all going towards Sam, who's ready to talk to our drivers. So yeah, we can head down to Sam then in Parc Fermé, and we'll hear from Ben Timmins and the rest of our podium.
Another fantastic race between these guys. Very close between Toby and Ben. Let's grab a word. Ben.
Thanks, Sam.
I mean, amazing race. Pole position to winning the race, but it wasn't quite that easy, was it?
No, it wasn't, and massive congratulations to Toby. Drove phenomenally well. That was hard work for the whole way. At the start of the season, we always said that Toby was going to be the dark horse, and he's been on the podium I think nearly every single race. So massive well done to him, and of course to Lionel. But yeah, it was harder to what we had today. Qualifying felt slow as well, so a bit difficult.
Just to extend your championship lead?
Yes, exactly, yeah. So hopefully another decent finish tomorrow, and then we can hope maybe be a little bit less stressed.
Yes, Cheesy. So he knows what you've got to do.
I've done the maths, and I think it's probably the worst thing I've decided to do, because now I feel like there's a lot more pressure. But I'm just going to go out tomorrow, have fun, enjoy it, and try and do what I can, and and then on to Donington.
That's it. Excellent. Well, congratulations. Right, let's move on to Toby. Congratulations, Toby. What a race. You were not going to let him get away from you.
I thought he was going to make a mistake, and he just never makes a mistake. I thought I'll leave it to the last lap, and it was phenomenal. I mean, for him to drive like that, to lead the race the whole way, is just amazing.
It is, especially with the toe here. And I thought with his positioning,
with the toe, I couldn't get past. I don't know whether it was the wind or every time I pulled out, I just sat there. So it was going to have to be into the braking, into the hairpin, and that's always a bit dicey. So I thought second place is all right. So
I think you'll take that one.
Yeah, had fun.
Excellent, well done. Where's Lionel gone? Here he is. Lionel, congratulations on third place. Bit of a lonely race though, wasn't it?
It's been one of my more quiet ones, yeah. They seemed to break the toe very, very early on. There's a couple of mistakes on my behalf, but I think they were just a bit quicker on the straights and a bit quicker everywhere actually. So I can't really complain too much with third though.
No, third's a great position, great result, and because we had Tom and Zach were battling behind you, so I think they fell back a bit.
Yeah, so it's nice not to get swamped too early on. I could sort of see them in my rear view, and it's like, are they getting closer? But no, I think overall, from what I can make out, everyone seemed to reasonably clean. So at least we got all the cars back in one piece.
Exactly, no safety car. It was a good race.
Exactly, it seems the first one of the day.
Excellent, well done, Lionel. Congratulations on third place. Right, there we go, some very happy drivers, and we'll hand back to Chris and David in the comm box. See you in a bit.
Thank you very much, Sam. Well, it's our second grid in position already then for race 2 for the Caterham Academy this weekend. This time it's the white group, the second group. Same cars as we saw earlier, but a different group of novice drivers. This is 24 cars on the grid. And in pole position it is number 55, Istvan Demes, the Hungarian driver, who will start alongside number 19, Lee James. Second row 28, Daniel Neal, 3 times a winner this year, alongside Monty Hind in the 76. Row 3, 34, Rob Cowan, starts alongside number 2, Matthew Kirtland. Row 4, 37, Henry Speaks, and 52, Barley Nijar. Gerthes Juicy at number 30, alongside the points leader Adam Keane, winner at Cadwell Park at the start of the year. Only back on the 5th row of the grid here. I think there's an amended grid being issued, because that doesn't match what I've got here. Bear with me 1 second. Yes, there has been. Row 6, number 89, Patrick Cunningham. Yeah, the graphic is correct. It was what I had on my timing screen that was incorrect. We've had a car withdraw, I think. So yes, Adam Keane on the 5th row. Patrick Cunningham and Neville Sykes on row 6. Row 7 is Joel Meyer-Potts and Norman Jeeves. The 8th row, number 68, Scott Graham and 40, Dean Pollen. 33, Darren Pinder alongside Miles Ainan in the number 15. Row 10, there's David Jarvis, number 96, and 62, Graham Handy. Penultimate row, 65, Andrew Mackay, and 25, Chris Coates. And Chris Tuck, number 20, starts at the back. The reason for the confusion there, number 10, Harvey Ashmore, withdrew after qualifying. So that's your lineup then for what will be a 20-minute race for the Adrian Flux Caterham Academy white group. And I'm delighted to be joined for this race by the man who came into this weekend leading the green group in the championship, Callum McIntyre. First of all, Callum, tell us about your race earlier on.
How's it going? Yeah, it was a busy race. This circuit does breed some incredible racing, some tight technical sections, and then some long straights, just enough to get a tow and have a good battle. But I was trying to hang on to the front group. They are so quick here today, and just managed to break away while we were battling further back. I had a little knock earlier on, not to wing off, but nothing too bad. But it was definitely an entertaining race to be part of. I can say that definitely.
So how did you get into Caterham racing yourself then? 'Cause it's a championship for novices. You obviously never raced before. How did you get into doing this?
So I am part of the Overdrive YouTube channel, and we're the media partner this year. And so we're really taking our audience through the academy journey, what it's like to become a racing driver. Personally, I'd only ever done sim racing before this. I had no real experience, and so the academy is the perfect way to get in and learn what it's like to drive a car on the limit, and what it's like to race wheel to wheel at these sorts of speeds, super close. In these Caterhams, you can hear, you can feel cars around you, and so it means you can battle super close, and there's been loads of that throughout the season so far.
Well, it was certainly hugely entertaining earlier on, and although things didn't go entirely your way in the green group race, you looked like you enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was definitely good fun. Things don't always, it's not always a podium, but hard-fought battle, really enjoyed it.
So this is the white group then. Adam Keane leading the points, 10 points ahead of Henry Speaks in the charge, then Matt Kirtland and Dan Neal, who's taken 3 wins this year but a non-finish at Cadwell Park, has dropped him down to 4th in the points. Istvan Demes, who is on pole position here, he won the sprint event at the start of the season at Kerborough near Lichfield, which is just an against-the-clock competition. He's on pole here looking for his first circuit race victory. So who else are the main drivers you would say to watch out for here?
Well, definitely Istvan. He missed out the last event but is back here today. He set the pole time on his own with no tow. He just went out and cracked on with it. Istvan, also a sim racer, he competed in the GT Academy a long while back, but a very good sim racer, and throughout this season has just been right up the front end of this white group. I'd say Henry Speaks has a good reputation for coming through the pack in these races. I would keep an eye out for him, and then also Adam Keane as well, who has recently become a father, so his son Theo is at home, but let's see how he gets on today.
Well, many congrats to Adam. He's not qualified too well. He's back on P10 on the grid for this one, so watch for him coming through, because getting that slipstream is all important here, isn't it?
Definitely. He's got a good pack in front of him to try and slipstream up behind and see what he can do with this.
So the blue and white car is Istvan Demes from Hungary on pole position. Starts alongside the black and yellow of Lee James, number 19. He's only 15th in the championship coming into this round. Starting on the second row, the blue and orange car of Dan Neal, blue with the orange nose stripe. Then in black and blue is Monty Hind at number 76. He's 11th in the points charts. In the black car on the third row, Rob Cowan. And in blue and yellow is Matthew Kirtland, number 2, a livery that reminds you of the old Porsches of the late 80s in the Can-Am Championship, the days of Mark
I think it was
Donoghue.
a Red 5
It might be. Yes, it might be. It is. Yes, it's a Williams tribute, isn't it? A Nigel Mansell. I can see the red and white on the lower sides now. He's back on row 3 of the grid. That is Matthew Kirtland, Henry Speaks, and Bali Nijar on the 4th row of the grid. Henry Speaks, the orange and blue sort of mottled livery. Bali Nijar in the silver car. That's your top 10, your top 8 rather, on the grid then as the revs begin to rise for Adrian Flux Caterham Academy White Group Race 1 here this weekend on the Snetterton 300 circuit. The revs are up and away we go. Super start by Lee James on the outside of the front row. He's got away superbly and will try and take the lead as they come down to the first corner. Trying to get through the middle is Daniel Neal in the 28 on this slightly jumbled grid. It's Lee James who takes the lead. Neal's come through into second place, and Istvan Demesh is down into third place as we head through Rich's corner for the first time. Looks like all of these drivers are going to get through Rich's for the first time up towards the Wilson hairpin. Trying to get down the outside there is the number 28 of Neal, who's lost second place to Istvan Demesh. 1 or 2 cars just running out a little bit wide in there. Battle towards the back of the field. That's the number 20 of Chris Tuck at the tail.
Matt Kirkland with a good start there as well, closing in on the back of, I think that's Adam Keane as well, and Henry Speaks has had a good start as well, as he tends to do here. So we've got Istvan Demesh in second with Daniel Neal in first. Moved down the inside. Is it Lee James slipping back slightly? Has Matt Kirtland got an issue as well?
Somebody's gone there. That's how we got cars going everywhere at Alex Lee. That's the 53 car that has spun off. The 52 rather of Bali Nijar has gone off. There's heavy damage for somebody there on the outside as well. That's going to be a safety car, I think, with one car off on the outside. I'll try and identify who that is in a second. That's got heavy damage to the front end there. But well, Lee James was leading as they went into Rich's, but he's now I've lost sight of him. I don't think he's there, so whether he's gone off coming up towards the hairpin, I'm not too sure, but he's disappeared from our view there. We'll pick that up in a moment. There's the 25 car of Chris Coates. So here come the leaders. It is a battle between Istvan Demesh and Daniel Neal. So Lee James initially led into Rich's. No, yeah, the yellow flags are coming out on the start-finish line. I can see out the commentary box window. So we are going to have a safety car for that incident at Agostini. We saw a safety car and subsequently a red flag in the first place. So we've got somebody going wide as the safety car boards come out there. Who's that lost it onto the grass? The number 77 of Norman Jeeves, who nearly went off there. So certainly a lively start to this one.
Definitely. That second hairpin is where it really all comes together. Really tough braking zone to get it slowed down. Second gear corner out of there, and it feels super steady on these Avon tyres as you rotate the car through the corner, and that's just where everything's come together. And it looks like a couple of cars have come together. I'm not sure who it was off on the outside. We need to check that in a second.
So the cars come across the line. This is Dan Neal who is leading. Henry Speaks is there in second position in the number 37, and the rest of them sort themselves out. Istvan Demesh has dropped 6 places there, so he's had a moment somewhere as well.
I just noticed that, yeah, because he came into that second hairpin in second, and I don't know where he's got to there.
Lee James is still there in fourth. The number 34 car, yes, Rob Cohen, has got damage to the front end there.
Oh no, second place for him last time out at Thruxton. He bagged that position right on the line.
Let's have a look what happened as they came into Agostini. Watch the middle of the pack. One or two cars run out wide. There was a spinner there in the middle of the field, and yes, he must have been hit by we haven't identified who that car is yet. Who hasn't come through? The number 40 of Dean Pollen was involved there. He hasn't come through. The 68 has come into the pits. That's Scott Graham. And Rob Cohen as well, so that must be Dean Pollen, number 40.
It looked like Rob Cohen had a spin there and then got collected afterwards, because he'd made a really good start, quite high up the order there, and then got collected, and that looks like him outside his car there.
Yeah, Lee James is still there, I can tell you, who led away. He's in 4th place. So there's been a lot of chopping and changing there, because Henry Speaks has made up 5 places into second position. It's Pollen and Cohen. They must have hit almost head on as a result of Rob Cohen spinning out there. Thankfully everybody's okay, but we saw several more cars run off wide. Demesh must have been one of them, because he dropped 6 places on that first lap down from pole position. Adam Keane, our championship leader, has made up 4 places. He's in P6. It's Dan Neal who's got the lead. Tricky race to follow in its early stages, this one.
Definitely, lots going on there. Yeah, it looks like these two are all okay, so that's good. I imagine they'll get this cleared up fairly quickly and we can get back racing.
Yes, the flatbed lorry's having a busy day so far today. Neil from Speaks. Kirtland is in 3rd place in the Williams look-alike. Take away the white, it would be the late 70s Can-Am Porsche livery, the blue and yellow. 76 in 5th place, that's Monty Hind. The big winner on the first lap, incidentally, was Graham Handy, number 62. He's gained 10 places up into P10, but I don't think anybody is in the position they started in this race. No, the only one is number 4 of Neville Sykes, who's in P12, according to the timing screen. There's our leader, number 28 of Daniel Neal. 3 times a winner, but a retirement has dropped him down the order, given how close the points system is in the Adrian Flux Caterham Academy Championship. So this is Wilson's hairpin on the first lap. See what happened here. 1 or 2 cars I did see running out wide.
I don't think that's where the action was. It was between that and then the second hairpin, which we're seeing here as they come in. I think Rob Cohen, 3rd in picture. Yeah, there spins and then gets collected. Bali Nijar is already off, I believe. Is that in the 52?
Yes.
He rejoins.
There we see, just out of our view there, Dean Pollen has hit Rob Cohen's spinning car.
Unfortunate, definitely. Everyone got a really good start off the line there. I know in our race there were a few that got a bit of wheel spin, me included, but it seems like everyone got away. Lee James got with a great start, but then I believe Daniel Neal got him into the first corner.
Yes, it looked like Lee James was going to lead around the outside, but just didn't quite manage to make it stick and then drop back going down towards the hairpin, which is what confused me, because the start he got, I thought he cleared off in front at first, but no, he got swallowed up into the pack instead as we were watching the runners further back. So that clears up all the confusion from earlier on. We know that Dan Neal is now leading from Henry Speaks and Matthew Kirtland in the number 2. So we have got 21 cars still running, because the 68 car has rejoined. That of Scott Graham from his visit into the pits. Through the Wilson's hairpin. It's under the safety car at the moment. I've just seen Scott Graham, actually, the man from Birmingham, just gone past my commentary box window, so he's quite a way behind. He's not lost a lap as a result of that visit to the pits to check for damage, and he can catch the pack back up.
Yeah, I hope definitely get this back going soon. But this circuit, I will say, in these academy cars, then I feel like it's one of the best that's like the most suited to the car here. So these cars have fairly soft spring rates. Obviously, the Avon Academy tyre, which is designed with low grip in mind to teach you car control. And so around some of these hairpins, it's such a delicate act trying to rotate the car just enough but not lose the rear and really manage the slip on the car. And getting it stopped means the braking zones are a little bit longer, so there's definitely an opportunity for moves down the inside of a couple of these hairpins, and then through into Brundle. Such an awesome corner where you've got the car really leant over, you're hanging on all the way left, and then you've got to rotate the car and get it right again. Such a little technical complex down there at that end of the circuit. A real challenge in these cars, but it serves its purpose of teaching you how to drive these cars and how to race with one another on the circuit.
What would you say is the trickiest aspect of racing a Caterham, Callum? What's the trickiest bit to learn?
I don't know, it's hard. Once you get through the first bit of the season, you're learning how to drive a car on the limit. You can, if something comes unexpected, you can normally save it. I would say wet racing is definitely one of those things that takes a long time to learn. And then just the act of racing, like knowing what moves to go for, what to back out, when you need to catch the pack in front and when you need to go for a move. And it's a lot of that, I think, that's still going on. And so, yeah, it's really a case of how you can pull off those overtaking manoeuvres and get away and work your way up through the field, through the race. So.
Interesting little insights from Callum McIntyre, the current Caterham Academy Green Group Championship leader. The lights have gone out atop the safety car. Well done to the marshals for clearing the incident scene up there. And as we come up to half distance, we should see a race of just under 10 minutes, we're going to resume racing with our Caterham Academy White Group race 1 of the weekend here on the Snetterton 300 circuit. Daniel Neal, number 28 from Potters Bar in Hertfordshire, leads the race ahead of Henry Speaks in the number 37, the Hong Kong-based driver.
I imagine Daniel will back the pack up and then go as soon as he can get on the throttle out of this final corner. That's what I doubt he's going to back things up. There you are. He's gone early actually, as Henry Speaks follows him, and the rest of the pack comes through this final corner. Gets a good exit and he should be away here.
Okay, so doing a bit of a Sebastian Vettel there on that restart. Dan Neal in the number 28. Here we go then. Green flag waves. We're back to racing with exactly halfway to go. 10 minutes of racing to come from the Adrian Flux Caterham Academy, and Henry Speaks trying to move up onto the tail of Dan Neal as they go into that first corner. Going with them is Matthew Kirtland, the Warwickshire driver in car number 2. They've gone fairly well clear of Lee James in at the number 19. Up towards the Wilson's hairpin they go. Going for the outside is Henry Speaks.
Matt Kirtland's getting in there as well. He might get a move up on Henry Speaks. I imagine he'll have to back out of that one for the next left-hander. Yeah, and he does.
Trying to go with them now is Lee James. Then it's Adam Keane, the championship leader in this group, in P5, not far behind them. P6 is the 76 of Monty Hind. He's running well. There is Adam Keane, the blue car, in 5th position.
Yeah,
First 6 have broken away slightly.
Yeah, so there's a little bit of a gap. They should be able to hold that down the back straight. The toe here is sort of a second and a bit. You start to feel the draft from there, and then you really get a good overrun. So, after that bad exit, I'm not sure they will now, having said that. I think that's Gertej looking for a move up the inside there on Monty. Yes. And Daniel Neal started to pull a slight gap there through that infield there.
Green flags waving around the circuit. This is the first lap of the restart. It was Gertej Giussi who ran wide, coming out of Agostini there, the purple number 30 car. The leader's got away just a little bit here, Dan Neal, as they head towards the Bentley Straight for what will be the 4th time in this race. Could be a battle developing for second position in his wake. They start to fan out across the Bentley Straight. There's Neal, the light blue and pink car leads the way. Side by side now for second position. It is Henry Speaks defending from Matthew Kirtland, who goes round the outside, takes that second position into Brundle. On the brakes for Nelson. That was very nicely done indeed by Matthew Kirtland.
Very good. That's a tricky corner there, and there's the circuit's a bit dirty on the outside, so I'm amazed he got the car stopped, didn't lose the rear, and then also came out of the next corner nice and tidily. So really nicely moved there. Really nicely done there.
Now Lee James is going to try and take P3 away from Henry Speaks, the number 19 car. Lee James only down in 15th place in the championship, but he's got on his tail the grey car of Adam Keane there, and he's been chased in turn by Monty Hind in the blue number 76. The first half doesn't have pulled away. It is Van Demes, the pole position driver from this race, down in P7 after a moment on the opening lap, just as the safety car came out. Now we're going to see any moves here into Richard. Yes, Keane's going to have a go up the inside, attacks Lee James, goes through up into 4th position.
Committed on the brakes there. It's a real tricky corner. It's just a dab on the brakes, so you haven't got loads of time on to get the move done, but he sent it up the inside there, and really nice move.
Now fighting back is Lee James. He's going to run the nose a little bit wide into the hairpin. It's going to allow Monty Hind into attack in the number 76 car. Doesn't manage to get alongside. They're clear of Demes in 7th. It's Gertej Giussi in 8th place. 9th is number 89, which is Patrick Cunningham, and Norman Jeeves now rounds up the top 10 in the number 77, as here come the leaders down towards Agostini. Dan Neal not breaking away here. Kirtland's going after him. The gap at the line was just over 1 second. You can see Demesh there, the blue and white car. There is Monty Hind all over the back of Lee James. That's for 5th position. Adam Keane having gone through into P4. Up towards Hamilton they go, and if anything, Dan Neal extending his lead slightly.
Yeah, he has done that a couple of times throughout this season. When he does get out front, he has got the pace to pull away, and so it'll be interesting to see if Matt Kirtland behind can just get in a bit of tow and start to pull back. You've got to be so dedicated at this circuit through a lot of these corners, and trying to pull a gap back like that will be tricky. But I'm sure he's going to be giving it a go for the final 6 minutes of this race.
Spin their way through onto the Bentley Straights once again, right on the edge of adhesion. You can see through there. A couple of cars battling a little bit further back down the order there. The 94 car, that is Joel Meyer-Potts. He's got the 65 of Andrew Mackay on his tail. They're currently fighting over P16. And here's a battle a little bit further forward. Bit of a lock up there. The number 4 car nearly lost it. That's Neville Sykes, the blue car chasing a couple of his rivals here. He's all over the place, really taking some risks there. Trying to move up the inside was the 89. That's Patrick Cunningham. This is the battle at the lower end of the top 10. Norman Jeeves, the green car, just ahead of him. This is for P9. So every position being fought over tooth and nail.
Yeah, definitely. Paddy looking up the inside of Bumhole there, which is really tricky move to make. And I'm actually quite glad he pulled out there, because that's a tough place to make a move. There's one line through there.
Monty Hind in P6, no, it's Van Demesch, sorry, in P6 did the fastest lap of the race that time through. 2:19.459 for the Hungarian.
And having said that, Matt Kirtland has pulled up to the back of Daniel Neal, so really great lap from Matt there, and he's going to definitely be in the fight here. And then with Adam Keane looking up, and Henry Speaks as well, it's all closing up now, that front four. I think that front 4 or 5 may have a good battle here to the end of the race.
Demesch is not finished yet either. He's having a go at Lee James there on the right of your picture for 5th position. Lunges for the inside into Palmer. Is he going to get the move done? Yes, I think he has, just behind Adam Keane. It's not too often we see moves done into Palmer there. Nicely done by Istvan Demesch. Here comes the lead train. There's 7 cars in there now heading down towards Agostini. 4.5 minutes of this race to go. Matthew Kirtland still going after race leader Daniel Neal. Matthew Kirtland, who's currently 3rd in the points. He's only 13 points off the points lead coming into this weekend, looking for his first win, his first ever circuit racing win, as they are all novices, these drivers, of course. Henry Speaks still there in 3rd place. Keane is 4th, and it's Demesch now 5th, having got past the number 19 of Lee James.
Well, I think Matt Kirtland is going to have a look here. He looks like he's got the pace to get up on the back of Daniel Neal. He's showing a nose every so often. He's trying to figure out where Daniel Neal is weakest and where he's strongest to try and get a move. I imagine it will be down the end of one of these straights. Yeah, look, he's tucked right in the toe of Daniel Neal. We've then got Henry Speaks just behind and Adam Keane. It looks like Daniel's got it covered for this one as Adam Keane defends from Istvan. Istvan's come back up through the pack. Really nice progression from him with some clever moves on his way past Lee James earlier on in the lap.
Yes, the former sim racing star, the former GT Academy competitor Istvan Demesch. He lost out on the first lap, but he's fighting his way back up the order ahead of Lee James now. James has got Monty Hind, who briefly had the fastest lap of the race on his tail. Just over 3 minutes of this race to go now. Can Dan Neal hold on for a 4th win of the season? He won at Croft, Alton Park and at Thruxton. Failed to finish at Cadwell Park, where Adam Keane took the win. Istvan Demesch did win the season opening sprint at Kerborough, which is one of my local venues up in the Midlands.
Great little circuit,
against the clock competition takes place.
We like that one. I went overall, so we like that circuit.
It's a great little venue, is Kerborough. Very much an under the radar sort of motorsport venue in South Staffordshire.
Great.
The inside is Adam Keane having a go at Henry Speaks here down into the hairpin. A couple of laps to go now. Matthew Kirtland is right with our leader. It's side by side for 3rd place, and running out wide there. I think that was Demesch who ran just a little bit wide. As Daniel Neal continues to cling on to this lead, looking for win number 4 this year. Kirtland in 2nd and Demesch at the inside. Well, he may have run wide there, but he got it right on the exit. He's up into 3rd. Superb from Istvan Demesch.
Yeah, incredible moves. He's finding them at unusual places. It's not where you'd expect, sort of late braking manoeuvres down the inside of one of the hairpins. He's really going for Adam Keane, locking up on the inside past Henry Speaks. Manages to avoid contact by the looks of things. He could actually get him on the way out here with a good run up into Hamilton. It looks like he backs out. That was close, I think, that one.
Yes, I thought Henry Speaks was going to be spiked there by Adam Keane as they went into Agostini. A big lock-up from the championship leader in the number 88's car. That's the grey car there, just heading through Oggie's corner up towards Williams, but it's still Daniel Neal who holds the lead. I think I get one more lap after this one. Istvan Demesch is not finished yet. Look at this, he's in the slipstream of Matthew Kirtland. This will be a remarkable comeback victory, helped by the early safety car, but a terrific drive by Istvan Demesch. He was in 5th at the start of this lap. He could go for 2nd here, going down into Brundle.
Looks like he's going to go for it. He may have the inside line here, which should win overall, but Matt Kirtland sticks around the outside again. I think he's backed out. Istvan's gone around the outside. Is he going to keep it on the circuit?
Oh,
he is.
Brilliant.
What a move. Matt Kirtland went from being the hunter to the hunted there.
What a brilliant manoeuvre. That's the move of the day so far from Istvan Demesch. And now look how quickly he's got up onto the tail of the race leader Dan Neal. He's going like an express train here, Istvan Demesch, back up through the field after dropping down the order from pole position on the opening lap. We're coming in towards Coram. They're coming up to start their Final lap this time through. Now Kirtland's under fire from Adam Keane, who's got alongside. He's going to go round the outside on the exit of Murray's. They're making overtakes where I didn't think it was possible to.
No, it's been really unusual actually, hasn't it? They're sending it in all the, the places you wouldn't expect. But Daniel Neal knows he can cover Matt Kirtland, but can he cover Istvan? Istvan's looking round the outside. If he goes late on the brakes, it can be done round here. You carry more momentum around the outside, so he's backed out. He may have a good run down into this first hairpin. We've got Lee James off on the right-hand side. He manages to recover, but I want to see where Istvan is here. He could have a look down the inside. It looks like Daniel Neal on the right-hand side, Istvan looking around the outside. He may get a good run up into his favourite corner, this left-hander. Doesn't look like he's going to get the move done, but he's definitely on the back of Daniel Neal here. Daniel is not safe in that P1 spot.
Well, Matthew Kirtland's been relegated down to 5th because Henry Speaks has come through as well. It's Monty Hind on the tail of them. Lee James out of the equation now after losing it coming through. Richards managed to gather it up again. It's only a small loss of time. Still Daniel Neal holds that lead. Matthew Kirtland back up the inside into 4th place ahead of Henry Speaks on the entry to Agostini under braking. Up towards Hamilton's what will be the final time. Here's Speaks fighting back again for P4. It's the 2 blue cars out in front, and Dan Neal got a wheel onto the curb there. He ran wide coming out of Hamilton's. This could give Istvan Demesh the momentum he needs. Kirtland on the inside defending from Henry Speaks, defending in turn from Monty Hind in 6th place. This is allowing these 3 to break away slightly around this final lap of this thrilling race here at Snetterton for the Adrian Flux Caterham Academy Whites group. They come down the Bentley straight for the last time. Who's going to be the lesson on the brakes into Brundle?
Adam Keane's back in the fight here from starting P8 on the grid. He's up to 3rd here. Everything's fanning out. Daniel Neal's covering the inside as he should. Adam Keane could have a look down the inside of Istvan here. Is it going to come together?
Oh,
Daniel Neal's gone round from leading the race.
And he's furious there. He smokes up the tyres as he gets going again. Disaster for Daniel Neal as he was trying to take the championship lead, and that's given the lead to Istvan Demesh. What a fight back, having fallen back to the lower reaches of the top 10.
It's going to come through.
Pole position. Can he hold off Adam Keane through the final corner now? Here they come out of Coram. Keane's right on the ragged edge. He's sliding about in that 2nd place. It's going to be Istvan Demesh. Who could have said this after when the safety car first came out? He's going to win this incredible race, certainly the best race of the year for the Adrian Flux Insurance Caterham Academy. Up to the line, the win goes to Istvan Demesh ahead of Adam Keane by 0.2 of a second, and it's going to be, I think, Kirtland who completes the podium ahead of Hind Speaks. Neal gets 6th position, and the rest of them come home. I'm out of breath after that one.
I think he is too. Look at Istvan in the car. That must have been such a race. He really came through. He's making moves where no one else was. And Adam Keane up into 2nd, another great position. Matt Kirtland, after battling up the front, he dropped back down and then he's come back through. You can't help but feel for Daniel Neal there with that spin. I don't know what happened to cause that, but that, it is easy to lose the rear through that corner of Brundle. You're super loaded up and then you've got to pivot the car to go back the other way. Here we see it. So Daniel Neal comes in. He's locked up the rear left and is then spun and gone off towards the barrier. Manages to stay away from it, but then rejoins. I don't know where, but a fair bit further back here as everyone manages to avoid him, thankfully. But Adam Keane, I know, leading the championship, but on drop scores really needed a good result over Daniel Neal. So that'll be good for him, but definitely not what Daniel Neal wanted after leading that race for every lap but one there.
Okay, provisional result. Istvan Demesh, the winner by 0.21 of a second from Adam Keane. And Matthew Kirtland on the podium in 3rd. Monty Hind coming through for 4th in the end ahead of Henry Speaks. The dejected Daniel Neal will take 6th ahead of Gertrude Juicy. Lee James with that last lap spin at Richards will drop to P8 ahead of Patrick Cunningham and Bali Nijar. Good recovery from him after he went off before the safety car came out. Norman Jeeves in 11th place ahead of Graham Handy, David Jarvis and Miles Anon. Then further back, the battle between Joel Mayer-Potts and 65 Andrew Mackay ends in favour of the former. Darren Pindo is next home ahead of Chris Coates. Then the other finishers, Chris Tuck and Scott Graham, with the final finish number 4, Neville Sykes. So he must have had a moment somewhere as well. We lost the 34 of Robert Cohen and 40 Dean Pollard in the crash that brought the safety car out. Hopefully we'll see them back out tomorrow. And it was Istvan Demesh who got the fastest lap. Right, I think Callum, we need to lie down to recover after that one, don't we?
Definitely. Thank you for having me. What a race. The Academy really does breed this incredible racing. And look at that. The order at the start certainly wasn't the order at the finish, was it? I think everyone had a comeback story through there.
We see on the left of the screen there the collision. Dean Pollen head on into Rob Cowan after he'd spun at Agostini. Balinijar going off as well. A few more highlights of that incredible race. This wonderful battle for the lead here with Istvan Demes pulling off some real daring moves in places I didn't think overtakes were possible, and Monty Hine was lucky to get through there, as well as Lee James spun in front of him at Rich's corner, and then disaster for Daniel Neal, a big lock-up as he went into Brundle. It looked like the left rear brake may have locked on briefly there, sending him spinning. He lit up the tyres as he recovered, but the damage was done and he was down to P6. Well, it's been a pleasure to have Callum McIntyre alongside me for this one. He'll now go and get ready for his Academy race tomorrow, and we'll hand down to Sam in Parc Fermé.
What an amazing race that was. Goodness me, that was incredible. Not what I thought the outcome was going to be. I mean, obviously Istvan winning, but not in that way. So I can't wait to hear from these guys. Adam Keane, what a drive from 11th on the grid. And I spoke to him after qualifying. He wasn't happy with his qualifying, but he would be absolutely delighted with this finish. So here they come. There's a little cheer from Istvan in the car there, we can hear. So let these guys enjoy this moment. The wing is hanging off of Matt Kirtland's car though, as we can see. That's literally rubbing on the wheel, so he's lucky that hasn't gone flying or caused any damage to the tyre. But Adam's out the car. It looks hot in there for those guys, so we'll just wait for Istvan to get out the car, and they're all coming in to Parc Fermé now. Gosh, such a shame for Dan Neal though, such a shame. Let's have a word with Istvan. Congratulations.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, please don't swear.
Yes.
I mean, the adrenaline must be pumping right now, but what an amazing race. I bet you didn't think that was going to happen, did you?
No, I thought that was it. When I came back after the safety car, I thought, like there's no way. I was really frustrated, and that was terrible. And I don't believe what happened there. I'm speechless. Oh my god!
Excellent. You can breathe now. Deep breath, because you probably didn't breathe on the way round.
I don't think I took a breath for like 7 minutes there or something. I don't know how long it was. That was amazing. Unbelievable. Seriously unbelievable, and just great racing from everyone. It was like seriously very, very clean. I'm really sorry for that. I don't know what happened with him on the last lap. I just saw him spin off, but I don't know what went after that. But this was incredible. I don't know if I can repeat this again. I hope I can.
You never know.
Yeah, I would really want to. But this was great. Thank you for everyone who was watching. All my family is watching. See us now. Thank
Brilliant.
you.
Thank you very much and well done. Congratulations. Right. Oh, he's just talking. Adam is just talking to the circuit comms. So, there's a bit of chatting going on about this race. Congratulations, Matt. I mean, goodness.
It was like Fuxton again, isn't it?
Yes, very much so. But what a race!
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what to say. It was awesome to hang on to Dan, and then Dan obviously had a bit of a mare. I didn't realise it was the last lap, and these familiar nose cones came steaming through. But yeah, I'm happy to be third again. Happy to get on the podium. It's been an awesome weekend. I want to say hello to everyone at home, if that's okay. There's a lot of people from me here. Love you all.
Oh, thank you very much. And what happened to the wing?
What wing?
Oh, yeah, nothing to
see.
see.
Before tomorrow, yeah. Hopefully Monty pays a bit. Oh no, that's not how it works. Yeah, a little kiss from Monty, but that'll buff out, I'm sure. Yeah.
All right, cool. Right, thank you. Well done. I'll just grab a very quick word with Adam. Adam, just have a quick word before we got to cut to the next race. But fantastic drive from 11th on the grid.
Yeah, I'm over the moon, to be honest. Yeah, it was not what I was expecting. Super happy. Dedicate the second to Theo. Really pleased. Yeah.
Yes. Being a new dad is working.
Yeah, exactly. They reckon every child is worth 0.5 of a second. Slower, cautiousness, etc. But yeah, this one, Theo, you're my boy.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
There we go. Lots of very happy drivers. So we'll hand over to Chris and Dave in the commentary box for the next race.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Sam. And next up on track, it is the Mission Motorsport Caterham 7 270R Championship, the middle rung on the ladder of Caterham Racing, supported by Mission Motorsport, the Forces Motorsports charity. It's been really a two-horse race in this championship this year between Freddie Chiddicks and Charlie Lower, and they find themselves on the front row. Freddie Chiddicks, number 66 on pole, 21 Charlie Lower alongside. Second row, number 4, Duncan Mallet, and car 2, Mark Jones. Row 3 is 73, Matt Larby. Good to see him back out after a big accident at Alton Park at the start of the season. Theo Theato starts alongside in the number 72. Fourth row is Rog Papke in number 29, the former Academy champion, and David Rook alongside in 45. Mark Kendall, a winner at Zandvoort earlier this year, on row 5 alongside Peter Mott. Row 6, number 20, James Empson alongside 10 of Gareth Lucas. On row 7, it's number 71, Giles Perry, and 15, James Cook. Row 8, 14, Jonathan Ramsey, and 84, Joe Priday. And the final row, 22, Louise Deason, and 23, Alan Bateman. So far this year, the wins have been virtually divided up between Freddie Chiddicks and Charlie Lower. Freddie took a hat-trick at Silverstone as they head round on their green flag lap. And Freddie Chiddicks a hat-trick at Silverstone. He had a win at Croft, 2 at the start of the season at Alton Park, 1 at Zandvoort and 1 at Thruxton. Charlie Lower had 1 at Alton Park, 1 at Zandvoort, 2 at Croft, 2 at Thruxton, and Mark Kendall was the other winner in the Netherlands. So the only man to have beaten the big 2 in the championship, who are separated by just 6 points and way ahead of Mark Kendall in third.
It really has been these two fighting away throughout the whole season. They've, like you say, taken that first and second place most of the time, but by want of a couple of better results and Charlie Lower slipping down the order, Freddie Chiddicks does hold that 6-point lead, and if he has the perfect race weekend this weekend, he could become champion-elect. So he does need 3 wins and 3 fastest laps to achieve that. So he'll be looking to see whether he can, and again, he's come in here with very limited testing, so I think he just joined qualifying to this morning fresh, but he's shoved it right up there again, hasn't he? Right where his car it belongs, right at the front of this grid. But yeah, Charlie Lower there alongside on that front row, and it really has, like you say, been this too. Another story just from testing is Mark Kendall got collected by another car, losing it out of Palmer's, and the rear of his car's broken. He's been lent a car by one of his fellow competitors. He's third place in this championship, so one of his fellow competitors lent him the car.
Wow.
You'll see it's green nose cone. He's taken his nose cone and his bonnet across, but the rest of the car is not green like it has been for the rest of the season. Also worth noting as they line up here, Duncan Mallet is another person coming up from the Academy, jumping straight to 270, so he would have been racing with Matt Larby and Rog Papke last year, and he's inserted himself first time out last time in the 270s, put himself there on third on the grid, so great start for him as well.
So Freddie Chiddicks on pole in the black and Dayglow orange car alongside the mainly black car of Charlie Lower with the blue nose cone and roll cage. Duncan Mallet in black with a bit of turquoise trim. In grey and red alongside him is Mark Jones. Row 3, Matt Larby in blue, red and black, and the bright orange car of Theo Theato on row 3. He's won here another Caterham Championship on a guest appearance earlier this season, so he knows Snetterton very well indeed as we get underway with 20 minutes of racing for the Mission Motorsport Caterham 270R Championship. Will it be Lower, will it be Chiddicks, or will we see a new winner? Well, it's Lower and Chiddicks side by side down towards the first corner at Riches. Theo Theato's moved across to the inside. Charlie Lower turns in and takes up the lead out of Riches as they start to sort themselves out down towards the hairpin. Who's that who's come through into third place? It looks like one of our cars from the fourth row of the grid possibly. We'll pick that up in just a moment. There's a little bit of chopping and changing in there.
I think it was David Rook coming through. He's in that red car. Saw him having an accident at Thruxton the last time out. Good to see him back out there. He's hurt his hand in that accident, so doing really well, but he lines up behind Freddie Chiddicks there, so he is, like I said, a lightning start to move himself into that third place, but it is still Chiddicks and Lower out front, with Lower currently in the lead as they head down to Agostini this time. But Duncan Mallet back down the inside of David Rook and nearly looking like he's trying to get Freddie Chiddicks as well, as we follow Theo Theato in the orange machine around there. And Duncan Mallet did make one place up, and Freddie Chiddicks managed to hold on around the outside. They're still looking side by side through Hamilton. That, like I said earlier, is not the ideal place to go overtaking, but Lower leads Chiddicks, leads Rook, then it's Duncan Mallet, then it's Rog Papke, and then it's Mark Jones, who's the loser in this early part of this race. He started third on the grid or fourth on the grid and now has dropped back slightly.
Yes, Duncan Mallet under fire from Rog Papke, his familiar pink car up there in P4 and 5. There's Louise Deason in her familiar pink, white and orange livery towards the tail of the field. As here come the leaders down the Bentley Straight for the first time, side by side for the lead. Having a look on the inside, Charlie Lower very late on the brakes. He locks up. Is he going to get the car stopped in time for the right-hander at Nelson? I think he's done it. Battle is joined between these two once again. Charlie Lower takes up the lead. It's David Rook in third after that super start from row 4. Then we've got Duncan Mallet, Rog Patke and Theo Theato, I think, is next in the order. Yes, the orange car, the McCat as it's known, combination of McLaren and Caterham, the big cat livery on the 72.
Absolutely. Charlie Lower is absolutely going to have a flat spot on his Avon ZZS tyre. That's not going to be great for him heading to the tail end of this race. Also, lots of cars there dropping a wheel onto that grasscrete, and there's a sensor out there that will be taking a picture and sending that up to race control, and will be one of their warning shots across the bow for track limits. So keep an eye out for that. But it was Charlie Lower quite insistent that he didn't want his car to go behind Chiddix. Chiddix having to bail out around Brundle Nelson. So there is that McCat car trying to look down the inside of Rod Patke into Rich's turn 1 that time through, but no way through as Matt Larby also follows, and there's Mark Jones trying to recover his way back through a little bit as we get still Lower out front as we head into this second lap.
Look at this for 6th position. Rog Patke's run wide, so has Theo Theato. They both lose out to Mark Jones in the recovering number 2 car after a bit of a slow start. Matt Larby on their tails. This is the battle for 2nd place. David Rook having one of the best runs we've seen from him so far this year, the Scotsman, closing down Freddie Chiddix for 2nd. Charlie Lower still defends his lead. These two have been separated by about that same sort of distance all season on track this year, Chiddix and Lower. Duncan Mallet closing up as well as a late entry for this weekend, trying something new in the 270R category of the former Academy man. These 4 breaking away slightly.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was this 4 that broke away gently at Thruxton as well, but they sort of sprung a gap early. Mallet happy to hold on to the coattails of Rook just now. Like I say, Rook driving with that hurt hand, which is incredible that he made that good start. And Rook has been making his way up slowly, teammate to Charlie Lower, so they've been working together and sort of moving themselves further up through the order, and Rook has really become good at the tail end of this series. He's normally sort of alongside Cook, but Cook's not here this weekend, I don't think. In fact, he is. He's just finding himself deep in the field. So James Cook would normally be racing alongside David Rook. That's the Rook and Cook show, as we like to say, but he's not in the frame just now. But Chiddix is very much in the frame for this win. You see the red-fronted nose cone of Chiddix's car is now out front of Charlie Lower. And it's Rook and then Duncan Mallet and then the rest of the field in their sort of slightly distant battle now.
Yes, Chiddix took the lead down the Bentley Straights that time through. Theo Theato still ahead of Mark Jones. There's Rutledge Patke, Rog to his friends in the number 29 car, the former Academy champion. Chiddix under fire. Charlie Lower has a look at Murray, so rarely see overtaking moves made there. David Rook in 3rd place. Yes, Rook and Cook we mentioned before. James Cook, the Welshman, you'll recognise the Welsh Dragon wrapped onto his car. He's down in P12 at the moment. We'll see if he can rise through the field. Across the line they go. Lower, Chiddix, Rook, Duncan Mallet in 4th. These 4 have broken away from Theo Theato in 5th. Mallet's just done the fastest lap of the race, 2:12.786. An impressive debut in the Mission Motorsport 270R Championship. As up the inside, Freddie Chiddix holding the lead from Charlie Lower. There's a slippery surface flag out there as well, I noticed, coming towards Palmer, so maybe somebody's dropped some fluid there.
Could well be a piece of bodywork as well. That's more likely, I would say, in a Caterham race, to have a little bit of bodywork hanging out on the racing line. It is, if you get that caught under your
arch usually, isn't it?
If you get that caught under your wheel, it's just as if you are on ice as you're braking, and you lose a lot of braking capability. But Chiddix continues to hold this this lead as the second part of this next lap, and is this still this front 4 pulling away? And Mark Jones now with the next person up, seeing whether he can close that gap again. Had a great qualifying, so he's obviously got the speed in that car, but it is Chiddix, Lower, Rook and Mallet.
There go the 4 leaders, line astern. They were 2 seconds clear of Theo Theato at the timing line last time through. Quickest first sector of all from Mark Jones last time through, though, 41.489, so he could close up here. There is Theato. I think Jones, in fact, has already got ahead of Theato there. Yes, he has. He's up into P5. Theato behind him then. It's Rog Patke as the leaders go into the slipstream. Who's going to try and break the toe, get down the toe? Well, Rog Patke's going for the inside on Mark Jones. That's a brave move, and charging around the outside of both of them, Theo Theato. There was a bit of wheel banging there between Rog Patke's going to go straight off onto the grass. There's no way he was going to get the car stopped there. He goes grass tracking. I think he was heading for Norwich for a split second there.
Yeah, just wasn't able to kill the speed as he went round. He was obviously, like you said, wheel to wheel with Mark Jones, who chopped across his nose a little bit, and I think he had to take to the curb, which then reduced his braking capability, which meant that he was never going to be able to make that right-hander, and he sailed off onto that grass. Bounced across, now has rejoined this Type 4 at the front there, with Mallet heading up onto the start-finish straight there in that 4th place. At the moment, he's kind of just taking a watching brief, isn't he, seeing what this front 3 are doing, as it's side-by-side once more. Charlie Lower came over the line, he in the lead that time through, with Chiddick's just behind him, but it's that front 4 with it now with Theo Theato back in front, I think, of that chase group. But Chiddick's manages to make his way back to the lead as they head into turn 1 then. Rook having to defend there, and maybe a little bit of a body rub or something. I saw a bit of smoke, and there's another lock up there. Was that Chiddick's?
That was Lower. He was very determined there. He was very, very late on the brakes, but it worked. He got the slingshot down the inside, and Charlie Lower takes the lead of this Mission Motorsport Caterham 270R Championship race. We must say a big thank you to Mission Motorsport, the Forces Motorsport charity set up by retired Major James Cameron of the British Army a few years ago. They've done a lot to help rehabilitate injured members of the armed forces through their work in motorsport. They've entered teams in a number of endurance races, as well as Caterhams, MX5s and many other forms of UK club racing. Certainly a very worthy cause indeed. Charlie Lower it is who leads the way then ahead of Freddie Chiddick, being closed down by David Rook, who's still having a cracking race in that 3rd position. We've got one car we lost on the opening lap. That was the number 63 of Andy Palmer, unfortunately. So 18 cars still running.
Yeah, Kendall also struggling a little bit in 10th place. He's obviously driving, there he is in our shot, driving an unfamiliar car. His teammate then, Gareth Lucas, behind him, but unfortunately he's not able to find the speed that he can find in his normal car right now, and he finds himself in 10th place. We'll see whether he can make any move forward, but at the moment it doesn't look like he can make forward progress, as we got side by side. Chiddick's down the around the outside of Charlie Lower, has pushed onto those curbs. There is absolutely no space given between these two. Duncan Mallet also finds himself ahead of Rook now in that 3rd place, so has David Rook now slipped to that 4th place.
Yeah, I thought David Rook seemed to slow coming out of Nelson there. Maybe he missed a gear, or maybe just got a little bit crossed up, but he's down into 4th. You can see he's lost ground there to Duncan Mallet, and Theo Theato, who's back ahead of Mark Jones, is closing up now as well. His position swapping him all the way up and down, I should say, this field of 270Rs as they head up over the line to complete their 4th lap. Still 11 minutes of this race left to go. Behind Mark Jones is Matt Larby, then behind him it's the number 96, which is Peter Motts. Cook is up in the 9th place, Captain Cook as we call him, James Cook in the number 15, and Mark Kendall, winner at Zandvoort earlier this year, completes the top 10.
Don't look now, but those front 2 are pulling away again, aren't they? After that, whatever happened to Rook and Mallet that last time through, whether he did miss a gear, which is understandable if he's got a hurt hand, that may well have given them the opportunity. There's Kendall side by side with the number 15 of Ramsey there, so it's in fact, that's Cook, isn't it? Yes, Cook, sorry.
Ramsey's number 14, sorry.
There you go. Yeah, misidentified, but that's Cook going through. And so Kendall seeing whether he can fight back into the lead. But it is Chiddick's currently in the lead as we look and come in. Or is that swapped to Lower? It has swapped to Lower while we were looking elsewhere. Another lock up there coming into Agostini.
That's not your fault. Those cars are quite similar from a distance. So one's got red bits of trim under sponsor logos, the other's got blue, and it's tricky to tell when they swap places, especially in sunny weather like this from a distance. Let's see who's leading as they come through. It is Charlie Lower as they come towards the right-hander at Oggies. Duncan Mallet still there in 3rd, looking for a debut podium in this championship. There's Mark Kendall, the green and black car further back. Rog Patke recovering well after his off at Nelson's earlier on. He's got ahead of the number 10, which is Gareth Lucas, local man from Cambridge. So here come the leaders heading down. I mean, it's the Revit straight, then it's the Bentley straight now. Side by side for the lead. Chiddick pulls ahead yet again, as he seems to do there on every lap. Theo Theato's drawing the 2nd group. He could have 8 cars going for the lead. There's Matt Larby, had a big shunt at the opening meeting of the year at Alton Park and missed a couple of races, but he's back, and well and truly back. He is looking to get into this lead battle.
Yep, fighting along there. Lost a bit of rear wheel arch, hasn't he? So as we heard the last time, we said, what rear wheel arch? And but Larby back there fighting in his battle, and he's Theo Theato just around him as well as Jones. So kind of their normal. But Kendall's looking feisty. But there's Rog Patke getting another position, I think, back up, fighting his pink car through the field after his grassy moment earlier on as he heads up this front straight. I think it's the centre straight, isn't it? This start-finish straight as they head over the line. Chiddick's Up the inside, then Charlie Lower around the outside, takes the momentum. Another lock-up I saw for him in Bentley and Nelson complex. So again, he's having problems with locking up, and we said that was a kind of significant thing, and it could happen. But looking down the inside again once more as they head into the Wilson hairpin this time through, and Duncan Mallett deciding he wants to get back involved. It's all closing up here for the front race again.
Certainly is, yes. I wonder if Charlie Lower and Freddie Chiddicks have counted the number of times they've overtaken each other already this year. Well, one of them's about to be overtaken, possibly by Duncan Mallett. He's up on the outside of Chiddicks, and you can see as he's had to defend there, Charlie Lower's been able to pull away by a couple of car lengths. There's still 8 minutes of this cracking race still to go. Duncan Mallett has a look on the inside, tries to get the inside line for Agostini, can't quite do so. David Rook in the red car is fourth. He's now under fire from Theo Theato, and it's Jones, Larby and Peter Mott, the 96, completing the 8 out front.
Yep, that gap that was there is now coming to... Charlie Lower has got a half a second or so. He'll be jinking and jiving to see whether he can throw the toe down this next Bentley straight, but I don't think he's going to make it stick. That's not a fatal gap yet, and Chiddicks has got right back in the slipstream, so he will be gaining from that all the way too. But Mallett was certainly there injecting his nose, wasn't he? He's hammering his advantage home there, putting his nose in front, but he didn't manage to make it stick around that left-hander of Palmer. We said it's not a traditional overtaking spot, and as soon as we said that gap, it was there. It's evaporated once more as Chiddicks gets an amazing run down the Bentley straight, and another lock up there heading into the complex. Rook's lost a place there to Theo Theato, so that group's caught up, and Theo Theato's keen to get forward.
Fastest lap is held by Theo Theato and Mark Jones. They both recorded an identical time last time through, 2 minutes 12.345, as they head up towards the conclusion of lap number 6. Here come the leaders. Chiddicks from Lower. Now, is Lower going to go around the outside down the centre straight? He normally does. Through the left-hander up Murray's, first of all, named after Murray Walker, the voice of British and some would say world motorsports. We still miss you, Murray. Over the line they go, and Lower does indeed go around the outside, side by side down to Richards.
He also made it there by the time they got to the line. He was second coming out of that last corner. He was in front by the time they went over the line, so that shows the toe in the 270R and the wind conditions we've got now. It is possible to be second coming on there. You've got to be brave to leave it that late, and it was by literally a thousandth of a second that the gap was as they went over the line that time, but it does prove it can be done. So a little bit Chiddicks is on the inside now as they head into Palmer then, and he's making that position back. So as soon as Lower gets in front, Chiddicks does just the way, we've seen this before with them. They're really insistent about keeping their car in front at all times.
Through they go towards Agostini once again then. Is it going to be a move down the inside this time from Charlie Lower? He locks up again. He's taking some risks on the brakes. It's worked for him though. And also trying to get involved is Duncan Mallett. Could Duncan Mallett sneakily try and snatch a top 2 place, or maybe even a sneaky win here? He's in the position. He's right there in the slipstream. He has been all the way through. Meanwhile, still that fastest lap is between Theato and Jones with identical lap times from earlier on. Freddie Chiddicks is not finished yet. They're so busy fighting each other, these two. I don't think they've noticed that Duncan Mallett is there behind them in the number 4, and Duncan on for a surprise result.
Yeah, and it will only take them going side by side through an awkward corner or not making a move stick, and Duncan Mallett will be able to sort of strike like a stealth from behind, and that's what he'll be definitely looking to see what he can do with that. But it is Chiddicks who's leading them down so far. I think there was even a bit of contact there between the two cars as they headed into the left-hander at Brundle Nelson at this time through, but it is Chiddicks who stays in front, so his car does have a lot of speed down that back straight, doesn't it? Charlie Lowe wasn't able to do anything, unless he was just happy and content to wait while he looks in his rearview mirror, and he knows that now Mallett's going to have to deal with Theo Theato and David Rook, who are back on his tail.
Yeah, speaking of sneaking up, Theo Theato has been sneaking up on the top 3 over the last couple of laps as well. He's caught Duncan Mallett and he's going to try and get himself onto the podium here. Theo Theato, another Academy graduate. He's currently 12th in the points coming into this round. It's Chiddicks on 360, Lower on 354. Kendall is third on 284. Then it's Rutledge Patke, David Rook and Mark Jones, your top 6 in the points. Thought there were yellow flags waving in the background, just the banners above the pit wall confusing me for a second there, as the leaders with 4 minutes to go head up towards the Wilson's hairpin for the 8th time. Is it going to be Charlie Lower on the inside here? Lower led at the line, Chiddicks up on the outside. There's absolutely side by side through the hairpin. Chiddicks trying to get the inside line away for the left-hander at Palmer's corner. Duncan Mallett still shadowing their every move, so is Theo Theato now, the orange number 72 car. It is Chiddix who comes out. It's Lower, who comes out in front. So it'll probably be Chiddix back ahead by the time I finish talking to you.
And it was Lower across the line that time. A mammoth 200th of a second ahead as he crossed the line that time through. As they come down then into Agostini. We got that new second place. Duncan Mallet. He's really been good on the brakes down into there. And then Chiddix is offline, and he's got to have to struggle to defend from Thea Theato now. So that is the first time we've seen Lower and Chiddix not in that first and second place throughout this thing. And Duncan Mallet's looking threatening, and it's absolutely pristine on the brakes there into Agostini that time through.
Now Theato is going for third place. Had a look into Oggy's there at the inside. You rarely see overtakes at Oggy's corner. Freddie Chiddix trying to fight back. Duncan Mallet up into second with that very well judged manoeuvre into Agostini. Now he's going after Charlie Lower. We've seen so much slipstreaming on the Bentley Straight. Can Duncan Mallet take the lead of his debut 270R race? He's having a look. Here comes Chiddix, though. He's going to try and go around the outside of both of them. There could be three wide into Brundle. Chiddix up the outside. There's almost contact between the two of them, and Charlie Lower has to cede there to Freddie Chiddix. That was a brave move and a spin there. Oh, David Rook has lost it. Spins out onto the grass on the outside of Nelson.
Yeah, it's the same for him to lose out that. He was going very well, and Charlie Lower and Freddie Chiddix have somehow found themselves back into that first and second position. So David Rook just joins in front of Gareth Lucas, so that'll see him down in about 10th place then, won't it? Chiddix is out in front. Like you said, very, very brave manoeuvres by them both. Absolutely nothing between them, millimetres between these two cars, but they did manage to hold on as Chiddix leads as they head up to the line. Can Charlie Lower duck out before the line this time and make it stick? He's going to give it a go. They're side by side as they cross the line. It was Lower that crossed the line according to the timing screen, just ahead of Chiddix. So again, that's a couple of times he's proved he can do it. He's taken that wide sweeping line, and still Chiddix can't relax because Duncan Mallet is just there.
One lap to go then. We're on the final tour now of the Snetterton 300 circuit. This incredibly close Caterham 270R Championship race sponsored by Michelin Motorsport. Charlie Lower has the lead. Round the outside comes Theo Theato. That was a brave move trying to get the line for Parmesan. Duncan Mallet goes over the curb on the outside. This is going to be an incredibly close finish between these two and between others as well, as Lower leads from Chiddix. Now, what the plan has been for the rest of the race, you see, is Chiddix will slipstream Lower down the Bentley Straight into Brundle, and then Lower gets him back on the start-finish line. So is Chiddix going to maybe hang back this time down the Bentley Straight? A bit of a lock-up there from Lower once again. He's trying hard to stay ahead. He's got to defend down the Bentley Straight, but again, will Chiddix choose to hang back and maybe play Charlie Lower at his own game on the start-finish straight?
He won't be clear though whether who crossed the line first. It won't be clear because it was hundredths of a second, thousandths of a second. So yeah, that you can bet these calculations are going on in all four of these drivers' heads right now as to what I want to do, where do I want to be. The only one that really knows exactly what he wants to do is Duncan Mallet in third place, because he's going to be defending, but he's going to have an awesome slipstream down the Bentley Straight for the last time then as they head down this long back straight. They've got acres of time to think about what they're going to do. Chiddix comes to the outside, so Charlie Lower's defended to the inside. It doesn't look like he's going to have a good overlap, but there's a momentum is round the outside then for Chiddix. So Charlie Lower once again locks that front left. We've seen that so often in this race, but it's Chiddix who has come out in front. Is he going to be able to hold on out the last corner this time through?
Here they come towards the bomb hole for the last time. Chiddix gets his foot down. He's got a couple of lengths advantage there over Charlie Lower. Lower might be kept busy by Duncan Mallet here for second place, but Lower now trying to close back up. He gets a tighter line on the run into Coram. An incredible duel once again between these two. Can he get in the slipstream as they come into Murray's for the last time in this 270R race? And incredible, we could be on for a photo finish. Is Charlie Lower going to get close enough? Here he comes up onto the back of Freddie Chiddix as they head up towards the line. I don't think he's going to do it. They almost finished side by side. Who got there? We'll have to wait and see. It's a photo finish. He did get up alongside, and the timing screen gives it to Charlie Lower. 16 thousandths of a second. We'll have to wait for confirmation on that when the timekeepers from TSL have checked it. Duncan Mallet got third ahead of Theato, Matt Larby, Mark Jones, then Peter Mott, James Cook, Rog Patke, and David Rook after his spin came over in 10th place. The timing screen gives it to Charlie Lower by 0.016 of a second.
We've seen it before here at Snetterton. They do need the camera. The camera points across directly that line for that very reason, and we have seen things reversed in the past. So whilst the timing has given it to him by that, like we say, 16 thousandths of a second, we need to get that confirmation screen before we can say that. And it might even be that we have to say this is a provisional result until that's been sorted out. They were absolutely side by side as they went over, but it was again Lower and Chiddix, and if it is the result that Lower is ahead of Chiddix, that does mean that Chiddix has not made his perfect race weekend, therefore he doesn't have the chance now to be champion-elect.
Provisional result then, Charlie Lower the winner by Freddie Chiddicks, from Freddie Chiddicks by 16 1,000ths of a second. Duncan Mallet a podium on his debut in the category. Brilliant drive by Duncan ahead of Theo Theato, Matt Larby, Mark Jones, Peter Mott, James Cook, Rog Patke recovering from his spin, and David Rook likewise completing the top 10 ahead of Gareth Lucas and James Empson, Joe Priday, Jonathan Ramsey in P14. Then Louise Deason, Giles Perry down in 16th. The final finisher was Alan Bateman, and sadly we lost Mark Kendall into the pits a few laps from home, and Andy Palmer was a first lap retirement.
What a race then for the 270Rs then.
Really
Great
was.
stuff, and fantastic to see those two out front again, managing all that to sweep around the outside. That was Rog Patke not able to slow his car, and like at that time you could just see he was never going to make that corner. Seen him out on this bit of grass before now as well, so he made it back through and fought his way back up, didn't he, to 9th place. So a kind of recovery there, not quite as high as he would have liked and expected. There's that lock up against from Charlie Lower down the inside of the Wilson hairpin against Freddie Chiddicks. Not the first time and not the last time we saw that locking up. He's going to have a flat spot on that car. There's Rook down the inside, and this is Rook on down the inside of Theo Theato as they headed through the Brandon Nelson complex. You can see how absolute nose to tail these cars are. There was the Rook spin that we saw him have, had dropped him down to 10th place.
Yes, it looked like there may have been a slight bit of contact there between Jones and Rook, but there we see the photo finish. It was like a pair of sprinters lunging for the finishing line at the end of a 100-metre dash there.
Yeah, they've got a camera pointing directly across that line for that very reason, just like you see in the athletics, and they will get it so that it's absolutely along the line, and it will be a pristine, you know, they'll be able to confirm that result. But at the moment, yep, Lower has taken it, and therefore Chiddicks can't be champion this weekend.
OK, we'll head down to Parc Fermé very shortly then to hear from our top three.
Goodness gracious me, that was an incredible finish. I'm going to go straight in and talk to Charlie. I mean, he'll want to get his helmet off first.
Yes, please. It's pretty hot under
It's
here.
very hot in there, yeah. I was just saying that finish. Did you? I mean, you knew because I saw you cheering when you crossed the line, but on the photo, it was so close.
It's funny from in the car, you can really tell when your nose is pointing over or not. If you were standing right by it, you wouldn't be able to tell, but that was an incredible race. It all went to plan, which was really good. I had all the hard battling was behind me, so I missed out on some of that, but Freddie drove really well, and great result.
Yeah, brilliant. More points for you
yes,
to close on that gap between you and Freddie.
Yeah, that'll be good. Yeah, Freddie's leading at the moment, so any points would be good.
Yeah, excellent. Well done. Well done, Charlie. Right. Freddie, did you think you had it then? I mean, that was incredibly close.
No, I knew I didn't have it. That headwind down the straight to the finish, that's a killer today. Yeah, every time out of that last corner, Charlie could get me by the line. I just had to try and make a big enough run around the last couple of corners, but couldn't do it. Another great race though, so hopefully 2 more tomorrow and we'll try and get one better.
Yes, excellent. Congratulations. Thanks, Freddie. Right, I'll move around and speak to Duncan in a moment. He will be very happy with the podium. Duncan, congratulations! You must be over the moon with that.
Yeah, I'm really happy with that actually. I'm very happy. First podium in 270R, so I can't complain at all. I can't complain.
And some great battles there with David Rook and Theo.
Yeah, it was great. It was great. It's all about just keeping up with these two, and then if you can keep up with them, you're in the fight and you're all good. And I had a great battle with Theo actually. It was really fun.
Excellent. Yeah, you look like you enjoyed that one.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well done. Congratulations. There we go. Some extremely happy drivers. Very hot drivers. It is getting very hot here now. So we'll hand back to you guys in the commentary box for the next race, which I believe is Superkarts.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Sam. So now for something completely different. If you thought the Caterham racers were mad, you haven't seen anything yet. It is time for the Super Series for the British Superkart Racing Club. Now, you may think of karts as the introduction to motorsport, the way the junior racers come through, the foundation of motorsport. These are a bit different. Supercarts are very highly tuned racing carts that race on circuits across Europe. They can achieve speeds of up to 140 miles an hour in a straight line. We'll have a look at the grid then. There's a huge grid of around 40 karts for the first of their 3 races across the course of this weekend. Let's have a look at the grid then. In pole position for the Division 1 Supercarts is number 1 Lee Harpham alongside 9 Tom Rushforth. The Division 1 Supercarts, the quickest karts here this weekend. Jack Tritton, number 87, starts alongside Carl Kinsey, number 5 on row 2. Third row, Mark Edwards and Carl Hume. Ingvar Bjerge from Sweden on row 4 alongside Louis Wall. Paul von Gerard alongside Kurt Catermole on row 5. Kurt Catermole, the first of the F250 national karts, as the pace car now starts to lead them round. Row 6 is Michael Goff. He starts alongside Paul Platt, multiple champion in the F250 national category. We've got Lee Plain, Samantha Hemschel, Mark Newton and Tom Hatfield. Sean Lombardo and Martin Marks, Will Lawrence and John Faulkner completing the top 20 places. They're all in either Division 1 Supercarts or F250 Nationals. You can recognise the karts by the colour of their number plates. Division 1s have yellow number plates with black numbers. F250 Nationals have white plates with black numbers. Row 11 of the grid, 161 Richard Connick alongside John West, number 20, and Ollie Holmes and Chris Balderson, Ronan McClintock and Nick Flint. Ollie Holmes is the first of the Formula 125 karts. That's the blue plated karts, blue number plates. Ronan McClintock and Nick Flint are in F450 National. They have red number plates, so you can pick out which class the drivers are in. Rob Randall and John Brusby on row 14. Row 15, Andy Powell and John Reeder. Then row 16, it's Chris Mackey and Aston Baker. Row 17, Steve Soski and Mary Howarth. On row 18, Gary Popkins and Amy Jurger. Then we've got a couple of rows of karts that didn't set a time in qualifying. Watch for Andy Gulliford coming through from the back of the grid. He's very quick. Daniel Jared, Fletcher Hearn and Thomas Baldwin complete this 40 kart grid here at Snetterton for the first of 3 superkart races this weekend. Well, they don't look like the karts you might see at your local arrive and drive circuit. Certainly these full-bodied karts. There's a couple of karts towards the back. Number 17 is one of our Formula 125 karts, Gary Popkins from Peterborough. It's the front of the grid. It is Lee Harpham, the number 1, who will start as the favourite for overall victory here, currently leading the karts around. He missed the second round of the Super Series at Anglesey, so he's a little way down the points. It's Liam Morley who heads the points, normally the king of British supercars, but he's not out this weekend, Liam Morley, so a chance for Matt Harpham and his rivals to pick up some points towards the top of the Super Series. Carl Hume is second in the points. Matt Robinson, who's third, is not here either. Now, I'll apologise in advance because at the speeds these karts do, it is a bit difficult to pick out their numbers at high speed, so any missed calls I do apologise for. Lee Harpham will start as the favourite then, the reigning MS UK British Supercar champion, hence carrying the number 1 plates. The GP plates are carried by the reigning British Grand Prix champions. Kurt Catermole is out there in the F250 national category. And there's also the O plate race. We've got 1 O plater out there at the moment, Paul Platt, who's won more F250 national titles than I can remember. I'll say a big thanks to Gary James for his previews of this event, giving us plenty of info. Look out for Jack Tritton as well, the reigning British champion in the F125 Open class, moving up to Division 1 for this season. He'll be one to watch. This will be a 15-minute race, and that's going to go by very quickly indeed as we get ready for the 4th meeting of the year for the British Superkart Racing Club Super Series. 250, 125 and 450cc motocross based engines in these karts. They get underway and just look at the speed as they head down towards Riches for the first time. It's Matt Harpham who's got the lead. Carl Hume, number 19, trying to move up the outside there. It looks like the number 5 of Carl Kinsey have moved up into second place overall. Look how many of them there are as they head down into the head of the first time. It's number 9, in fact, Tom Rushforth, trying to challenge on the inside there. I said it was difficult to see the numbers on these karts. Heading up towards Palmer for the first time. It is the number 1 from 9 and 5. Number 1 Lee Harpham, 9 Tom Rushforth, 5 of Carl Kinsey. The top 3 Division 1 karts here this weekend. Tom Rushforth down in 7th in the points. We've got a spinner. That was a spectacular 360, and another one loses it. Goodness me, the number 19 there, Carl Hume, nearly gets taken out. Who was that who went into a perfect 360 and didn't even lose a place? I think it might have been Jack Tritton, number 87. How he didn't lose a place there, I've no idea. More frantic battling in the midfield here. There's Carl Hume having rejoined after that bit of contact at Agostini in there. The leaders head towards the Bentley Straight for the first time. It's Matt Harpham leading on karts number 1, the man from Grimsby in Lincolnshire. It's number 9 of Tom Rushforth up there in 2nd position. The leaders starting to get fairly well spaced out now. I'll have to go to the timing screen at the end of lap 1 to find out who is leading each class. As you say, we've got 4 divisions in this series. Division 1 superkarts are 250cc. The F250 National are 250 but slightly less powerful. There's Carl Hume, number 19, chasing down the number 68 of Mark Edwards from Hampshire. So he's dropped back into the pack. He got tagged by a spinning cars at Agostini. There are the 2 leaders coming up to complete the first lap, and Tom Rushforth keeping pace with Matt Harpham. They're separated by just a couple of tenths of a second. 1 minute 53 was the lap time by Matt Harpham, first time through. You can see they're much quicker even than the Caterhams. A couple of places being made up there. Number 88, I think that is. There's number 5 of Kinsey holding off Jack Tritton for 3rd place. Jack Tritton, the former F125 Open British champion, moving up to Division 1 superkarts this year, trying to attack for 3rd place. The 2 leaders come through into Agostini. These 4 have gone clear of their rivals. Paul Platt is up in 6th overall. He gained 6 places off the grid on the O plates in the F250 national category. He's got Clerk, the British Grand Prix winner, up behind him in 6th and 7th places. Who are leading the other classes? It's Ronan McClintock leading the bigger engined F450 Nationals, and 643 Ollie Holmes leads Formula 125 further down the order. There's Carl Kinsey, number 5. They've only contested 1 round of the Super Series this year. They've been to Cadwell Park, Anglesey and Donington Park. He's only raced at Donington, so he needs points to try and catch up to Liam Morley's lead. Liam Morley, the current holder of the GP plate in the Division 1 superkarts, as he has been on more occasions than I can remember, but not out this weekend. There's Paul Platt in the O plates. He leads the number 83 Division 1 supercars of Paul von Gerard. Comes from Warwick. He's got Edwards in behind him. I think the 93 is in there as well somewhere, the Swedish driver Ingvar Bjerger. Said many of these karts powered by converted motocross power plants. 2 leaders hammer past over the line. 1 minute 50.325 for the race leader. Jack Tritton going through into 3rd position. These 4 Division 1 karts have got clear of the rest of the field. 5th place is von Gerard. Then it's you can see Paul Platt in 6th place overall leads his category. Looking at the points chart in the F250 Nationals, it is Kurt Catamol who leads their points. We've not seen Paul Platt in that division this year. He's had wins in the F250 mono category. The safety car is coming out though. We've got somebody off somewhere around the circuit further back. So we'll try and work out who that is. The F450 national points are led by Catherine Foster. She's not here this weekend. It's Gary Popkins, I think, who leads F125. We'll check that though. The F125 points. No, it's Ollie Holmes, apologies, after 3 wins at Donington Park. So the safety car is going to be coming out with 1/3 distance completed. And Lee Harpham will slow the field down, the Lincolnshire driver. There's one reason why there's a bit of debris there. Not sure where on circuit that is. It's the 143. 143 is John Reeder from Selby in Yorkshire. He's an F250 national driver. There's one of our 450 karts as well. That's Ronan McClintock. He was in pole position for that class, so he's out. Now, so we've lost Reeder and McClintock. They're the only two that are out. So I think it's Debris on the circuit that has brought the safety car out here from one of the carts. 143 John Reeder out of his kart. Well, the yellow flag's still out on the home straight, and the marshal, you can just about see there on the marshal's post on the left of your screen, waving the carts to slow down, because I don't think some of them realise the safety car is out, to try and clear some debris. Lee Harpham is your leader ahead of Tom Rushforth on the number 24, local man from Norwich. There's the safety car, picking up the leaders. Andy Gulliford has come through, incidentally, from the back of the grid. He's up to P14 from the back of the field. He started down there after problems in qualifying. Another man who started at the back was the F125 man Fletcher Hearn, another local man. He's up to 31st. Tom Baldwin started down there as well, or was meant to. Yeah, he's come through to P18 on his F250. Safety car has picked up Lee Harpham. Normally we're used to seeing Liam Morley leading these races, but he's not out this weekend. The king of Division 1 supercarts in the UK. Well, he and Matt Robinson have won every race in the Super Series for Division 1 so far this year, but neither of them here, so we're going to see a new winner this weekend. Lee Harpham had problems in the opening round at Cadwell Park. He crashed out of the second race and missed Anglesey, and didn't pick up too many points at Donington Park either, so he's only 13th in the championship at the moment. He needs the points here. Number 62 there, that's Andy Powell on the PVP chassis. To see Paul Von Gerard up there. He's been around the supercart scene for many seasons now, never seems to find a lot of success, but he's had a good consistent season this year, on for one of his best finishes, up there in 5th position at the moment, ahead of the 68 of Mark Edwards. 144, that's one of our F250 cars, that's Chris Balderson on the Raider Honda. Majority of the F250 national carts powered by Honda engines. The F450s are KTMs. And the TM brand, which I think is from Italy, powers the Formula 125 class. VM engines power the majority of the Division 1 supercarts, including our leader, Lee Harpham. One or two DEA power plants and a couple of PVPs as well. Look how many of them there are. These are some of the bravest drivers, in my opinion, certainly as well. Look how close they are to the ground on these little cars. Would you want to be doing 140 miles an hour on these machines? Now there's Ronan McClintock. He's going to be towed in, the Anderson KTM, holding the tow rope there. McClintock had hoped to try and close in on Catherine Foster in the 450 national points, but he's had 4 retirements and a non-start from 6 races so far this year. He's not had a lot of luck, has Ronan. So who's that given the lead in F452? Let's have a look down the order. It's the number 59, Nick Flint, who is leading in 27th overall. The other classes, well, Paul Platt leading the F250 Nationals, and F125 is Fletcher Hearn, who started from the back. He's come through to take the lead of the class. 38 carts took the green flag, so we had a couple of non-starters. Hands off the wheel there for number 74, that's Will Lawrence. But he seems to have lost his nose cone there. Who's that? Look at that, the 643 car. That's Ollie Holmes, the Formula 125 points leader. He's lost the nose cone. Now, will he be allowed to continue like that, or will he get the black and orange flag? I'm not sure, because his feet are rather exposed without that. Safety car still out on track at the moment then in its first of 3 races this weekend for the British Supercar Racing Club Super Series. There's number 99, another of our F125 carts with the blue number plates. That's Aston Baker. Less than 3 minutes on the clock now. The light has gone out atop the safety car, so we'll get a couple of laps sprint to the finish here. Can Lee Harpham, hold on in front. Rushforth and Tritton up behind him. 87 Jack Tritton looking for his first ever Division 1 Supercar victories. 4th in the points coming into this round behind Morley, Hulme and Robinson. Carl Hulme is in 9th place, recovering after a little bit of contact early on. Green flag waves are back underway. Leaders surge their way down towards Riches. Here comes Jack Tritton on the inside, trying to have a look for second place on the inside of the number 9 of Tom Rushforth. Carl Kinsey in 4th place, Paul Von Gerard and the 83 is in 5th place. Behind him is Mark Edwards. Carl Hulme has gone through into 7th position. Paul Platt's dropping back, the slightly slower F250 cart. Through the right-hander at the hairpin, there's the number 60 machine. 66 rather of John Faulkner a little bit further back in the order. Wait to see if it's going to be checkered flag this time, or there's going to be another lap allowed. And yes, the black and orange flag is going out to 643 Ollie Holmes for losing his nose cone. The meatball flag, as the drivers call it, black with the orange circle, so he's going to have to pull in. Can't continue with your nose cone and front bodywork missing, unfortunately. There's Paul Platt heading for yet another F250 victory, although Caterham is not far behind him now. Kurt Caterham, the points leader in GP1. Leaders down the back straights. Carl Hulme makes up another place, moving into the top 5 now. He's got ahead of Paul Von Gerard on the 83, who's having none of it. He's fighting back through the right-hander. Looks like 68 Mark Edwards has already gone through. Still your leader is Harpham. There are the leaders coming into Murray's. 23 seconds left on the clock. We will get another lap out of this. Nice to see him get some green flag racing in after the safety car. Over the line they go. Black and orange flag, you can see it there being displayed by the marshals, telling Ollie Holmes 643 he has to pull in. A technical problem. See what the problem is. His front bodywork missing. There go the leaders. Top 3 are pulled clear of Carl Kinsey now. Now Hulme is, where's Carl Hulme up to? He's got up into 6th position. Through Palmer for the last time. I don't think Lee Harpham is going to be caught here unless Tom Rushforth can do something very special, the local man. On his tail there as they head into Agostini. Further back in the order, looking at the other 2 classes, Fletcher Hearn still leads F125. F450, that's being led by the 59 of Nick Flint. Here come the leaders coming down the Bentley Straight for the final time. We've lost Ollie Holmes, it has indeed pulled into the pits. Sam Hempshall has pulled off as well. Still Harpham who leads the way. 3 of them together for the overall win, and that's in Division 1. It's been Robinson and Morley all the way in Division 1 this season so far. We're going to see a new winner whatever happens. Here they come out towards Murray's for the last time. Can Tom Rushforth get close enough for his first Division 1 victory? I don't think he's going to do it, or is he? He's in the slipstream there. Can he get up alongside, as we've seen in the Caterham races today? Over the line they come. He's not quite going to do it. Lee Harpham wins it, Rushford second, and Jack Tritton in third. They're well clear of the rest of the field. Looks like it is Carl Hume who's come through for fourth position. Good recovery by him. Oh, Carl Kinsey's pulled into the pits on the last lap. That's a shame. The number 5 car did not take the checkered flag. So it's Mark Edwards 5th, Paul von Gerard 6th, Ingvar Bjerge, the Swede, takes 7th, and well done Andy Gulliford, a fine 8th place, having started from the back. Paul Platt wins F250 National in 9th, 10th goes number 44, Louis Wall. Wait for the other class winners to come in. F450 is taken by Nick Flint. F125 goes to Fletcher Hearn. That's the carts coming home. Just a few more to come across the line. We lost one of the top F250 runners, Lee Play, number 101, has not come through either. And Lee Play, one of the top F250 Cup racers. Yes, there he is. There's Lee Play, leading the F250 mono division for the single cylinder supercarts, but he hasn't made it home, sadly. So it looks like 32 carts made it to the flag in our first supercart race of the weekend. Always difficult to keep up with the supercarts for our camera crews as well. This is the incident on the first lap, which saw that amazing 360-degree bit of driving by, I think it was Mark Edwards, and then as he rejoined, he clobbered the number 19 of Carl Hume. There's Lee Plain, non-finish for him in this one, and we will confirm the official results of the Super Series by the British Superkart Racing Club Race 1. Lee Harpham the winner by just 0.07 of a second from Tom Rushforth over the line. Jack Tritton on the podium in third, then Carl Hume, great recovery drive for fourth, ahead of Mark Edwards. His number should be 360, shouldn't it, after that moment at Agostini. Paul von Gerard in 6th, ahead of Ingvar Bjerge. Then Andy Gulliford 8th from the back of the grid. Paul Platt in 9th wins the 250 category. And Louis Wall, Kurt Cattermole, Michael Goff, Tom Hatfield and Thomas Baldwin from the back of the grid up to 14th. In the other classes you mentioned, Fletcher Hearn won the F125s, and the F450 Nationals. Just ahead of him was Nick Flint. Let's head down to Ewan in Park Fermé. Ewan Dunlop will catch up with the top 3 and hopefully our class winners as well.
Well, welcome down to Park Fermé, where Lee Harpham is pushing his cart back into Park Fermé here. Just had the carts weighed, everything absolutely A-OK. And if you've never seen carts before, how good is that? It is absolutely ridiculous. We heard earlier that Lee Harpham, earlier in the season at Cadwell, left this vehicle at 130 miles an hour. That's another win for you, mate. Well done.
Yeah, he was still on my tail the whole full race.
He was almost alongside you at the end there.
Yeah, well, I made a mistake coming round at the end of the back straight, and then obviously coming round into the last chicane, made a bit of a mistake. So we'll still go there.
With the safety car, I mean, it sort of it spoiled about 6-7 minutes of the race there, but you held onto the track absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, I thought it was just going to be a lap behind the safety car, but obviously another one. But yeah, it's just judging it right when to go. Yeah.
I mean, we talk about bravery often in these cars. What is it like? Just put it into words. Travelling around these circuits at 130, 140 miles an hour. What does it feel like with your arse like half an inch off the ground?
To be honest, I've been doing it that long, you just sort of get used to it. But to anybody that's not driven one, if they jumped in one, they'd just be absolutely amazed.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a bit like quicker than a supercar, really.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're just amazing machines.
Just sensational, mate. Well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy. Thanks a lot. Second place, it was coming, Tom. You nearly caught him in the end there.
Yeah, nearly. Just need a bit more straight line speed, but you know, it was a good battle, good race. It was good following him.
2 more races tomorrow. What's it going to take to beat him? Because it was so close.
Like 4 mile an hour, 5 miles. and no compromise on corner speed either.
Yeah.
But no, it was good.
Fantastic.
Good race.
Safety car meant it was like a little bit disappointing in the middle there, but it was a great race at the front. When you two got away, it was almost like nobody was catching you guys. What's the difference?
I honestly don't
Quality.
know. Wow, no. Everyone's good drivers here. But I don't know, it's a bit more bravery maybe. Oh, it's a really weird track this weekend. It feels really green. I don't know whether you've heard that from the other drivers. But just, you know, no front end grip for us. I don't know why.
And it's been a long old wait to get your race going today, one of the last races of the day. What do you do all morning on a track like this? Because qualifying was like 4 or 5 hours ago almost.
Just prep, look over the car, make sure everything's still in check, and just, you know, don't want any failures in a race, so just keep on checking over stuff really.
Mate. Have a good race tomorrow, well done.
Thank you.
Cheers, buddy, thanks a lot. And we'll try and find number 87, Jack Tritton. Here he is. I'm going to just join this gaggle of drivers here. Jack, can I steal you from this group if I can? How was that race for you?
You can't complain. 3rd place, so on the podium, started 3rd. Didn't get the best of starts, dropped back quite a few. But obviously, made my way back through a little bit. Safety car come out, so it was actually a chance to get back with the front boys and basically see if we could stay with them. And off the start, we just about stayed there.
I mean, when the safety car comes out, for a viewer, it's a little bit disappointing. But for you, when you're trying to fight back into the race, it's a brilliant opportunity, isn't it?
Yeah, massively. Obviously, we've all been around sort of the same pace, but you know, off the first couple of laps, the front 2 had like probably a good couple of second gap, so I was never going to be able to make it up. So, yeah, safety restart just sort of brings it back in, gives you a chance to like win again.
Is there anything you can do sort of overnight, 2 races tomorrow to reel them in tomorrow?
Maybe a little bit more handling. Still got a little bit of understeer that we're struggling with through a couple of the corners. But it's my first time in this car on this track,
Wow.
It's my first year in a Division 1. So I've done now 4 rounds in it, so we're a lot further up than expected.
And
so
how are you finding this series?
Loving it, absolutely loving it. The speeds these do, the corner speed you carry, you just can't get anything near it for anywhere near the budget.
It's great to watch. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Buddy, thanks a lot. And that is karting for you here today. Plenty more races to come, of course, the minis and more Caterhams, but we'll see this 2 more times tomorrow, so don't go too far. Back today for the time being before we go Caterham racing.
Yes, thanks very much indeed, Ewan. Well done to the supercarts. We'll see them back out tomorrow. 2 races to go here at Snetterton today. First of them being the Mottl Oils Caterham 7 310R Championship. We've had 6 different race winners so far this year in 2023, but none of them have made the front row for this race. So it could be quite a close run affair, and a number of guest drivers on this grid as well. 2 of them on row 3, I notice. It's Hugo Bush, number 22, who has set pole position alongside the 71 of Alan Cooper. Taylor O'Flanagan has had a couple of wins last time out at Thruxton. He starts there on row 2 alongside 35 Jack Sales, the championship leader. His 3 wins all came at Croft earlier in the season. Row 3, the reigning champion is back. Pete Walters, after missing out the first part of the season, starts alongside another welcome returnee, Matt Shepherd, in number 80. Row 4 is Harry Cook. He had a win at Silverstone earlier this year. Number 9 lines up alongside the former CEO of Caterham, Graham the Boss McDonald. Row 5 is Lars Hoffmann. Number 70, the German. He's currently 2nd in the championship, has had 4 wins this year, alongside the 43 of Alan Curtis. Very quick sim racer is Alan as well. Row 6, number 15, David Yates, starts alongside Ben Lopez Appleton, number 5. The car's just moving off for their green flag lap. Row 7 is Harry Landy alongside Wesley Payne. Row 8 is Philip Bianchi and 98 James Hall. Row 9, Jeff Price and Harry Eyre. Rob Bullen and Tim Steele completing the top 20. Row 11 is Steve Metcalf and Darryl Cresswell. 12th row, Johnny Jarrett and Chris Welch. Pete Wales and Ron Mounsey on the penultimate row, and Paul Herndon starts from the back of the grid. So a couple of our race winners from earlier in the season. We are missing Tom Willis, who had a win at Thruxton, is not out. And more significantly as well, the Patrick winner at Zandvoort, and also a winner at Silverstone earlier this year, the German Dominic Mansberger, is not here either.
Unfortunately, Dom, that is end of season for him. He fell out of another race at Thruxton, and that puts him out of the championship, and unfortunately that means he can't be with us for the rest of the season. But we have got a healthy field, and Willis, you mentioned as well, he's only doing partial season, so he wasn't in the points game, but he was certainly showing his speed by getting on that top step of the podium, wasn't he? And like you say, we've got Pete Walters, our reigning 310R champion, back here, just doing a guest appearance at Snetterton. He loves this track, as does Matt Shepherd, so he also alongside him, and they've put themselves firmly in the front of this grid, haven't they? Right on there in the sort of third row. But it's Hugo Bush that came out on top ahead of Alan Cooper. His younger, better looking, I've been told, brother is not here today. But Taylor Flanagan in third place, Jack Sales in fourth. Our championship leader, couple of sort of 5 or 6 places ahead of his rival, Lars Hoffmann, who finds himself down in ninth, having had a track limits penalty. So it looks like he might have lost maybe a quicker lap, but it does put him down a little bit out of action in the early part of this race. But what we know from Lars is he's an incredibly good starter in those cars and knows how to make an opportunity out of very little. So we will see him, I'm sure, back at the front of this race. As we've seen all today, it's all about the toe, all about getting out in front and being that sort of managing the situation, and Lars Hoffmann will be back in this battle, I'm sure. Can Hugo Bush hold on? So often he's been near the front and just not made it to the end of the race. I've seen that quite a lot this year. See whether he can do it. And Alan Cooper starting up a lot higher than he has quite a lot of this season. Again, another person who's had misfortune and dropped back further down through the field. As we watch the deep into this field of 27 310Rs, the fourth step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. This is the final incarnation of the Academy car. We've seen Academy cars. You can upgrade your Academy car each year until you get to this 310R step. So incredible, versatile, flexible platform. And each year you just sort of do a few upgrades and amendments until you get to here. So we've got 155. Brake horsepower, a limited slip differential, a little bit more revs to play with as well. So these cars quite a lot quicker than the 270R around here on the Snetterton track. So about 3 seconds faster than the 270Rs, which we've watched just a little while back. So quite a significant margin, and all these drivers very experienced and looking forward, I'm sure, to 20 minutes, the first of their 3 20-minute races over the course of this race weekend.
So Hugo Bush and Alan Cooper, 5th and 6th in the championship. They will take the front row. They're actually the highest placed drivers who have yet to win this year. Now make their way up onto the grid. Hugo Bush in the grey and Dayglow red livery number 22 car. Alan Cooper in the almost Rothmans look-alike machine with the red and gold stripes separating the navy blue and white. Taylor O'Flanagan all in yellow. Alongside him it's Jack Sales, the championship leader, the white car with the green roll cage. Pete Walters, familiar black car, former Academy champion and the reigning 310R champion, making a return this weekend, starts alongside the familiar yellow and black of Matt Shepherd, who's been in various points on the Caterham ladder over the last few years. 4th row is Harry Cook. He's in the black and red car with the red wheel trims. And Graham McDonald starts alongside him, the number 19 car, which is the bright green and black car, the former Caterham CEO. So that's your first 8 cars on the grid to look out for. Lars Alexander Hoffmann is next. That's the Mottle liveried red and white car in the colours of our title sponsor. Then in silver and black alongside him is Alan Curtis. This will be a 20-minute race for the Mottle Caterham 310R Championship. The red lights are on, revs are up, and off they go. Quite a long hold on the grid there. We get underway. Not sure if there are any jump starts in there, but down towards the first corner. It's a good start by Alan Cooper in the 71, who tries to make his way around the outside. He does so. Taylor O'Flanagan goes with him. It's Cooper who's got the lead. Not the best of starts by Hugo Bush. He's under fire from Jack Sales as they head up towards Wilson's hairpin for the first time. Side by side for the lead. I don't think O'Flanagan's going to get round the outside there. It will be Alan Cooper who leads through the hairpin for the first time. Two cars slide out wide, but they've all made it around the first couple of turns. Alan Cooper under fire, Jack Sales trying to get up the inside of O'Flanagan, and Hugo Bush being rather hung out to dry on the outside. Lars Hoffmann is up there as well. He's up to 5th from 9th on the grid.
What did I say about him making opportunity from not a lot? He's made his way all the way up from 10th to 4th place in these early couple of corners. Jack Sales down the inside of Taylor O'Flanagan. There was another car locked up, lots of cars locked up on the grass. That's going to be a collision, and it has. There's cars contacted. We've lost that. I think that might be Hall. Is that in the number 98 car there.
Yeah, James Hall.
Yeah, so James Hall, we saw his mum racing around earlier on, and he's now out of that race. He's deep off the track, so hopefully they can recover that car. Just outbrake, a lot of drivers outbraking themselves, and you see how frustrated he is.
He's furious with himself, James Hall. He just missed his braking point over the grass on the inside of Agostini, and he's tagged another car there. We didn't see who it was, but whether that other car can get going again or not, so we'll wait and see. There might be a safety car as a result of that, as they start to try and break the toe down the Bentley straight. Taylor O'Flanagan trying to go for the lead on the inside. Jack Sales on the outside. Alan Cooper under real pressure here. A bit of a lock-up from Jack Sales. Here comes Hoffman, the red number 70 car. The Mottall car's up to third on the inside. O'Flanagan lost out big time there. He's down into P4. It's Jack Sales that has emerged from all that with the lead ahead of Alan Cooper. And Hugo Bush, our pole sitter, is in there in 5th position as they head through Coram for the first time. Is that David Yates up behind on the blue number 15? He's got away well.
Yeah, definitely, but just behind Hugo Bush there. It almost looked like Hoffman may have made contact with Jack Sales briefly through the Brundle Nelson complex, and then Jack Sales had to get out of the break and actually moved him to the lead, it looked like, and he's got a little bit of a gap over Cooper, and as they head up for the line for the first time. Like you say, David Yates making some good progress, but Hoffman making 6 places up, Yates only the 5, so, but a lot of movement, and it was a number of people outbreaking themselves into Agostini, wasn't there? And it wasn't just Hall, just Hall I think came off worst out of all that, as Hoffman now down the inside. So it is our 2 race championship leaders now find themselves in 1st and 2nd after, I mean, Jack Sales will be looking in his mirror going, how the heck did you manage that in a couple of corners, you know? But Cooper dropping down to that 3rd place. Hugo Bush, our pole sitter, now down in 4th place, but still firmly in that battle with Taylor O'Flanagan just behind, and Yates making up those places. Yates doing a lot of racing this year, and the experience is showing. He's been around on these grids for a long time.
Bush got ahead of O'Flanagan there at the hairpin as well, up into P4. Sadly, the big loser on the first lap was Matt Shepherd, another of our returnees. He lost a total of 7 places on that opening lap. He's down to P13, the yellow and black car you can see in the midfield there as the leaders head out towards Oggies. The other car involved in the contact up there was the number 38 of Jeff Price, and he has got it back to the pits, and no safety car required as a result. The leaders' tyre squeal there as they throw their way through Williams and into the Bentley straight. There's Matt Shepherd. He's being tailed there by a couple of cars down the Bentley straight. It's still Jack Sales who leads the way, but here comes Lars Alexander Hoffman on the inside. He's surely going to go through into Brundle. Nicely done by the number 70, looking to take the championship lead away from Jack Sales here this weekend. They're separated by 12 points in the standings at the moment. Alan Cooper hanging on in 3rd.
It was him and Dom Mansberger who used to share the tent in the awning, so he hasn't got his buddy next to him, but he's out there looking like he means business this afternoon after a disappointing for him qualifying session. But you kind of hang Jack Sales out to dry at the Brundle and Nelson complex. Matt Hall was a bit late there and late in the line, so he's going to lose some speed out into the straight. But Matt Shepherd would have been firmly in the middle of that outbreaking pile of dust and smoke, and I'm not surprised he did lose out some of those places. As he follows on behind, it looks like Landy and Bianchi, I think it was right in front of him. But Jack Sales takes that lead back from Hoffman, sweeps across the nose of Cooper, who just about kept his nose clean there. But it's then Taylor Flanagan, David Yates got a little bit of a gap then back to Walters.
Alan Cooper in 3rd place, who's competed in longer distance Caterham races with Kevin and the rest of his family in the past before switching to the 310R Championship, is hanging on in there in 3rd, looking for his first win of the season, as is Hugo Bush in there behind in the 22, the pole sitter in this race. They come up towards the left-hander at Agostini once again. Behind Bush in the line, there's about 3 more cars, so it's 6, 7, 8, 9 cars for the lead. David Yates and Taylor O'Flanagan are at the tail of this group. Sun glinting off there, we've got some contact there going into Agostini. Someone has spun around.
That's Harry Landy.
Yes, the number 21 car, the man from London, gets it going in. Didn't see who it was who tagged him.
No, I didn't see who. With the evening sun glinting off all the cars, they're all sort of looking the same colour in our commentary box at the moment as he had. But it's unfortunate there for Harry Landy. Another unfortunate, and I don't think it was his issue. He got tagged by someone else out braking themselves into that Agostini hairpin. But it is Jack Sales still coming towards us in the TN Accountancy sponsored car, the white machine with the green roll cage, still ahead of Hoffman as they come down the straight. Cooper still looking to see what he can do, and Hugo Bush sort of hanging on to those coattails, but they're still kind of nose to tail quite deep into this this field, aren't they? And it won't take much battling for them to all close back up. There's Matt Shepherd trying to get past Bianchi, but unable to at this point. So there's Matt Shepherd in the number 80 car, just losing the rear end slightly. Wes Payne follows on behind him in the pearlescent coloured car.
92, Philip Bianchi, the man from Malta. The most popular motorsport there is drag racing. They are looking to have a round of the European Series there eventually, if the logistics can be worked out. But talking of drag racing, Jack Sales trying to out-drag Lars Hoffmann down the straight here. Can he get alongside? This is like, yes, he's got him. This is like Lower and Chiddick's earlier on in the 270R race, the way these two are battling, and there's still 13.5 minutes of it to go. Alan Cooper in third place, then Bush and O'Flanagan side by side for fourth position as well. Out towards the Wilson hairpin they go once again. Jack Sales, who's raced in the top line 420Rs as well in the past in the Caterham 7 UK Championship, is about to lose his lead because very late on the brakes there, Lars Alexander Hoffmann retakes the advantage. Sales back up alongside. Surely he won't out-drag him around the outside at Palmer. Surely only Istvan Dinesh can do that from earlier on, but he proves me wrong.
There you go, he had the momentum around the outside, didn't he? And I think it's because it's early in the race, Hoffmann decided, okay, we'll just let that one go for now. It's not going to affect the outcome of the race. All we're going to get is contact if I do anything about that. Later in the race, I think you might see a different outcome as you see that sun twinkling off these Caterham 7310 Arch cars as they head through for this race. But Jack Sales currently sitting in that lead, and he's taking Hoffmann and Cooper along for the ride. Taylor Flanagan's having a bit of trouble keeping up with this fast trio out front, losing the rear end there as well, wasn't he? So it might be that these tyres are getting a bit angry. They do overheat slightly. They're running on the ZZR tyres, and I know that by the end of testing, when the temperatures went up, they did start going off by quite a few seconds a lap, so it's worth keeping an eye on there. There's Graham McDonald ahead of Cook. You saw Cook just losing out on that win, didn't we, last time out? Ended in the barrier at Thruxton, so he's up there fighting away in the top 10.
Here comes Hoffmann once again on the inside into the left-hander at Brundle. Jack Sales, very experienced Caterham racer indeed, gives him room, and the German takes up the lead once again. Tucked in behind them is still Alan Cooper. It's these two at the front swapping places. Cooper has got the perfect view, can take advantage if anything does go wrong for our two lead protagonists here. It's Bush up to fourth place. He's got back ahead of Taylor O'Flanagan in the yellow car. He's down to P5 with David Yates still there in sixth in the blue machine. It's the battle between Walters, McDonald and Harry Cook next in the order. Ben Lopez Appleton rounds out the top 10 as they head towards the centre straight once again. Moving out wide is Jack Sales, and again he sweeps around the outside and retakes the lead.
Really interesting that one. Jack Sales got a much worse exit from that last corner than Hoffmann, but he was easily able to get past and sweep around the outside of Hoffmann by the time they got to that line. So Jack Sales looks like if he gets a choice, he would want to be second coming onto that back straight because he had it all done and dusted. He's down the inside again as they head into the Wilson hairpin, and I think his car feels stronger in a straight line coming onto the headwind that we've got coming up this main straight, and Cooper there hanging on for his coattails for just seeing if he can get involved in that battle, but he hasn't managed to move himself forward for a few laps now, so we'll see whether he's just hanging on in there or whether he is biding his time, as some of these other drivers might be doing so as well. But you can see how there's still little mini battles all the way down this field, but they're starting to spread out very slightly.
They're all splitting into groups of three. We've got Sales, Hoffmann and Cooper at the front, then O'Flanagan, Bush and Yates for fourth place. For seventh it's Walters, McDonald and Cook, and then for 10th place Lopez, Appleton, Bianchi and Shepherd, which we can see there coming out of Agostini. So we've got four groups of three in place at the front of the field. Through Oggies up towards Williams come the race leaders. Still Jack Sales who has the lead, and if anything Taylor O'Flanagan is closing onto the tail of our third place man Alan Cooper, who has got the fastest lap of the race, 207.333.
And because we have moved on to the ZZR tyres this year, that's also a lap record. So they were on the ZZS tyres last year, and that gives them extra speed. So Cooper currently holding that lap record as we head into it. The 207.33 is the new standard for this 310R Championship. Jack Sales managed to hold on this whole lap so far, hasn't he? And it'd be interesting to see this time through whether Hoffmann can keep up with him as they head onto the start-finish straight. So keep an eye out for that. There's Pete Walters just exploring the edge of the track there, our reigning champion. Maybe a touch rusty as he heads into this race, but 7th place currently, and seeing if he can close in on David Yates.
Yes, that was a bit of a scary moment there for Pete Walters. That's not where you want to put a wheel onto the grass. So here come the leaders then. Jack Sales gets the better exit this time from our race leader, pulls away by a Caterham length or so down the straight. So just over 9 minutes to go, so a past half distance in this Mottall Caterham 310R Championship first race of the weekend. Lars Hoffman in the Mottle car is going for the inside here, but Sales turns in, holds him off, and yes, O'Flanagan has definitely broken away from his battle for fourth. He's going for the podium places here, trying to drop Hugo Bush. They've dropped David Yates in turn, so the system of three-way battles is now out the window. It's 5 for the lead now.
Yep, Jack Sales, doesn't matter whether he's out front or in the second place, he comes across the line in first place, so that's a great place for him to be, with Hoffman struggling there a little bit. Alan Cooper now looking like he's more threatening towards the rear, and Taylor O'Flanagan and Hugo Bush is a battle that we've seen many a season long, and they are sort of still there, sort of nose to tail on track, obviously missing Don Mansberger, who used to be involved in that battle as well. And here goes Jack Sales then out front. We can see James Hall's car there in the foreground, still just well off the firing line, so they've just left that one to the race. But David Yates looking like he's not going to be able to cling on, doesn't it, as we move with 8 minutes left to go. I mean, anything can happen. If these start battling, everything will compress again, but right now he doesn't have that ultimate couple of tenths he needs to just stick with the rear of Hugo Bush's car.
Jack Sales starting to get away a little now at the front of the field as the rest start to battle for second place. Here comes Hugo Bush, the pole sitter in this race. He wants his first win of the season. Has been unlucky on a number of occasions. Hoffman trying to close back up again because there's no slipstream there for Jack Sales. He's just hitting pure air, not the hole in the air created by another car in front of him as those behind are. Here comes O'Flanagan now. He got the fastest lap last time through, 2:07.097, so 3/10 quicker than Alan Cooper last time around.
They did close in on Jack Sales, didn't they? But they weren't able to get back and also attack him. A lot of camber I can see, it looks like, running on Hoffman's car there, more I think than Jack Sales' car. So interesting just to see that there are some minor setup changes you can do. All the cars are absolutely even, but we have a tolerance of you can change some camber angles and some caster and various other bits and bobs just to suit the car to your taste and get the balance as you like it. Cooper now firmly up, being side by side with Taylor O'Flanagan, who does take that position by the time they get to the line with a new fastest lap of 2:07.09. So now O'Flanagan holds that record. Can they move it into the 2:06s where they were in qualifying? Here's Graham McDonald leading that chase battle. It's got the Matt Shepherd. Graham McDonald and Matt Shepherd have been two people that have been battling over the years as well, so they kind of firmly meet that battle. But Matt Shepherd not able to make those movements back. We saw him on 5th or 6th place on the grid, didn't we? But he's not able to make it back through as we see the leaders there swooping down. Jack Sales still in that lead and still with a nice little buffer ahead of Hoffman.
Through Palmer's they go then. O'Flanagan is now up into 3rd place. He's got ahead of Cooper at the end of the previous lap. Now he's going for Lars Alexander Hoffman for that 2nd place. Hugo Bush has closed up as well, starting to drop David Yates now in that 6th position. Then here comes the fight for 7th place. Graham McDonald at the front of it at the moment. I think as they head through, it is difficult with the sun starting to set over Snetterton to see the colours there. Philip Bianchi running out wide there over the curve, the Maltese driver. It's Pete Walters on the tail of Graham, the boss, McDonald, as they head down into the right-hander at Oggies.
Yeah, and it's also Cook involved in that battle as well. Again, they are also struggling to make movement. This in the Street 10R Championship, they seem to be like, I don't know if the wind's dropped or changed direction slightly, but they're having a bit more trouble making those moves that we saw in Roadsport. Remember, these cars they're not road legal in their form that they race in. They don't have that windscreen. Hoffman back on the tail, looking to see whether he can dive. Again, there's not much braking going on there until you're sort of deep into the corner. As Jack Sales loses the rear of his car, does gather it all back together, but he's lost a bit of momentum. So that gap that he had, that comfort zone, is now gone, and he's going to have to work a few corners to see whether he can build that back in. Taylor O'Flanagan now is the one looking like he's having to defend from Cooper, who'll be keen to get back through again. Let's watch Hoffman this time and see whether he can make a better run up the start-finish straight, whether it's an anomaly or whether Jack does have a bit of advantage as they head up this hill.
Here they come through to complete lap number 7 then, with 5 minutes of this race to go. We're at 3/4 distance in the Mottle Caterham 310R Championship, race 1 of the weekend. Sales just about holding on as they cross the line. There was only 5,000th of a second in there, so surely Hoffman is going to go through, and O'Flanagan trying to get the toe off him, moving to the top 2 for the first time. Hoffman goes through, O'Flanagan keeps it to the inside. You can get the lead into the hairpin here with a bit of luck, but Hoffman's having none of it. He moves across, and also in there is Alan Cooper. Jack Sales is going to be caught out on the outside here, 4 square as we go into the hairpin. O'Flanagan up the inside, nearly got it there. And Sales kept his foot in around the outside and managed to rescue the situation. He's still there in second, but it's Hoffman back in front. Hugo Bush trying to make it 5 alive for the lead at the front of the field now. Taylor O'Flanagan, still with the fastest lap of the race, is on the tail of Jack Sales now, down towards Agostini. Who's going to come out with the lead here? Last of the late breakers it's going to be. They're almost side by side for the lead. Taylor O'Flanagan, that's brave. He had to bob back in there into third place. That could have caused carnage if he'd stuck with that move. More like a karting move there, sticking the nose down the inside from Taylor O'Flanagan. It's still Hoffman who leads.
Hoffman was hanging Jack Sales out to dry on the outside of the track there, not letting him get to the apex. And that's where Taylor O'Flanagan thought, well, if you're not going to go to the apex, I'm going to give it a go. And as soon as he made that move, Hoffman covered it off. A veteran move, though, from Jack Sales into Wilson hairpin that time, going round the outside. It feels like the wrong thing to do, but in a compressed situation, as you saw that time, the outside of that corner ends up being the inside of Palmer, and he was able to rescue from fourth position where he went into that corner. He came out in second, so a great move from Jack Sales there as he comes and attacks down the end of the Bentley Straight once more, has the momentum to go over the top of Hoffman as they go into the left then, and collects it all together. So close behind Taylor O'Flanagan. Alan Cooper's missed a gear coming out there. It looks like Hugo Bush is going to try and see whether he can make a bend, but he didn't have anywhere to put his car. Cooper covered that off pretty quick smart in it was a robust move, shall we say.
And up the inside at Coram, through goes Hoffman. Once again, we haven't seen too many passes there today. Yes, Cooper and Bush have dropped back just a little now because of that missed gear for Alan Cooper. David Yates has been able to close back up a little as a result as well. Incidentally, Harry Cook is now up into 7th place. He gained 2 places ahead of Walters and McDonald on that previous lap, and Matt Shepherd has fought his way back up into 10th place. Sales back ahead over the line. Once again, he's just like Freddie Chiddicks and Charlie Lower in the 270R race earlier on. Chasing them down is Taylor O'Flanagan in the yellow machine with the black wheels.
Swapping places
all
all
the
the
time. Minutes to go.
Yeah, 2.5 minutes. So penultimate lap as well. I was going to, come in to say that we've got 2 more laps. They've got to work out where do I want to be at what time. Jack Sales has put his car out front. He's proved that he can hold on out front, but he has to defend for the next 2 laps. That's 6 miles of this Snetterton track. Oh, a little bit of contact a bit further back. It's the number 5. That's one of the.
That's Ben Lopez Appleton, number 5.
Ben Lopez Appleton. Kurt has been involved in that as well as Bianchi, I think.
So that's the battle a little further down the order, just outside the top 10. That has come to a head there. We concentrate on our leaders. They'll be going into their last lap this time around. So just over a lap and a half, the Snetterton 300 circuit to go in. Day 1 of the Caterham today. Another race to come after this for the mini challenge, of course. As here comes Jack Sales down towards Oggies, and Hugo Bush still on the tail of Alan Cooper for 4th place. There's David Yates in 6th position.
He'll be making little giddy-up noises in his car, won't he? He's just been off the back of this lead group. He'll be desperately trying to get back there. You can see him flinging his car around Williams that time to see whether he could do anything about it. This limited slip diff allows you to sling. You can see how the car's doing the same kind of thing as the tyres get angry and hot late on in this race. Jack Sales still maintains that lead. Can he hold on? He's staying on that wide line. Hoffman has proved that he will dive down the inside and try and hold it all together, and he's going to do it once more. Jack Sales would be pretty comfortable that I can still get past you by the time we get to the line. We're coming though towards the end of our penultimate lap. We've got 1 more 3-mile circuit of this Snetterton to go.
Well, Hoffman made it look easy down the inside there into Brundle. I can assure you it is not. Jack Sales tries to fight back at Coram. He's got to be mindful that O'Flanagan is there as well, and he desperately wants to break into the top 2 for the first time in this race. From P9 on the grid though, Lars Hoffman charges his way through in the first couple of laps to take the lead. Can he hold off the championship leader Jack Sales and close down his 12 points advantage at the top of the standings? Alan Cooper P6 in the championship, P3 in the race, P4 in the race I should say, as here comes Taylor O'Flanagan. He's P3 in the championship, round the outside of Hoffman. He follows Sales, been trying to do that for the last couple of laps there. Oh, and onto the grass there on the inside. That was Hugo Bush. He nearly went off into the bush, didn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. They just both those cars clipped the inside apex curb and just went to the gravel and dust beyond it. There is Hugo Bush. He's all recovered it back, and I think Hoffman would have been lucky to hang on there. He's not in the lead anymore. He's down in that 3rd place and looking like he was under threat as they went into the hairpin that time, Wilson hairpin, Montreal as it used to be called. Jack Sales though has a nice little comfort gap, but it's not going to be enough for this Bentley Straight. He's still going to feel like he's in the right place, and Hoffman trying to go back down the inside of Taylor O'Flanagan. That could be the bit that Jack Sales needs to make sure he can disappear off the line. It's still Hoffman behind Taylor O'Flanagan, but the gap to Jack Sales has grown very slightly. You can see there's clear air behind him. Taylor O'Flanagan's going to have to work awfully hard to try and recover that, but don't think the slipstream's going to be paying him as much favour as it will Hoffman behind. Cooper and Hugo Bush follow on behind them.
Looks as though Jack Sales, could he have done enough here? With half a lap of Snetterton to go. He's broken away from O'Flanagan, Hoffman, Cooper. Bush runs out wide, coming through Williams. I think that's lost him his chance of making any progress up the order in the last few corners of this race. Has Jack Sales done enough Or can Hoffman close back up again? Can O'Flanagan close back up again? They're side by side. Alan Cooper's going for broke up the inside, 3 wide into Brundle. That's not going to work. Cooper locks it up. Hoffman's gone through into second place. It doesn't work for Cooper. O'Flanagan runs a bit wide. He holds P3. Here they come then up towards the last couple of corners. It looks as though Jack Sales has done enough for his 4th victory of the season. He scored a hat-trick at Croft a few months ago up in the northeast. I think he's going to hold off Lars Hoffman, the 4-time winner this year, to match him on race wins. Here they come into the final corner at Murray's. 35, Jack Sales in the Factory Run Caterham number 35. Up over the line to make it 4 wins out of 4 this season. It's going to be a photo finish for second place between O'Flanagan and Hoffman. We'll go to the timing screen for that one. Cooper 4th, Bush 5th, Yates 6th. The timing screen gives second to O'Flanagan by 0.033 of a second. 7th goes to Pete Walters, then Harry Cook, Graham McDonald, Philip Bianchi rounds out the top 10, then Matt Shepherd, Alan Curtis, Wes Payne, Simon Lopez Appleton. Now Lopez Appleton inserts into P11, his transponder wasn't working, so that's corrected. And Harry Landy's by just spin rounds out the top 15. Well, we lost 2 cars in that first lap incident. There was one other retirement. Number 85, Robert Bullen, pulled into the pits. But 24 cars make it home.
Fantastic racing there in the closing stage, wasn't it? You couldn't say that Cooper didn't try and make it onto that podium. He gave it his absolutely best shot, and well done to all the drivers for making it through there. There were locked up cars on the absolute limit, and somehow O'Flanagan managed to make it out there in 3rd place, and then by the time he got to that line, he was in front of Hoffman. So Hoffman losing another 3 points to Jack Sales there, and O'Flanagan taking the fastest lap means that he didn't get that back either. So Jack Sales is doing well in his championship after race number 1. Here are the confirmation then of the provisional results.
Yes, Jack Sales the winner by 0.88 of a second over Taylor O'Flanagan, who beats Lars Alexander Hoffman home in a photo finish. Alan Cooper a good 4th, and his fellow front row man Hugo Bush in 5th. David Yates in P6. Then the battle between Walters, Cook and McDonald finishes in that order. They were scrapping all race long. Ben Lopez Appleton rounds out the top 10 ahead of Philip Bianchi. Matt Shepherd, Alan Curtis and Wes Payne completes the top 14. Harry Landy is next ahead of Darryl Cresswell, and we've got Steve Metcalf home in P17, P18 Tim Steele, P19 is Harry Eyre, rounding up the top 20, number 27 of Johnny Jarrett. The other finishers, Chris Welch in number 68 was 21st, behind him 52 Pete Wales, Ron Mansey was 23rd, and completing the finishers was Paul Herndon. We said we lost Robert Bullen, and the first lap collision claiming James Hall and Jeff Price.
Here is that first lap then. You could see a number of cars diving to the inside, going to the outside, and James Hall just unable to get it all stopped up and collect the other car. In fact, it might have been Jeff Price. I'm trying to work out which one was the one that was on the grass. It's hard to tell from that front on angle, but regardless, it's James Hall that's lost his wheel. Jeff Price continues on. We saw a bit later this fighting into Brundle and Nelson as Jack Sales losing out that time through to Hoffman, but they would swap those places on multiple occasions. That was it looks like it's Harry Landy in a white car, maybe Bianchi. I'm not 100% clear whether it was, but Harry Landy was facing the wrong way. That'll go up no doubt to the stewards. A little bit of a close call there, wasn't it, between those two as we went 4 wide. Jack Sales trying the outside line to protect his second place and did make that stick. So again, great action throughout this 310R field. A little bit of bumping and boring a bit further back. That was in Bianchi again with Ben Lopez Appleton, who we saw, and Hoffman round the outside of Cooper, locked up down the inside, using a bit of gravel and grass as well, but Taylor O'Flanagan held his line and managed to haul it all up. So great racing by all of our 310R experienced drivers, but I can see Sam is with, or looking like he's receiving all the drivers, so let's go down and hear from Sam in Parc Fermé.
Another fantastic race from these guys, and a photo finish for 2nd and 3rd. I mean, incredible. And moving into Jack, who will be very happy with that, extending his championship lead just that little bit more. Congratulations, Jack. It's quite a tough race though, wasn't it?
Buzzing, absolutely buzzing. That was really difficult. I saved my new tyres for the race, so did Lars, and just didn't quite have enough pace to break anyone's toe. These long back straights kind of bring it back together, but yeah, the last lap sort of went quite well, so yeah, buzzing. It's nice to win again. I've been second 5 times since my last win, so finally get back on the top step. It was a flipping podium. County, who are, some say, the best tax accountants in the world.
Oh.
They are.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Jack. Right, let's have a word with Taylor, who's chatting to Hugo. Congratulations, Taylor. One more up from where you started. That's brilliant. And it was quite a, eventful race, wasn't it?
Yeah, I slipped straight back, and then I thought we've got a little way to go yet. This is going to get quite lively. And then, towards the end, had to just start pushing a bit to get on with them. But super happy. I think I got fastest lap as well. So,
you did? Yeah.
Buzzing. That's really cool.
Excellent. One more point.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all getting close now. So.
Well, penultimate round. I mean, it's all about points, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So fingers crossed for a good couple of races tomorrow, and we'll be in for a good fight at Donington.
Yes, yeah, the Donington decider. Can't wait.
Yeah. It's going to be good.
Excellent. Well done. Thank you. Right, let's have a word with Lars. Oh, there he is behind me. Sorry. Hello, Lars. Congratulations from ninth on the grid. That's brilliant.
Yeah, it was a tough one. Good result. So hopefully tomorrow gets a bit better.
That's it. Starting further up. So
He lost again.
There's Kurt. You're starting a bit further up, so you can make a bit more progress from there, and hopefully.
I hope so. Yeah. Race was a tough one with especially Jack, and I think tomorrow will continue.
Excellent. Brilliant. Well done. Congratulations. Right, the minis are on the grid now, so we'll hand back to our commentators to cover that race. We'll see you tomorrow for more Caterham action.
Well, thank you very much, Sam, and thank you very much to Chris Hutchinson as well. He'll be back with us for more Caterham action tomorrow. As our final race of the day lines up on the grid then, this is the Mini Challenge Club Sports category with AirTech Motorsport. A variety of Mini Coopers out there on the grid. Let's have a look at the grid then. 411 Zach Blackwell will head the first part of the grid. It's a split grid based on classes. We've got the Cooper S classes on the grid first. Classes 53 and 56 for the Mini Cooper S R53 and R56 cars are suggested. Zach Blackwell on pole. It should be Freddie Hewitt alongside him, number 5. But looking out of the commentary box window, he's not on the grid, so we'll have to wait to see if he appears late from the pit lane. Second row, 58, Matthew Hibbard will start alongside 231 Steve Webb. Row 3, number 17, Ionut Carrare, the Romanian, alongside 320 Ross Alexander, recent winner at Thruxton. Row 4 is 44 Charlie Heatley and 37 Alex Westerby. Fifth row, 66 Sammy Bowler. She'll start alongside 190 Alan Lee, the former motorcycle racer. Then 191 Rory Melia and 10 Charlie Collins. 27 Emma Dawson rounds out the first group. The second group is the open class cars for everything above an R56 Mini, and that's headed by number 6 Stephen Berry in the Mini Cooper S Coupe, the only one of its kind racing in the UK. Starts alongside 12 Charlie Newton Derby, 14 Lee Campbell and 22 Nick Moore, the ex-Hyundai Coupe Cup driver, round out that section of the grid. And then we've got the less powerful Mini Coopers at the back. 42 Andy Langley and Dan Truman, number 19, 53 Neil Clark and 89 Freya Belk. Cars just moving off now on their green flag lap. Well, earlier on today, Ewan Dunlop caught up with some of the drivers down in the paddock.
Here we are, Dane, in the paddock ahead of our first of 3 mini races this weekend. I'm with our third place qualifier through qualifying this morning, Charlie Newton Derby. Charlie, first win in the minis at Thruxton last round. How's the season going for you?
It's not been too bad as they start the race. I had a DNF on the first race. Obviously, I had a bit of a technical issue, which put me back in the points. But then, obviously, the second 2 races, I obviously had limp mode, so that wasn't ideal. But the next race was good. Mallory, that was okay. Got 2 seconds, and then at Thruxton, I got the first win in the open class.
It was only a matter of time, wasn't it?
Well, they said if it's going to be my home race, that'll be the one. You know what I mean?
Now, first season in the minis, but not a stranger to motorsport at all. You've done quite a lot in the past, haven't you?
Yes. Obviously, did karting from about 2017. Then I moved on to the turbo tin tops races. That was a lot of fun. Mixed multi-class racing.
Yeah.
Obviously, pit stops. Bit of a different animal. Good fun though. And then obviously won that outright 3 times.
Wow.
In a C-class car in a supercharged Mini. So they were. I don't think anyone else has done that before. and then thought, well, let's try and step up a level and race against exactly the same machinery in a big grid full of minis. This can't get much more exciting than that.
And this morning, third fastest overall, second in class, but you guys start behind the front runners, so officially actually row 9 on the grid. What are you anticipating in the race?
Well, I mean, if I can get the jump on Stephen, who's just in front of me on the grid, potentially if we get a few cars between us, might be able to hold him off, but that Bentley Straight's awfully wide and he's got a lot of power. So, it'd be tricky, I think, to stay in front, but who knows.
And finally, in terms of the championship, of course, not missing the first one, not having a great start. This is still alive, this championship, isn't it?
Oh, totally, yeah. For second place, I mean, it's very close to me and Lee. Obviously, Nick dropped around, so we jumped him. But yeah, literally, second place is up for grabs. I'm not sure if I can win outright because obviously Steve's that far ahead, but with that absolutely rocket ship of a coupe.
Brilliant. I can see the bonnet's up, so I'll let you get back to work. Best of luck in the race.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy.
Cheers.
Charlie. Okay, first race of 3 coming up in our minis. Do enjoy. Over to you, Dave.
Thanks, Ewan. Cars coming up to the grid then very shortly for our final race of the day here at Snetterton, the Mini Challenge Club Sport with AirTech Motorsports. Those of you who follow the British Touring Car Championship will have seen the JCW and Trophy categories supporting the BTCC on occasions. These are some of the less powerful minis associated with the Mini Challenge down in the Club Sport divisions. They've had 3 meetings this year already, Cadwell Park, Mallory Park, and we saw them in action at Thruxton. Zach Blackwell on pole has done majority of the winning in the S category, although he didn't manage wins at Thruxton. On that occasion it was Ross Alexander won race 1 and Freddie Hewitt run race 2. He should be on the front row, but he hasn't come round on the green flag lap. He wasn't on the grid, so it looks like Freddie unfortunately is a non-starter this time out. There's Zach Blackwell, the black car with the mint green paintwork. Second row of the grid, Matthew Hibbard and Steve Webb. But look out for the open class cars coming through, the more powerful machines further back on the grid. It's a bit of a handicap style race, this one. He's Stephen Berry in the coupe, who's done the majority of the winning there. He's only been beaten once by the man we just heard from, Charlie Newton-Darby. You can see his black car on the right of your screen there. And in the Cooper class, for the less powerful cars towards the back, Neil Clark has done most of the winning. He had a hat-trick at Cadwell, 1 win at Mallory Park. Andy Langley, the pole sitter of the red car, has had a couple of wins. And Daniel Truman had a win at Thruxton as well. So plenty of different winners in this Mini Challenge Club Sport presented by AirTech Motorsport so far this year. This will be a 15-minute race. Who knows, we could be watching the touring car stars of the future in their BMW Mini Coopers in various guises here. Red lights are on, the revs are up, and away they go. Zach Blackwell alone on the front row. He will take the lead as they head down towards Riches for the first time. Watch for the open class cars coming through, including Stephen Berry in the Mini Mafia Coupe. He'll make short work of those S-Class cars ahead of him. Here we go then. Matthew Hibbard slots into second place with Zach Blackwell with the lead. Steve Webb up into third place in the Sheer Motorsports run car. Teammate to our race leader, Zach Blackwell. We saw him out in the BMW Mini class of the Kumho BMW Championship last year. Look at them spilling their way into the hairpin. There's Berry, the coupe, just on the outside there behind Charlie Collins in the mint green coloured car. Back of the field there is Freya Belk in the Cooper class. They very much are, if you'll pardon the pun, mini touring cars, these machines. It's Zach Blackwell in the clear, number 411, the man from Chobham in Surrey, who leads the way from the 58 of Matthew Hibbard in the Bad Boy Tuning run car. He's under fire from Steve Webb for second place. 320, that's Ross Alexander from Birmingham, a winner at Thruxton. Somebody's gone off on the outside there. Let's pick up who that was. I think that might have been... No, it's not Hibbard. He's there still on the outside fighting with Steve Webb. So somebody ran wide. We didn't see off to the right of the screen coming through the exit of Agostini there. There's the coupe, Steve Berry, the number treble 6 car. Not to be confused with the former Top Gear presenter of the same name, incidentally. He'll be leading the open class most likely. No, he's not, because number 12 is there. That's Charlie Newton-Darby, the ex-Turbo Tin Tops racer in a supercharged BMW Mini Cooper S a few years ago. As the leaders make their way down towards Brundle, it's 4:11 of Zach Blackwell, who has got the lead. We'll see the classes starting to overlap. Oh, and somebody slowing there and running straight on. That's Blackwell. Blackwell pulls up out of the lead. He's got a problem. He's heading into the paddock. Oh, disaster for Zach Blackwell. He was the favourite in the S-Class. Could have been on for an overall victory as well. Was parked up over there with the medical crew. So he's out of the race. Suddenly went straight on at the complex. So this battle is now for the overall lead. It's 2-3-1. Steve Webb who leads the way. 58 in second place and nearly losing it. What's going on there? 58 Matthew Hibbert made a real mess of Murray's there in the bad boy tuning car. I think that's who's that coming up behind him? I think that's Ian Carrare, the number 17, as they start to sort themselves out then. Across the line they go. 44 at the inside. Yeah, Hibbert's dropped back down the order. The 44 comes through on the inside. That's Charlie Heatley. He's up into fourth. And maybe further. It's Sammy Bowler who's come across the line second. Where's she come from? The number 66. She's going well. Big lock up there into. Yeah, there's something wrong with the 58 Matthew Hibbert there. He's all over the place under braking. There's something wrong with his brakes. You can see him being swallowed up by the pack there at the hairpin. Steve Berry's got through now. There is Ross Alexander on the outside, number 320, the Thruxton winner. So it's Steve Webb in the clear. It's tricky to tell, as we saw in the Caterham race with the cars with the sun glinting on them from behind there. I think that's Charlie Newton-Darby. Yes, he's come through into second place in the number 12 machine. You can see the open class cars that are more powerful from further back on the grid are starting to overlap the Cooper S class cars now. It's S56 class leader Webb who's out in front. Sammy Bowler starting to fall back down the order now after that brilliant first lap. She gained 7 places on that opening lap. Great to see a number of ladies in this field. We've seen Chloe Hewitt as a race winner in this championship in the past. We'll hope to see her back someday. Brother Freddie has been racing her car this year. Sadly failed to start this one. Here come your leaders. Steve Berry in the coupe is now up into third position as they sort themselves out. Charlie Heatley under fire from Ross Alexander. Then it's the 22, which is Nick Moore. Up the inside there takes Sammy Bowler in the car with the red wheels. He gets a bit of a knock there from, yeah, there's Hibbert again. He's all over the place. He's going to have to come into the pits, surely. That car is handling like a hovercraft. 190 there, Alan Lee, long-time motorcycle racer. Going through the bomb hole. I was told by his team earlier he had a big crash on a motorcycle there a few years ago. Well, Charlie Newton-Darby, 1 class win this year. That was at Thruxton. About to take the overall lead of the race, but how much longer? Because Stephen Berry, and that's a unique Mini Coupe, is up into second overall now as they cross the line. Webb still leads Class S56. Class S53 for the R53 cars is led by Charlie Heatley, and the coupe just blitzes through into the lead. It is so quick, that little machine, in the open class. The Cooper class, meanwhile, is being led by Andy Langley, number 42, towards the back of the pack. Side by side for the lead as they head out of the hairpin. This is just a warm-up, really, as well. They've got 2 more races to come tomorrow, these cars. Steve Berry leads ahead of Charlie Newton-Darby. Steve Webb hanging on to their coattails as he leads his class in third position. Looks like it's Ross Alexander who's now come through for fourth ahead of Charlie Heatley. And it's Nick Moore in the 22. Newton-Darby's not finished yet. He's having a look here, going into Hamilton's, and he goes through under braking and promptly runs wide on the exit, does a bit of rally crossing. Steve Berry takes the lead back again. Well, you can't accuse mini challenge races in any division of being anything less than exuberant. And that's exactly what we're seeing here. Down the Bentley straight they come, under the BMW bridge. Stephen Berry in the Mini Coupe, just about hanging on. And there's the second group headed by Ross Alexander. Behind him now is Nick Moore. 44 of Charlie Heatley. Then behind him looks like it's Alex Westerby in the 37 car. There's the number 14. That's the Airtech car, driven by Lee Campbell. 191 is Rory Melia. He's running in the bottom reaches of the top 10. Still Berry leads. The sun starts to sink in the sky at Snetterton. Is the coupe going to take another win? It's only been beaten once this year. That was in race 2 at Thruxton. The series moves on to the Silverstone National Circuit in September and the finale at Donington in October, which will feature a 40-minute mini endurance race. Quite literally. They're calling it the Mini Le Don for Donington. Get it? Let's have a look further back in the order. There's Andy Langley, our Cooper class leader, the second of these red cars, on the tail of Emma Dawson. Thankfully none the worse after a shunt at Thruxton. And there is Neil Clark, number 53. Lovely patriotic paint job. We'll call him Austin Powers, shall we? Getting a bit of dust kicked up there as he goes side by side over the line. Clark with number 19, Daniel Truman. That's the battle for the lead in the Cooper class. The three of them there were separated only by a couple of tenths of a second. Seven minutes of this race to go, so we're past half distance in this race 1 of the weekend for the Mini Challenge Club Sport presented by Airtech Motorsports. There's Andy Langley still leading the Cooper class, chasing Emma Dawson, number 27, the Scottish racer all the way from Ellen in Aberdeenshire. Long journey for her to race today. There's Neil Clark, aka Austin Powers, in second. And they come towards the left-hander at Agostini. See on the sun strips there, Garmin Navigation, also a sponsor of this series. You probably need a Garmin to navigate you back to the circuit if you go off into that cornfield on the outside of Riches. Here are the leaders. Berry from Newton Derby. They're about 2.5 seconds clear of Steve Webb, who still leads the S-Class, S56 class in third. Class S53 is now being led by Charlie Heatley. Sammy Bowler's fallen back out of the top 10 after her quick run early on. Not sure what the problem was for Zach Blackwell, just pulled over after half a lap while leading. Leaders across the line, we'll see what the gap is. 0.278 of a second, fastest lap for Charlie Newton Derby. 2:13.887, he's going for the lead as they head down into Riches. Not quite. See what happens as they go to the hairpin. Still in third is Steve Webb ahead of Alexander. That's for the lead of the class as well. And Nick Moore in behind them third in the open class in the number 22 Grange Motorsport car. Side by side behind Charlie Heatley in the 37 of Alex Westerby. And behind them number 14 Lee Campbell, 191 of Rory Melia. Leader's already gone through towards Agostini once again on lap 5. Still Berry leads, but here comes Charlie Newton Derby. Can he get through on the brakes? They're still side by side as they come up towards Hamilton. Still Charlie Newton Derby just can't quite get the overlap on that unique coupe ahead. Dodging about on his tail there as they come through Williams. Now, can he get the drag down the back straight, the Bentley straight? Here comes Charlie Newton Derby, they're absolutely together. Is he going to go around the outside at Brundle? Try and get the inside for Nelson. He's up alongside again. He doesn't quite get the overlap on Stephen Berry. It's the man from Nottingham who holds the lead. Charlie Newton Derby against the inside. He's all over the back of him here. Newton Derby from Chichester in Sussex. Previously drove for the Sussex Road and Race team in their fleet of BMW Minis. Well, switching to Rothermill Racing. Steve Berry prepared by Mini Mafia. Through Murray's once again. Through to complete their 5th lap. 3.5 minutes to go. Charlie Newton Derby still harrying Stephen Berry. He'll lead up the line. He gets round the outside, but Berry will try and get him on the brakes into turn 1. They're door handling together almost. This is like touring car racing. Spectacular stuff, and Berry runs a little bit deep into Rich's corner. Charlie Newton-Darby closing back up again, trying to get the inside line away. What a terrific race between these two. He's forced onto the brakes, forced to go wide into the hairpin. Oh, fantastic. The unorthodox little Mini Coupe hanging on, looking for its 7th win of the season. It had 3 wins at Cadwell Park, 2 at Mallory Park, 1 at Thruxton. It was beaten by Newton-Darby in the second race in Hampshire. Steve Webb still looking for his first class win in the S class in number 231. In class S56, S53 is being led by the 58 of Hibbard, who's still going. He's retaken the class lead from Charlie Heatley as Newton-Darby tries again. What about the Cooper class? That's still being led by Andy Langley. I think we've lost Alex Westerby somewhere. He didn't come through on the last lap. Up the inside, Charlie Newton-Darby. He'll try and squeeze down the inside at Williams. But Berry could have the straight line advantage. They're absolutely side by side as they go into the Bentley Straight. This is one of the best battles we've had for the lead of a race today. Remember, this lot have got 2 more races tomorrow. This is brilliant. Nobody giving way as they head down to Brundle. But Berry will have the inside. Keeps the lead, but only just. Newton-Darby led at the line. This is more like a Caterham race between these two than a mini race. Through the bomb hole. Then the long right-hander at Coram. Going round to start their final lap this time, the last lap of day 1 here at Snetterton. Charlie Newton-Darby is not finished yet. He wants a 2nd win of the season. Can he beat Steve Berry in the Mini Mafia Coupe? Up the inside as they go towards Rich's. Berry will turn in, holds the place. There's some 12 seconds clear of everybody else. Steve Webb still holding off Ross Alexander for the lead of Class S56, with Rory Melia now up with them as well in the 191. Meantime, here's the battle for the lead of the Cooper class. They're not finished yet either. Andy Langley and Neil Clark, they're half a lap behind everyone else. Still chasing Emma Dawson in the number 27. 3rd in the Coopers is Daniel Truman, and 4th it's the number 89 of Freya Belk. Andy Langley has had 2 class wins this year, one at Mallory, one at Thruxton. Still the 2 leaders, absolutely together. Through towards the back straight for the final time. Down the Bentley Straight they come, and Steve Berry weaving about here to try and hold off the number 12 of Charlie Newton-Darby. Broken the toe, holds it together. It's going to be something audacious from Newton-Darby if he's going to take the win. It is like Colin Turkington and Ash Sutton in smaller cars, isn't it? Up towards the last couple of corners of day 1 here at Snetterton on BARC TV. Is Steve Berry going to hang on? Is Charlie Newton-Darby going to be able to get up alongside? I don't think he's quite going to do it unless he can get into the slipstream here. He'll need to really push on down the straight. He's trying to get up on the outside. They're going to finish side by side. It's going to be a photo finish. Here they come to the line. Newton-Darby's done it. Oh, brilliant. Charlie Newton-Darby snatches it on the line. And what about for 3rd place then? Well, there's Alex Westerby. He is still in there. His transponder must have stopped working because he's still there. And where's he going to finish? He finishes 4th, with 3rd going to Nick Moore. Westerby wins Class S53. Steve Webb dropping down to 6th. He wins Class S56. So Alex Westerby, we thought he dropped out earlier on. His transponder was playing up, so he takes 4th. Lee Campbell is 5th. Good run by him. And Steve Webb in 6th to win Class S 56. What about the Coopers? Here they come. They're back on the Bentley straights. Up the inside goes Andy Langley. He's got ahead of Emma Dawson now. He's put a buffer in between himself and Neil Clark. Clark want to get past Dawson and go for the class lead here. The less powerful Coopers. 42, Andy Langley from Fakenham, so on his local circuit. And Clark being frustrated here. He can't get past the 27 of Emma Dawson, who is in one of the S classes. It's going to be the 42 to take his third Cooper class victory of the season. It was a run of wins early in the season for Neil Clark, but this time Andy Langley will come in to take the Cooper class in P15 overall. Crosses the line together with Emma Dawson. In fact, P16 overall. Dawson got back ahead with the extra power there across the line, ahead of Neil Clark and Daniel Truman. Freya Belk will be the final finisher. Well, there's Stephen Berry. He's got back ahead of Charlie Newton-Darby, but it's too late. Newton-Darby pinching the win on the line. Let's check out the results then. The win goes to Charlie Newton-Darby by 0.18 of a second, snatching the win from Stephen Berry on the line. Third place for Nick Moore, good run for him. Alex Westerby in fourth, wins the S53 class, and behind him Steve Webb takes S56. There was a bit of confusion there at the end. Lee Campbell, I thought had crossed the line ahead of Steve Webb, but it goes back on corrected time. So Lee Campbell in sixth, Matthew Hibbard seventh despite some problems early on. Rory Melia is 8th, then Ross Alexander and Sammy Bowler round out the top 10. Charlie Heatley in 11th, then Alan Lee, Yonat Karari and Charlie Collins. Completing the top 15 was Emma Dawson, then the Coopers, Andy Langley, Neil Clark, Daniel Truman and Freya Belk. Sadly we lost Zach Blackwell while leading on the opening lap. Bad luck as well to Freddie Hewitt, who was unfortunately a non-starter, should have been on the front row. Hopefully we'll see him out for race 2 tomorrow. We kick off first thing tomorrow morning. We're on air at 9 AM, so be up bright and early, everyone. First race will be for the British Superkart Racing Club. We're also joined tomorrow by the Uncle Luke's Snetterton Saloons, the local all-comers series, a 45-minute pit stop race for them, which is a bit of a run what you brung series really. We've got a TCR car in there from the series sponsor Luke Allen. We've got BMWs, we've got Porsches, just about everything else besides really. If it's a saloon car, you can race it in the Snetterton Saloons. So hopefully Ewan Dunlop is down there and can have a chat to our top 3 and our class winners.
Well, I think we saved the best till last, didn't we? Mano, oh mano, Charlie Newton-Darby getting it literally on the line now. We're going to talk about that in just a second, but thousandths of a second. It seemed to me that in fact Berry had the fastest straight line speed, but somehow coming out the final corner down the straight there, did in fact get there. Let's jump in with Charlie straight away. We'll let you get your hat off and you'll get a number 1 cap on as well. Has his first win at the last round at Thruxton, and he's now made it 2 wins. He's a dual winner. This is becoming a bit of a habit now. Well done.
Thank you very much.
That was sensational to watch.
Glad you liked it.
It was good. I'll walk us through it.
Pretty good inside as well. We had some close moments. It was brilliant toing and throwing. I was surprised how close we were. Obviously I got the jump on him just because he beat me off the start, and then I managed to get back past him, and then it was toing and throwing, and there's a lot of battles going on there.
Now, throughout that race it became a 2-man race from halfway onwards. Stephen seemed to have the better straight line speed. What happened on the final corner, because you got him right at the death?
Well, I was sort of trying to judge when the last lap was, and as soon as I hit the last lap I was like, brilliant, I'll just nail that last corner, and obviously use a bit of the supercharger to just spool it up as high as I can get it, and then just launch it out the last corner and just try and make sure he doesn't. I thought he was going to put me on the grass, to be fair. I mean, he could have done quite easily, but managed, he just gave me enough space, and I just managed to creep past him at the end.
And in terms of the championship, great result, great points.
Yes, good points. Obviously, I might be second now, hopefully, so that's still good. So, what a result.
Go and enjoy your evening, well done.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, buddy. Let's speak to the man that just pipped into second place. Steve. Great to see a smile on your face, mate. Well done.
Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed that right up until last metre.
What happened at the very end there?
Just bogged slightly coming out the last bend, and I thought I got one more lap left, and I could just see it flapping in the distance. Oh, that's a checkered flag. I've lost it now. I went steaming a bit too quick round last bend there, and into the left turn. I felt like the car were going to push on, so I just had to apply a little bit more dab of the brakes, and it just slowed it down just enough.
Prior to that, you looked absolutely solid. These are two almost identical cars, aren't they? It's a great battle.
Yeah, that's a 53, it's a 56, but it's great to see when the power to weights really joined, and I mean, what better track like Snetterton, to stretch your legs down the straights, and you've got the twisty turny bits in the middle.
Sunny evening East Anglia, it doesn't get better, does it?
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it?
Mate, have a good night.
It does get a little bit better. That should say number one. We'll try again for tomorrow.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Buddy. Thanks a lot. Well, let's speak to our third place finisher. Now, Nick qualified in 14th earlier on, 14th place overall, got yourself a podium.
I've started 20th on the grid as well, because
why was that?
The grids, that's how they work with the open class. So hopefully it makes for some entertaining racing. But no, it's qualifying didn't quite go to plan with what we wanted. But we started our new team, Caterham Motorsport, is first outing this weekend.
Wow!
Based in Attleborough, 5 minutes away.
Brilliant.
Yeah, so to pick up a podium after starting 20th on the grid, that's mega work, and we had a lot of work to do, and credit to Joe, he works his magic, and we've still got a bit more to come tomorrow.
And who's in your team? I'll give you a moment to let them know.
Well, Joe just standing here is the brains behind the operation, really.
Joe the brains over here.
Joe the brains over here. I turn up and turn the wheel, so he's got the difficult job. No, he did absolutely brilliantly, because in qualifying 14th overall, we've not really been outside of the top 5 or 6. So that shows the work he's had to do today. But absolutely mega over the moon for it. And when we have the sponsors come, East Anglia competitions and all these guys, hopefully we can put on a show again tomorrow.
What more work can Joe do overnight to nudge you up to second and first?
I might need to give him a beer first, just to keep him going, because he's had a tough day. I won't say anything here, but I've got an idea of what I'd like a bit more. The goal is to try and get on the back of these guys. I was a little bit tentative at first because of handling and quali, so I got caught up a little bit. But it all played into our hands in the end.
If you guys had a straight 3 race from the front of the grid, are you up with these guys?
Yeah, I've been fighting with Charlie all year. It's interesting actually. Charlie's closed the gap to Steve a lot quicker than anyone else has. By which I mean he's the only one who's done it so far. So hopefully we can get there as well. But to finish to get a podium overall after starting where we did today, and obviously a third in class as well, and I'll take that for now. Hopefully we can go one better in race 2 and one get better again in race 3, but we'll see.
Brilliant, well done, good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, mate.
Cheers, buddy, thanks a lot. And there we go, that is our racing, and what a way to end the weekend as well. A fantastic race, great battle at the front, and a great battle coming through the entire field as well. It doesn't get any better. It is a beautiful afternoon going into the evening here in East Anglia. Meant to be 25 degrees tomorrow. It's been hot on track. We will expect more of the same. Don't go too far. 9 a.m. tomorrow we go racing, so it's an early start. Please join us over to the last few words of the day for Dave Goddard.
Well, just to finish off, we'll see a few highlights from our mini challenge opener for the weekend. It was Yonuk Karare who ran wide early on the first lap, we can see now, and then Zach Blackwell pulled off out of the lead coming down into Brundle for the first time. Matthew Hibbard then all over the place in that second place. Sammy Bowler briefly ran second before she got shuffled back on the outside going into the hairpin as the open class cars overlapped with the Cooper S category. And then our 2 lead protagonists made their way through. Stephen Berry and Charlie Newton-Darby getting ahead of early pace setter Steve Webb. Meanwhile, there was a nice little battle in the Coopers as well. Andy Langley and Neil Clark fighting it out with S-Class runner Emma Dawson for most of the race. Good to see her back after a shunt at Thruxton. But it was all about the 2 at the front. Charlie Newton-Darby time and again attacked Stephen Berry. briefly got ahead on 1 point at Hamilton, but overshot the corner and fell back. Emma Dawson enjoying her fight with Andy Langley further back. It's hard to know where to look in this race. There was so much going on there. But it was all about the two at the front. Meanwhile, there was a spin further back for the number 17 car. Ionut Carrare again, he had a fun race. A bit of rallycross for the number 17, the Romanian. But at the front, Charlie Newton-Darby, time and again, attacked. Just couldn't quite make it stick on Stephen Berry's little coupe. They were side by side, and finally, Charlie Newton-Darby pinching the win right on the line. Well, that wraps up day one here at Snetterton then. I must say thank you to Ewan Dunlop and Chris Hutchinson, also Callum McIntyre for joining us for the Caterham Academy on commentary as well. We kick off right at the start of tomorrow morning. First race is in fact at 9 a.m. on the British Superkart Racing Club for their first race of the day. Then we have qualifying for the Uncle Luke Snetterton Saloons, and it's through the day with the Mission Motorsport Caterham 270Rs. Loads more Caterham action coming up. The Snetterton Saloons race in the afternoon. Got a massive programme for you all day tomorrow, right through from 9 a.m. until 6 p.m. We are scheduled to be on air here at Snetterton on BARC TV. I better go get some rest for my voice ahead of tomorrow then. Thanks again to Chris and Ewan, Sam as well down with the Caterhams in Parc Fermé, and to everyone else here at Snetterton today. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow at 9 a.m. for day 2 on BARC TV. But it's goodbye for now.